There you go. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick up where we left off. Keep in mind, we are on the internal test branch again. So yesterday we're on the unstable branch, since both branches were the same thing yesterday. But I am on the internal test branch again. We have had an update to the internal test branch. There's been some bug fixes, there's been some balance changes. It's nowhere near as dramatic of a difference as it was from the last update to the unstable. My understanding is they have corrected, there's been a couple of cursed animations. You all saw like the hovering knife thing. And thank you, Fox Merle, for the 5-day stream streak. Catch the last 5 days and not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. Hey, all numbers start small. That's where it starts. But, so you've fixed a bunch of animations. I forgot I slept in here. But they fixed a bunch of animations. A bunch of the trees will now drop stuff when fully grown. There is another tier, category, whatever you want to call to, of trees. That should make getting logs easier than it is currently on the unstable branch. Because there was like, small tree used to be the smallest, and you couldn't get a log. They've now introduced very small tree. Graphically, they'll look the same. But with very small tree, they cannot produce a log, whereas small tree can sometimes produce a log. So we should have a net increase in the number of logs we can get compared to the unstable branch right now. How's the push to the gas station coming along? We just started today. Yesterday, we were able to see the gas station from where we had pushed up to. And then we had a migration that was kind of a setback. We're getting pretty close to getting back into that range, but we'll see. We did kill a really large number of zombies yesterday. How many zombies did we start today with? Okay, so we're at about 7,368. So yeah, so yesterday we killed something like 1,400 zombies almost. I think it was like 1,300 zombies. So where the other days we had killed like 1,800 and all that. We killed about 1.5 as many zombies as we did the previous day. And that's like stream day, not in-game day. So making progress. Your best is 81? Nah, don't think about it like that. Don't think about being terrible. Literally everyone who starts this game, you're going to be struggling to kill the zombies. You're going to be short-lived. It's just the way the game is. Even if you've played for a while, one of the things that does help is honestly cranking up some of the difficulty stuff to force yourself to, you know, figure out how to play a little bit safer and all that. Oh look, snow. That might actually stick on the ground, if there's enough of it. I don't think we'll have, like, the ground weighted out levels of snow, but we might have, like, little clumps of snow here and there show up. Because we are getting right about time for winter. Now catch up with chat as soon as we have a break in the zombies. Alright, let's get our radio ready. Let's see, your best is 3,000, then you lagged. Gotcha. Most of the time when you lag in Project Zomboid, because it lags everything, it's not so bad. But yeah, no, if you're like maneuvering between zombies when the lag spike hits, it can absolutely get you killed. You said your coolest survivor zombie near the Pony Roma. Neat. But so you don't know when to turn around, and you don't know how many times you try to turn around to get away from the zombies that just get turned around and have to start moving away and get bit from behind. How long since the last helicopter? We are in the range that the helicopter can happen. It's been, I think this is day 15. You said 4010 and fell off the building. That's not fun. But yeah, no, it's so some of the things that'll get you in trouble with turning around with the zombies, if you're overburdened, that slows down your movement speed. That'll get you killed all the time trying to turn and burn in a fight. Like overburdened, too cold, overheated, all of those affect your movements or your your movement speed. And that'll get you killed or hurt, obviously, but if you're hurt, that's its own problem. Exertion? Yeah, exertion will slow you down as well. The first tier of exertion doesn't meaningfully impact it, but once you start getting to really low levels of, really hard levels of exertion, maneuvering gets way harder. That's the reason I make the comment with stuff like the exertion that not to underestimate its impact, because so many of those have compounding effects that the moment you start pushing yourself where your character isn't in, like, peak shape, they do just kind of get worse and worse. Well, okay, chat. Immediately, right on the get-go, it's helicopter time. Alright, so, what we talked about potentially doing this time is, at first it's like, oh, well, let me try going down around here and try and get behind Irvington. We don't know how Irvington is, to try and pull him down. I don't think that's practical. I think the time, and I have no idea what I'm going into. I do think I'm going to try and go up and around and then down. So, like, there's these roads that go down here. I want to see if I can't go just straight down here. This area is still relatively safe. Getting over there is always the thing. So, we are dealing with a helicopter event right on the get-go. So we're going to drop what we're doing right now. We're actually not in a terrible position for making it over that way at all. And I've got a bit of food on us. We have a couple of weapons. I'm going to go ahead and plan in advance and get our whistle ready in case we end up doing any of that shenanigans. Okay. Hey, Selmas, how's it going? Why not go east? So the primary reason I'm not going east... Pull up my map real fast to show this. The primary reason I'm not going east is I'm trying to clear this area, and I've been dumping more and more zombies over here. And the fear is if I don't get all the way below here, that I have the potential of dragging all these zombies I've been dumping over here straight across where I'm trying to clear and being a major setback. That's my motivation for not going east. Now, if I get enough time to work the whole way around, it's probably fine. But the issue is I can technically have the helicopter here in 20 in-game minutes as the earliest. And it can be as late as 7 p.m. So we do want the helicopter to at least be like mid to late afternoon. This area's looking really quiet. This area should not be quiet. It has been a while. So zombies may have wandered their separate ways. I can probably work with a 10 a.m. A 9 a.m. helicopter is not going to be a good time. 10 a.m. I can probably work with. But that is part of why I'm going to be jogging a bit, is I am trying to cover distance quickly. I don't want to push myself anywhere near exerted or anything. But the more west I get, the less it potentially sets us back. Oh, I hate everything about that. Does this field look clear? Does this field look clear? Okay. Why is there a sea of zombies all going west? The gold rush is over, friends. They're actually going northeast. I don't know what has you excited, but it's not there. Now we're definitely going the wrong way, because we're going into where I drew the helicopters to. Have I ever been caught by surprise by a helicopter? In this run, no. In Project Zomboid, absolutely. Most of the time, your first helicopter is a surprise, because a lot of times you aren't going to find the emergency broadcast channel before it happens. That said, these days I found it pretty... What do you have stuck in you, man? It's not a spear. Huh. That'll just remain a mystery. It had like some kind of handle to it I couldn't quite make out. How's the new experimental aiming system? It's been pretty good. It definitely feels better. As far as actual kills it gets you, it's not that different from the existing one, as far as cumulative kill totals. But it feels better. Because you don't sit there and click, and the zombie just keeps walking at you as if nothing happens. You hit it way more consistently, it's just not necessarily as much per hit. Oh no, the shotgun kill count should already be fixed on the unstable. Because remember was the thing that people learned that they could grind strength by using the shotgun. Because every single pellet that hit a zombie... Why are you a solid wall of zombie? What is going on over there? To hell with that place. But it was a thing that every single pellet was counting for the, like, 1 strength XP, similar to melee hit. So slapping a zombie with the shotgun shell got you a ton of strength XP real fast. Okay, so it got warm enough it stopped snowing. This is still not good. Shotguns feel super weak, though? That surprises me. Do you mean compared to what you'd expect a real shotgun to feel, or just in comparison to other guns in Project Zomboid? Because shotguns have historically been the single most performing thing for killing zombies within a day. Like, there was nothing that could kill zombies at a higher rate in an in-game day than breaking out a shotgun and having entirely too many shells to know what to do with. I'll wait till we start getting thirstier. Compared to Build 42's initial release? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I haven't used the shotguns lately. I don't think they nerfed the damage in any way on the shotgun. Because just trying to think from the patch notes, what impacted that. I could see the chance on hit impacting it. That's probably exactly what it is. So the chance on hit versus the chance damage mechanic. I could see having it where you more consistently hit the zombies, but you have less favorable range. Yeah, migraine, that's no fun. But you have like less favorable damage rolls to be the balance. I could certainly see where that would make them feel less awesome, because all the zombies would flinch, but a lot of them wouldn't go down because... Yeah, because you start missing hits. Well, that's the thing with the old one. The old setup, you would just straight up miss hits with a shotgun, too. You'd blast and... You know, 2 of the zombies would flinch and the other ones will all just keep walking. Until you got, like, a level or 2 in aim. Like, don't get me wrong, the shotgun was the way to get aim back then. Well, this is an open field here. I was actually planning going farther west and then cutting down. But if this is already an open field, that's surprising. We literally took a helicopter right here. Okay. So let's kind of jog over and scooch around the outside. What I'd like to do... Just a regular backpack? What do you got? Oh, yeah, regular backpack. Okay, not Survivor. What I'd like to do is try and draw these zombies south. I don't think we can. Yeah, no, I'm not willing to schlep through the forest to deal with this. In the meantime, we'll just forage. Hopefully not a super late helicopter. Yeah. Kind of what I'm hoping is that we have... Honestly, the helicopter anytime, now I'm already in position. Anytime the helicopter wants to show up, this should be fine. I wasn't expecting this area to be in as good of shape. I'm guessing they heard me kill the one zombie. That's fine, I don't really care. How far away am I from, Irvington? How close are we to Irvington? Oh, we're really not that close. You know what? I'm going to peek at these woods and see what's down in here. If it stays extremely open woods, I'm down to see what we can do with it. If we go down there and it looks like it's going to be dense woods, then we're just not proceeding farther. Because I would like to take this farther south so that we're directly west of Irvington. But if it's a forest, it's just too dangerous. So this spread here is manageable. It's not great. We got lots of shadows we can't see in. What I'm trying to see is what's farther south than this. Like, does it open up to another road that's got farmhouses on it? Does it open up to more farm fields? Does it go into dense forest? Does it just stay like this forever? Because if it's a forest, it's a real thin forest. All right, well let's start cutting east. We're gonna take a penalty on our carry weight because of thirst soon, so let's sippy sip our bottle of water. Yeah, so you can work my way kind of vaguely southeast-ish. And that's because what I'm trying to do is get closer to Irvington itself, but farther south along it, because I'm trying to draw the zombies down through Irvington as opposed to we keep pulling them to the west and then they keep spreading out. So I'm kind of hoping down this way to just draw the zombies completely away from where we've been this whole time. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be some type of dirt road kind of thing or it's just dressing. Alright. Map time. Okay, so it was 11/12 for... No, was it 11/12? It's November something. So this is the 10th helicopter. So right here. 10th helicopter. And it was 11 slash... And I'm not sure. It was 12, right? I'm going to put 12. 93. Cool, we got it. Well, the good and the bad of this is they're already way down here in the woods. Oh, there is something down here. Okay. Ah, it's a shooting range. Okay, there's a target over there. Well, it could also be a military base, but there is a shooting range there. The good news is that's largely fenced off for the zombies in there. I'm not seeing an opening in the fences so far. So where I've been circling the zombies, I don't think we get away with circling the zombies in these woods. I think in the other response is we just keep on walking. If we see dense patches of woods, we go the other way. It's a bit more dangerous than those fields I've been doing in the past. But I'm kind of low-key hoping that we'll just find a road down here that leads to whatever that thing is to my left. That is not making me happy. I'm trying to pivot where I saw that dense wave of zombies to the south and not go towards the dense wave of zombies. Try and scooch along the side of it. And also wanting to get out of these trees here and into this, so you don't get snagged up on the bushes like that. Okay, so we do have a road over here. That's perfect. Because the absolute worst case, that's a road with a lot of zombies on it. Alright, well that's not as perfect as previously perfect. Still probably preferable to cutting through trees. That was probably closer than I should have just ignored. It's fine. Oh yeah, and this is after thousands of hours of doing this kind of crap. Where we could just walk among the zombies as if there are people. And not commit die. I think we're heading right into Irvington with the amount of zombies I'm seeing spill out this way. We're gonna need to rotate this around. Oh, it's a baseball field. Sir, I'm not going to tell you how to play baseball, but you're currently dressed as a football player, so it's fine. I should have gone the other way, and I know it. As far as when we had the road back there, I should have cut south instead of east, because east is going directly into Irvington. Now, it's kind of part of what I wanted to do, is to draw the zombies out of Irvington, but I'm now funneling myself directly into it. We'll see. It'll be fine or it won't. That's how this always goes. I also want to get a feel for how Irvington looks now. Pulls more out though, right? That's the plan, was to get close enough to Irvington that we could pull the zombies out. Honestly, Irvington is not looking very busy. Comparatively speaking, I mean. There's still a bunch of zombies in here. Yeah, so I think what's happening is, where I've been talking about that maybe the zombies are moving from cell to balance. I think that is exactly what's happening, because we're a pretty good ways from the gas station, far enough we're definitely in a different cell. And this place, I could straight up move in here right now. This house here, there's nobody here. I mean, okay, the backyard's pretty awful, but we're just, oh, that's an actual magazine. We haven't seen very many of those in the mailboxes in Build 42. But yes, this is very encouraging for me. Sorry. This is very encouraging for me that we are drawing the zombies out of the area. These are some really fancy houses here. Yeah, let's go around the other way. I was gonna cut this way, and it's like, I don't know what's to the other side of that. This feels a little safer. Okay, I think we're getting far enough south that we were getting out of the range we've been pulling zombies away from the helicopters with. We're just doing some shopping around the Irvington real estate, checking the local burbs, see how they're doing. I don't think we cut in farther. I think I need to take this train. I need to turn it in reverse. Because we're definitely getting to the point where the zombie density was suddenly going up, which tells me we have been pulling zombies from that far down. So this is something you normally don't want to do. That's actually a magazine that I didn't have yet, but I'm not going back for. And the thing I'm doing that you shouldn't do is you should not double back across an area you've already ditched zombies. Not in the short term. Long term, if it's been a very long time, it's fine. But like, we literally just came here and then went back. And part of the reason is the zombies won't be as bunched up. They'll be far more spread out, which makes dodging between them a lot trickier. Like, it went fine just because we're not seeing that much in the way of zombie numbers here. What's the population close to the base? The population close to the base is not as dense as this, but for an actual city on 16 times pop, this is pretty quiet. Like, farther down there where you saw where it's kind of facing a wall of zombies, that's what I actually expect to see. This is not happy up here at all. Right, because I'm doubling back right through where I ditched the zombies and just had a helicopter like 30 seconds ago. Alright, this is a risky run. Oh, this is a real bad run. Okay, let me through. Okay, we need to get off this path. Yeah, no, I agree. I think the next area was another cell of zombies. So the question now is, can I skirt up along the west here and go right back to where I was clearing earlier? I hate what I'm looking at. This is super scuff. Oh, this is, I am being bottlenecked hard. If we go right into a horde, that is bad news bears. Okay, let's get over to where there's some more open space. I'd rather take my chances dodging on a road than with these bushes where I randomly get snagged and I don't expect it. Alright, there's a big fenced-in thing up there. I don't like that. Looks like it might just be a power junction, so that actually might not be that bad. There's a power junction I could probably just run around. I do wish the zombies weren't spilling out as one massive ball, though. I would be much more pleased if the zombies were not spilling out as one massive unit. The good news is this is feeling pretty happy over here. Yeah, there's a bunch of bushes, but there's just stragglers. But this is also getting closer to where we've been clearing. Because like I said, I suspect what we're doing is with the new cell group migration, I suspect we're killing the zombies in a cell, and that over time the zombies in the neighboring cell are gradually kind of backfilling that cell. And so instead of in the past, where we would hit one cell to clear, that's a lot of zombies in there still. In the past, where we would kill the zombies in a cell till like kind of the numbers start to dwindle down, and then we'd just be able to bully into the cell until we hit the next cell line. It does feel like the zombies are kind of backfilling again and again, so we're like depleting the back lines first. As we're doing a little tug of war. This is probably bad. Please don't be snagging bushes. Please don't be snagging. Okay, we're fine. I was worried I was going to hit those bushes and be slowed down. We are going to be dragging some stuff back with this, unfortunately, but all in all, I think that helicopter went well. That said, I'm noticing this grid here. This grid is really busy again for some reason. We had that one mostly cleared, so I think we had like a massive migration. Oh, good God. What is this? Alright, well, we're not going this way. We're going to just go ahead and start cutting. Okay, so we're still doing really good on endurance. So we're not in any real danger from the wearing out. There's another zombie right here. That's good. Scooch around here. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. I wanted to cut to that highway, but could probably see a gas station. Yeah, I didn't want to deliberately go that close to the gas station, just so I wasn't dragging the pain train over there. I actually had meant to cut into the road here, but then we got into this garbage up here. Because I want to cut east more. But these overgrown fields with the zombies, because you can see I can't see this whole direction, and it's really easy to try and cut through some trees where you can't see and just find yourself running straight into a horde. So you'll notice I'm trying to aim where I do have line of sight, that I don't actively already see a horde. Like that one's working on an intercept there just by chance. So I gotta pivot. And I'll try cutting up here and we'll see if we got an opening over here. Yes, we got an opening right there. And then we got all this visibility, so we're gonna go up this way. Oh, I was gonna try and snooze that ad break, I apologize. I just need to not die in the next minute, that way I don't have anyone miss an important notice. It just stinks, you get into like high focus mode, and then you look and be like, oh, ad's running. I'm gonna do that real fast, so people who got stuck in the ads don't miss that much. Alright. That's a lot of skulls in the map. You could probably get to the gas station. Old helicopter leavings. Well, some of that is helicopter leavings, some of that isn't, because that area we're running into stuff was down over here. That's not where we were taking the helicopter. We've been drawing the zombies away. So it seems weirdly like the gas station cell, wherever its boundaries are, it seems like that's got a decent amount. Do you know when the ads end? Yes, they do. Like, on the UI here, I can show you what I see on my end. Like, if we look at the UI on my end, this is what I see. So it'll tell me, like, here's your countdown, here's the snooze, I get 3 of them, I can manually run the ad, and it tells me when, like, the next one will happen. So it tells me I got, like, 1 minute 20 seconds, that's right now, and then in 1 hour it'll do the next block. And then you get the ideas. If I snooze it, it just moves that block over 1. It doesn't move the next block, though. So snoozing it does not mean you get less ads. It just means the next ad break specifically gets nudged. And they only get 3 snoozes, and then I have to wait for them to, like, recharge and all that. So what I would have done if I would have kept on top of it is either A, when it heard the helicopter, I would have paused and manually run the ads ahead of time so it was just out of the way. Or B, what I could have done is I could have hit snooze a bunch of times. I just thought I had more time before the ads happened, so that's the tricky thing about managing it. The trees are the worse than zombies. They're the collaborators. Yeah. The zombies are just doing their thing. You know, good, bad, or otherwise, they're doing their thing. The trees watched that thing and said, yes, I want on board. Which, you know, actually, fair enough for the trees, because we know what we did. We know what we did. We've seen me play games. Alright, so the ad break should be done in 3, 2, 1, 0. So I do apologize with everyone getting caught with the ads. We were only walking for like another 30 seconds before I realized and paused. So you just missed us walking this little distance. There was not like a super, oh my god, close call, but there has been the general banter of, hey, this is not a great situation, and that we have no visibility in these cones by the trees. So I am aiming to the areas I can see, unless it's an occupied area by zombies. But we were making the observation that the cell that the gas station in seems to be at a higher population of zombies than some of the surrounding area. And I'm assuming that has to do with the migration mechanics that we're still trying to figure out that have changed. And so what I'm assuming has happened is as they've been killing the zombies in that cell, and then these zombies from other cells have been moving in to replace them, because we're on such an absurdly high population, that I don't know, like, if when a cell migration triggers, I don't know if like 5-10% of the cell moves over, but whatever it is, it's substantial. And Splendid, thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming today, and how did it go, and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. But with all that said, if I am, like, in super focus mode, I do apologize. We're on the tail end of a helicopter, getting ready to go into nighttime, just trying to get home without getting the bitey hugs. But yeah, so what are you streaming? Let's see, you were streaming some astronauts today. Got an integer overflow. Nice. Always a good time when you can make the math stop mathing. But I hope you had a good time with it despite the integer overflow. That you've been playing it 4 times, build for it too. It feels like once you clear a crowded area, the cells bordering it are mostly cleared because of migration. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You got your characters so hungry that they were full. Oh, that wouldn't be an integer overflow. That'd be an integer underflow. That you went like negative and then it looped back. Still, always fun when you get the math to stop mathing. You're trying to... I mean, I guess it depends on how they store it, whether they store it as hunger or how satiated you are. Because you could do it either way. Either way, always fun we can start breaking some math. Okay, so I'm not going to fight those zombies that are following us. We're going straight home, and the reason I'm doing that is the last couple times I have helicopters, I've had pain at home. So I'd rather get home and deal with that pain while it's daylight. Okay. Yeah, so we're playing in sweaty try-hard settings. We have the maximum number of zombies that support But yeah, getting back to my thoughts on it, what I think is happening with the ebb and the flow of the zombies right now is I do think with their new migration mechanic, it is kind of the neighboring cells are reinforcing the cell that I'm wiping the zombies out of. And so we're going to have like this weird situation where instead of it being a thing where, alright, no problem, Splend, you have a good one. Thank you for the raid. But, instead of it being one of those things that, you know, like we fight into the one cell and we mostly deplete the cell and then we go in and it's just sorted and then we go to the next cell and we repeat the process. It's almost like we are like holistically draining the population of the entire city until such point that there's just not enough zombies to reinforce. Which is interesting. I don't have a strong feeling about it one way or the other so far as like it's just a different... It's kind of the same problem we've always had with the situation. It's just a different way of going that. So yeah, so I feel like that one shouldn't be that bad. The good news, though, is, like, when we first got into that back area, we were like, holy crap, this area is dead. Like, we got back into what looked like borderline mansions, like really big houses in the back of Irvington, and there was, like, 1 or 2 rally groups in the whole area. If it wasn't for the fact that I was actively having a helicopter flying over, I would be tempted to be like, can we clear one of these houses and just go to sleep in here? And then just stage from inside Irvington for a little while. I'm just listening very carefully for zombies. We were pretty far from home, so I don't think we get zombies from helicopter, but migrations are always a risk. And for the moment, since we have stale fish and I have like another 12 stacks of fish in the fridge, I'm just gonna have us slam... We got to double up arrows. I was honestly curious if we were gonna be able to pull it off with just fish. Yeah, so we're just gonna start slamming fish after fish to get the most out of this before it rots. Plus, I'm getting little bits of cooking every time, and cooking does give us more nutrition and hunger for the same amount of food. Cool. So I finished eating all the fish I had in the pocket. Alright, considering I got no warm-up time, we literally booted up the game, I killed like 5 zombies, and then the game said, yo, helicopter. Honestly good that like zero warm-up went through not just a helicopter, but that was a pretty harrowing one. I don't think that's the worst helicopter we've had. The one I went over to the field and it started while I was still passing through all of the zombies and going, this is bad. I think that was the worst helicopter we've had this run, because it was just like, I was in the middle of high density, and all of these zombies just coming in from all sides, be like, I just need to get to the west, and just doing like the little wiggle, and kept doing that till we got to the west, of just diving between groups as best we could. I think that was the worst one. Let's see, would it be worth it to go back to the mansion to see if they're still mostly empty? No, because I did see that we were bringing zombies up from the south when I went to that cell, and we also had the zombies coming down. I feel like we de-emptied that area. And if we do have that cell migration kind of thing going on, I do think that that is going to continue, and if we go down there, it will be, we get set up and just, they roll into town. Plus, I gotta somehow get through all of the zombies to get back down there and somehow not bring them with me. It'd be fun to be able to go down there and do something about it. But yeah. Because you just found the TV show Z Nation on YouTube. Looks like it could be good. I have not seen it. I also don't... I mentioned this before, like, I enjoy Zomboid. Zombies can be a fun enemy in this. I'm also not someone who's particularly like, yeah, zombies. So, like... Okay. That's inconvenient. We woke up having a nightmare. It could be that there's a zombie in the house. I don't know, and I'm not willing to wander around right now in the middle of the night. Because unless I start hearing a zombie smashing on the door or whatever, we're just perfectly safe right now. Oh, come on. You didn't get enough sleep. Go back to bed. The problem is, if I take a sleeping thing to get us tired again, and I wake up from another nightmare, because that happens a lot when you already have the on edge, then our sleep is even more jacked up. So this might end up becoming a not combat day, but a around the base day, because we're going into the day already half, you know, half sleepy. Do I have ginseng? No. If I had ginseng, it'd be a good day for it. Okay, so we might have a zombie in the premises. Because you'll also wake up like that if a zombie is either by your window or inside your house kind of thing. I'm not thinking we do, though. Do we have tree murdering tools? We do. We can commit tree murder. Yeah, I'm satisfied there's no zombie inside. Alright. Well, let's see what we need to make more weapons, because actually, I might have the weapons, I just might not have them made, or, like, on hand. Okay, so let's get the bugs and all that. I moved those down to this box. Put the radio away. Grab 4 more knives so we're all stocked. Oh, oh wait, no, it's in the freezer. Okay. Yeah, so the reason we're not going to do a fighting day today is because of that nightmare, we unfortunately did not get remotely enough sleep. And so today's going to be a base day. As soon as I remember where I put my axe. Here you are. Because they did make changes to the trees that... They've added a new category of tree on the internal test build. That there is, like, there was small was the smallest. And now there is a very small is the smallest. Now, the thing I have been warned is, unfortunately, existing trees that you've already got loaded in won't have the new changes. Because they already exist. So, that does mean... the trees gotta go. But, as you can also see, we now occasionally get logs anyways. I saw you down there, zombie. While I wait for you to get over here, I'm just gonna shovel fish fillets into her mouth like it's going out of style. Yeah, so now kind of my rule for the dealing with the trees on my property is gonna be, if it blocks my line of sight, it's good enough to cut down. If it doesn't give me a log, whatever. Alright. But with this, I can start I can start doing at least some base building. And we'll just keep eating until we're no longer overburdened. You gonna fence in the farm? Well, I gotta fence in the whole property. Oh, you mean like a little fence? I mean, maybe I'll put a little fence around the farm, but first it's going to be, check the trees, give logs? Yeah, I got 3 logs down there. They're right there, 3 of them. We just cut those down 2 seconds ago. That's why I'm sitting down, as the character's tired. Meanwhile, really quickly, I'm gonna top off the water. Is there a point in boarding up the house? I mean, sure, but I'm probably not going to do it. There's, easier ways to deal with this, so we can source, water pot. There you go, put you away. Alright. You can see another time? No, you're all good. Yeah, so like that one's not blocking my line of sight, so it can stay. These 2 are blocking my line of sight, so they go. Oh, that's interesting. So I was told it would give us berries sometime when you cut down a holly tree. It gave us a rotten berry. I wonder if that's based on season or something like that. Still, good to know. And I am putting my back in the direction I expect the zombies to come from. For that exact reason, if I cut that tree around from the other side, that zombie would have come through the tree and probably killed us. So it is a deliberate decision to turn my back on the direction I expect the zombies. Alright, so let's go over here, grab log number 1, log number 2, rip a little clothing, because actually let's not rip the clothing yet. I hear a zombie, one moment. Cool. Let's go grab ourselves some ripped fabric. Let's see, so dead zombies despawn after 9 days. What about the loot if it's on the ground logs? No, it's just the corpses. The logs in that should stay there forever. There's a little nuance with that, but generally they'll stay there forever. Yes, that's what I want. Give me the big stack of dirty rags. We can use those to make log walls. Alright. So, I'm planning on being very ambitious with this build. The intention is going to be to go down to the south edge. Yeah, let's start with over here. Go like 2 tiles over from there and start building down this way to get to the lake. We'll go around the back here and then we'll go to the north edge. That way there's this area here. This is not going to be a build that's going to take a little time. This is a very long-term build. It's a project I want to work on for a while. Because my intent is I'm going to have to keep clearing up all these logs over time anyways. So the idea being, as I need to trim the trees, we build more of the wall, yada yada. It just takes time. I think there's good. Hey, Anemone Rose, how's it going? And it's going good. I'm officially building things. Well, this tree right here. Oh, let's rest first. I say this tree here already fits our criteria for it's blocking my vision. It needs to get cut. What's being built? We're slowly building our perimeter fence. That way we stop having all the stragglers wander in and say hello. Mostly it's because we had a nightmare last night in game, so we got crap sleep. So we're already almost... I mean, honestly, this will probably be bad. What I might do is I might have our character go right back to sleep right now. Because they should be sleepy enough to sleep right now. Because we're getting pretty... I'm torn on this one. I'm hoping if we go to sleep, it'll be like a 2-hour power nap kind of sleep. Hey, you know what? 2-3 hour power nap? That's the life, friends. Yeah, no, I know I could have set alarm. I just chose not to. I'm not that fussed about it. Okay, so which ones are blocking line of sight? Okay, so you are blocking line of sight, so you gotta go. And you're blocking line of sight, so you gotta go. You definitely are blocking line of sight, so you gotta go. Alright. We got one log up here and a couple down there, so we can put our next segment of wall up. The other nice thing we'll have... Let's see, this update changed a lot of things. You don't remember those stat bars in the chopping wood. The stat bars are a mod. It's one of the only 2 mods I'm running. I run one mod so I can adjust certain volumes down so far as sound effects because they're just too loud. And then I do run a second mod that lets you see the numbers behind the moodles and what's feeding these. Just because people ask, like, how do I gain weight? How do I do this? How do I do that? And I can, you know, then go in and say, well, here's your calories, here's how it works. You know, so it's just kind of streamer things. I also like having that information for my own personal reasons, but I mostly use it to have that available for when those kind of questions come up. Alright, so let's get away from all this. So yeah, so what I'm trying to do is cut back these trees that are growing in and making this more and more of a dangerous area. Alright. Hey, Alistair, how's it going? Also, can I get a shout out for Anemone Rose before I forget? And then after that, can I get a shout out for Alistair? Both content creators on the platform. I believe I saw Alistair. Were you playing Factorio? I think I saw you playing the other day. I was lurking for a little bit. And then Anemone Rose plays like a lot of Project Zomboid and that kind of good stuff. So both fun times. I think it was Factorio. I could be mixing you up. But I was lurking the other day. It's a couple days ago, I think I saw you live. But yeah, so drop a follow over the Nemini Rose if you're looking for some Project Zomboid, and if you're looking for some factory automation, it sounds like you'll be able to find that over there with Alistair. Alright, let's make sure we don't have any friendos right here causing me grief. Cool. Yep, no, there's a cooldown. Alright, so I already know these two trees are big enough we can cut them down.
Thank you Red Beard for subscribing for 9 months.
Okay, that one's big enough.
Happy to be a part of this community. Love the diverse content and happy that you're back enjoying PZ as well. As for updates, I lost my cat back of 12 years back in November. Yesterday I brought home a new cat, Cal, a 6-year-old male American short hair, all black cat, and he is nothing. P.S. He also loves the stream.
Well, I'm glad you got yourself a new furry friend in your life there, Redbeard. Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance on the tier 1. So thank you for subbing for the next 6 months, all in advance. I do appreciate that. And for being subbed to the channel for 9 months. So I really do appreciate that. And, you know, sorry about, like, you know, having a past pet. Like, I had a dog pass away and I never did get a new pet after that. But, again, for those who are looking for some factory automation, you can find that over there with Alistair. Good times. Is challenge set up? The sushi belt base is a fun concept. Oh yeah, the I will not spoil for people who haven't done like the new Factorio DLC, the Space Age. But the new Factorio DLC, there is a planet that will pressure you heavily into sushi belting. And for those who do not know what sushi belting is when you do a factory automation game, and instead of being like, this belt is your iron, and that belt your copper, and this belt your iron plate, and that belt your whatever. The sushi belt, when you say everything on the belt, just all of it on the belt, just chuck it on the belt, every last little bit of it on the belt, and we'll sort it out later. And it is not usually a good time. Alright, so it does look like our last of our fish has gone rotten. Yeah, that was the thing. Just because that planet pressuring you into the sushi belting so hard is like, this is our life. We sushi belt now. It definitely has its drawbacks. There's no doubt about that. There is a reason you don't sushi belt in most runs. Okay, I think those trees are big enough there. And you're big enough. That's another 4 logs. One added bonus to all this is, honestly, when this is all said and done, I'm gonna have so much just bits of wood everywhere. Because all those branches I can use to carve the handles I need for my knives and not have to seek any of it out. I've got all the wood splinters for burning for the fire and all that. The saplings will be able to use for the long handle stuff as well. So I've got a log here. Is there 2 logs here? Is it 3? It's just 1. Okay. So I'll need to cut 2 more logs to get that going. Now, downside of doing this is we get overheated a lot and quickly. So we are going through a lot of water. That's not a big deal, it's just kind of a chore. Are you doing Gleba? Yeah, Gleba's a good time. It's a really bad time, but that's kind of good. Gleba was the one I did last. Because the idea of things rotting, I was like, I don't want to deal with this right away. I'm glad I saved it for last, but it doesn't matter. You don't have the DLC, but Libby hated Gleba. Gleba, I think, is the planet the most people, you know, get upset about. It is annoying now that chopping down trees is treated the same as zombies banking on windows, which is why we're on edge right now, is because basically our character has heard someone slamming on a on something nearby them for a while, but it's us slamming on on it ourselves. All right, there's another section of wall. Oh yeah, no, and in Factorio you can make self-perpetuating things now, which is pretty wild. There was challenge runs you could set up. I think it was a mod that you could start on the other planets instead of the normal starting planet, Novus. And that was one of the ones that made me curious, to be like trying to start on Gleba and going from there. I think there's fascinating implications to that kind of setup. I don't think we can make gasoline, so I got one here, I've got one there, and I've got one log up here. Let's cut down one more tree. I won't be able to actually assemble the wall tonight, it's too dark. Let's grab the logs and drop it over there. Yeah, so as you can see, building a log wall is not fast. Considering we didn't get the whole day in it because we ended up sleeping like 3-4 hours of it, but we took a pretty big chunk of a day, and that did ultimately end up taking us to build like 5 sections. Well, the planks can go much faster so far as building a lot if you've got nails. If you got nails, the planks are just hands down better. Alright. So yeah, so no... I mean, that's not true. We actually did get like 5 kills a day. Almost no kills a day. But we did start our very first section of wall. It's also the kind of thing, he got the capability to make ships, assembled a ship, and went to Gleba with nothing. He was not having a good time trying to power his factory. Yeah, so it's interesting. So Gleba, there's ways to get the power going on. Alright, Bast, you have a good one. There's definitely ways you can get power in Gleba to be pretty sound and all that. But it is a lot of work. This is way too early for you to wake up, buddy. I needed you to sleep better. Alright, Brute, you as well. Thank you for tuning in, to both of you. So drink her water, drop that off, drink some more water, drop that off. Alright, I am going to put that last chunk of wall up, but now we're going to go out fighting again. Do you have the overweight perk? Yeah. We started at the very high weight. Okay, so we got our 5 segments of wall up. It'll be interesting trying to repair some of this stuff in here. Grab the dirty rags and drop them off. Okay, is there anything I need to grab before we go? We've got some water, I've got plenty of weapons. Food I'm gonna try and find along the way, so we should be good. We'll start foraging. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to clean up all that stuff later, aren't I? Wonder how much logs it'll take to cover the entire place with logs. It's going to be a lot. But that's the reason why we're not doing it as like one massive project. At least I'm not planning to. That I am planning on doing as just a gradual thing that we work on. Alright, so we already got the mushrooms I'll need to feed myself for the day. We're gonna make our way out to the road. Get ourselves back down there. We have gone slightly overweight. You're gonna guess about 1,000? Oh no, 1,000's too many. We're probably talking a couple hundred, like 200-300. Because each segment of wall is 4. And I would guess probably a side is going to be 40 segments, something like that. So you'd sit there and look at that, and that'd be 80 logs. There's 4 sides. You get the way that looks. Oh yeah, I meant to look if there's a recipe with the pine cones, because I don't remember there being one. I want to quickly check that. So, craft cone. Nope. As far as I can see, no direct recipes that take pine cones. Maybe you can burn... You know what? You probably burn pine cones, now I think about it. They do burn well. They also very much pop a lot when they do. Okay. So we got our food square for a minute. I'm partly foraging while walking down the highway for flint. I'm also going to start grabbing stone, because I'm sure I will need stone for something. So I'd like to start grabbing it now before something's like, I need 20 stone, and be like, aw, man, I have to start from scratch. That's potatoes. Yeah, we don't forage for a long time. The area gets pretty dense with stuff. Alright, we're we're gonna disable search now that we're on the road with all the bodies, because it's just gonna point out all the bodies. I can see the bodies. What's gonna point out all the glasses that fell off the bodies is what's gonna actually do. Alright, so unfortunately we didn't get a great sleep in-game today, but it wasn't as bad as yesterday. No one had spent like 3-4 days of just our character having bad sleeps and not making any forward progress. The meat grinder requires grinding to get through, you know, to get progress forward. All right. Get our radio primed to keep an eye on all that stuff. And then back to violence. Yeah, no, it seems like that one cell leading up to the gas station, that probably includes the gas station, for whatever reason, does seem to be where a lot of these zombies keep getting back to. And I'm wondering if it's like some weird calculation thing where I've decreased the population of that cell enough that they're like, oh, we need to reinforce the cell from the neighboring cells. And that maybe it triggers from multiple locations, so it kind of overcompensates. It doesn't really matter because I'm still just going to kill the zombies until they stop being there. But just trying to kind of do the analysis with incomplete information of going, what is occurring here? One thing I'd definitely like to do whenever we do reach the gas station is I think the next priorities, well, one will still be like the base building. I do think at that point, well, that didn't last long. I do think one of the priorities at that point will to also be, sorry, I'm trying to juggle things right now, and I know I got the zombies behind me. Will also be to just do a lap around looking for survivor zombies. To, at a minimum, get myself a second hiking bag. So I'm doing stuff like with those logs, I can grab a hiking bag and fill it up with logs. So its punishment isn't as bad. Right, and this cleaver, as I recall, was not great from the endurance standpoint. I'd like to get used and gone. And those axe skills aren't going to level themselves. But my hope being to get myself a large backpack or a military backpack would be really nice doing that. It's not a priority right now, so I'm not going to detour to do it. Not unless we get like a helicopter that like really bullies me out of the area. I'm like, alright, let's go do a little exploring. You're wondering if there's a log carrier? Oh, like an actual item, like you can get the thing where you can like push around to be a log on it? No. I don't believe so. Realistically, what you do for the logs and all that when you're trying to do like macro base building is you get a car with a trailer, and the trailer can hold a pretty good number of logs. So you go out and you go kind of in like a logging session, you cut down a bunch of trees, load up your trailer, and you get how that works. Can't you wrap them up? You can. I'm actually remembering... I don't remember how much that makes a difference with that. I know you can wrap them up and it makes them not too bad. I think you get the rope back on the other side. Yeah, you can wrap them up, but I believe that makes them easier to move. It's one of those things that I felt like it made a lot of sense when I had to move the logs a long distance. But as far as like what I was doing in the yard there, where I had to just like pick up a log here and there, I remember that not being like the time and effort it took me to like wrap up the log, unwrap the log. It didn't make sense for that. But yeah, no, for like the actual thing of like taking your car, like your bull driver, driving out into the woods with a trailer, just start hacking down to stuff. I could certainly see grabbing a bunch of rope with you, going out there, loading up the trailer with the 4-stack logs to just get their encumbrance as low as possible, just so you could, you know, load up however many logs. I have no concept of what the trailer could hold, but you get the idea. You get like a big full trailer, drive it directly to where you're planning on using them, you know, pull a stack out, unwrap it, build your wall segment, repeat. And I know where some trailers are. It's just, until we reach the gas station, I don't have any gas to spare. So I can't do those things. That's part of the reason the gas station's such a big priority for us. Is once I can get gas on any regularity, then I get access to having a freezer, because I can run a generator at the house. We also get the advantage of I can drive around looking for survivor zombies, instead of just trying to drag logs around my own property. I can go out to where there's like a forest line near a road and just start chopping down trees. Yeah, this cold weather? The cold weather has been pretty rough. Alright, bear with me. I'm going to deliberately snooze the ad at least twice, so that hopefully the next ad break should wrap up, or should occur around the exact same time that my wife would get home. Because usually I take a 5-minute break when my wife gets home to toss some food in the oven and welcome her home. But that's not for another like 20-30 minutes. Yeah, it's just busy here again. It is what it is. There's no respawn, so we keep killing them, we keep dying, and someday they'll be gone forever. And then the more we level our fitness and strength and our various weapon skills, the more when we roll in here, instead of killing just a couple, we can get through a lot. It'll be a thing that once we start getting to 6 and 7 in our weapon skills, I will be able to go through several hundred zombies in the course of one in-game day. Kinda glad that didn't last very long. But we'll be able to get through a whole lot of them in an in-game day, so even when you have these like setbacks, it's amazing how much faster it goes. With Venus Orozco maxing out her weapon skills, I could literally go into a cell, and in the course of just a couple streams, completely deplete an entire cell of its zombies, because every in-game day was around 500 to 700 zombies. And then, you know, a cell might have a couple thousand zombies in it normally on 16 times pop. So you get the idea of how fast I can, you know, get sorted. Trying to do this so I can go boom and drop you on the bodies. Cool. And we're getting there. I mean, we went from like 5-6 pokes per zombie on good health to kill them to it's now around 2 to sometimes 3. Now as I get muscle fatigue and all that, those penalties increase it, but you get the idea. That means getting through 3 times as many zombies in the same amount of attacks. I need you to last longer. That's the other thing I should do. Next time I have a day get backed out early, let's start going to that area by the lakes, kind of to the south of the house. Let's make that our crafting area. So I could go ahead and, as I remove the trees, we can put the kiln down next to it or whatever. Start figuring out what we need to be able to make more interesting weapons and hopefully get stuff that lasts longer. I'm being a good husband. Doing my best. Yeah, we're not ready for water yet. Okay, bear with me, because I am going to go here real fast and adjust the heat before my wife gets home. Because it is getting nippy in here. I don't want you to switch my application. Yeah, no, it's not a reasonable temperature. My heater's all like, let me save you money. You want it to be 65. You want it to be 65 in your house, right? No. No. I like it brisk. But come on, man. Sitting in a computer chair in your house at 65? No, friend. It's different if I'm outside and in the sun, or I'm doing something that like I'm all bundled in or whatever. But just sitting in a chair doing a whole lot of bumpkus so far as things that are gonna generate heat from me. Nah, man. I like it cold, but let's be reasonable here. Friends of the lovely obscuring mist, what more could you ask for? I know, right? I know with the cold weather we've had in Florida, so my wife Toom works with a bunch of animals and all that. She does the water treatment for them. I know they had a whole thing going around that they're like, all right, I don't know the terms for it, but they got like the special thing that they're doing, that there's some animals that aren't going to be allowed out right now because it's colder than is safe for them and that kind of thing. And so it basically ends up being a huge pain in the butt for the animal keepers. Because it's, you know, not normal things going on, so the animals get all upset because their routine is upset. And so she's been like, yeah, a lot of people are stressed out right now. Like, yep, I can imagine. Gotta have other enrichment. Oh yeah, no, the keepers will definitely keep other enrichment stuff going on. You know, they'll bring in like the polyurethane ball that they hide the food in. That way, you know, the animal has to figure out how to get the food out, so the animal doesn't, you know, just get lethargic and depressed and all that. You know, keep the animal engaged. But it's more when you start really changing, like, when things happen around the animals, they start getting anxious and all that. Or in Alaska, it's only getting worse? Yep. Yep, that is what climate change is all about. More extreme climates. Both directions. The overall planet temperature being higher, but more extremes in all regards. Okay. And we get the next wave of zombies here. I'm wondering if I missed some patch note that affected the durability of the stone knives in some ways. Like, not today's update on the internal test, but like the internal test one that also went out. Because I do feel like I'm breaking these way. You know what? It's probably nothing like that. I'm willing to bet, because we're being way more efficient on our endurance and our muscle strain, that I'm just staying in the fight way faster, so it's just more stabs in a shorter period of time, therefore I break the weapons faster. So it's not the weapon to kill ratio is getting worse, it's going to be getting better because of how the stats work in the game. That's not what I wanted to do, but it's what I did. It's fine, we'll just leave it like that. But rather... You think the durability did get nerfed? Oh, on the stone knives? That would be news to me. I was watching for stuff like that, because their durability wasn't, like, amazing or anything. Even if it did, I still think they're pretty good. Because I know the stone axes also have the problem where they break relatively quickly, which... No shocker there. All the stone stuff is going to break quickly. I keep... This house is dangerous. This furniture being solid there, around this corner, this house is dangerous. I can absolutely see you getting yourself killed trying to dodge around a zombie, realizing you just cornered yourself in there. Because there's also things you don't run into too many situations like that in Project Zomboid, where you get yourself in that little cubby that you can't walk around the furniture and all that. And you don't usually end up getting into those kind of fights inside. Which is entirely why you'll get caught by surprise by that. Okay. Yep, and all these bodies you see is the last 9 days. You're on my knees to make it so they have, like, just extra skills like guitar, saxophone, so you start and your character's like, honk, squeak honk. You know, it's the classic, the 10-year-old in the other room practicing, trying to learn the instrument, and you're like, okay, they're doing something that's good, they're learning something, it's a good skill to practice for a whole bunch of different reasons, even if right now it is agony to my eardrums. Just go with it for now. You know, then you start getting to skill, like, 2 or so, and they start being able to do, like, the equivalent of, like, Mary's got a little lamb or something like that. You know, the single melody, not particularly complicated thing. You get to, like, 5 and 6, and they start playing what actually sounds like, you know, music, but not particularly complicated things. Then by the time you get 10, they can play, you know, actually. The only problem is then they gotta add all that music to the game, however they're gonna approach it. And that's a whole trick. Because it's not like they can put, like, actual music in there because of DMCA and all that stuff. Alright. Yeah, so I do think we're going to make a little bit of a priority on the weapons. See if we can't figure out what we need to do to make better weapons. Because the stone ones have served us pretty well. But I am getting to a rate as how fast we can kill and how long we can stay in the fight. That I don't want to become a thing that, like, every 3rd day, I gotta drop everything and seek out all the flint in the surrounding area. To expand my weapon arsenal. Okay. Are there guns? Yes. Generally speaking, though, you'll have people say guns that are guns are terrible. They just don't know how to use them. The guns in the game are actually very strong, but you have to be smart in how you use them. Zombies are attracted by noise. Popping off a whole lot of guns, well, you can probably guess where this is going in that regard. That they make all that noise, which means everything nearby hears you. So if you're not smart in how you use your guns, you just put yourself in a really bad way. Fire a shotgun, you kill 3, and now you have 25 coming. It can get that way real fast. So it's just being smart about using that. But it's certainly not as good as it was before. You could still hit multiple zombies, but you shoot through instead of having a big spread. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't gotten to test the shotgun now. I do know the changes overall have been designed to make it so the guns more consistently hit, so it feels more satisfying that the zombies actually flinch, but having a wider range of damage. Because it was the thing before, you would open up an entire magazine from a pistol at really short range and then miss everyone but like one shot, and it would feel awful. And so now it's been adjusted to be a lot better, just like, okay, you're hitting it, you're just like hitting the zombie in its hand and its feet or whatever, and just not getting solid hits that are fatal to a zombie. Which still, at least you feel like you're doing something. Yeah, no, in real world, shotgun's kind of an all-around gun. That's actually one of the things, realism versus balance. If you actually had a game that properly implemented shotguns the way they are in real world, it's like, okay, that's the gun you use like 99% of the time. Just because in real life, shotguns are actually really good guns at a pretty long range too. They're not like in video games where you get like 6 feet away and then suddenly the shotgun is awful. It's like, nah, man. Those pellets cover an area. You're not gonna miss your target at long range. So yeah, so they nerf them for game balance reasons. But I think that's good, because otherwise every game you'd play, you'd look at all your guns and go, yeah, but shotgun. Hear me out, have you met my friend Shotgun? Oh, you're all showing up now, that's fine, we'll sit for another second. Let's see, they did tighten the spread a lot in the shotguns compared to 4. They're like silly. Oh yeah, no, like the shotgun when you sawed it off, like literally facing this way, I could probably hit that zombie with the sawed off before. If not, definitely this one. And in real life, if I'm pointing straight at this one with a shotgun, even a sawed off, I'm not hitting anything over here. Or that one over there. But yeah, no, Project Zomboid, historically, you could blast and it was this like 45-degree cone in front of you. I don't know the actual amount, it's probably less than 45, but it was a pretty generous cone. Which meant in practice, to level your aiming skill in the game, you got the shotgun, you sawed it off, you loaded up a bunch of rounds, and you went blasting, and then you were okay to use other guns. Because you'd have like 3-4 levels in aiming by the time you depleted your shotgun shells. And after this wave, we're gonna back off. It's gonna be dark soon. I remember the days I tried to go out of my way to kill all the zombies along the edges of the road, like on the road itself, but along like the 2 edges of the road. I don't miss those days. That was a colossal waste of time on my part. Because again, they despawn in 9 days, and just trying to manage all of that is a whole big thing. And then there's a lot of places that just wasn't safe, where you go to the edge of the road and it's just the tree line is right there. So you're like, look, man, I'm not fighting right on top of the trees where a zombie can pop out and grab you before you can react. Just like that, we blasted through a whole lot of knives. Alright, I'm going to do one more snooze in the ad, which is the last one I can do. That should align it just about right for when Tomb gets home, and about right for when our character needs to go to sleep. Oh yeah, like, didn't actually pick up... Oh, no, so we actually just had an update on the internal branch today. Yesterday, the internal branch and the unstable branch were on the same exact thing. But as of today, the internal branch does have new updates. The big things I'm aware of is I do know that the animation glitches on on knives, has been corrected. So right now, if you use a knife on the unstable branch, your character does like these weird floaty animations. They did make a balance change to the logs, so that we are getting more logs again. That my understanding of the behind the scenes and how they corrected the logs is, I don't know all the details, so I'm going to get some of this wrong. My understanding is right now you have small, medium, and large tree. The large tree gives you 3-4 logs, the medium tree gives you 2 logs, and the small gives you no logs. They've added a new very small tree, and the very small tree gives you no logs still. But the small tree gives you 1 log. Or I think it has a chance to give you 1 log. So all that did is it basically took the trees that we've seen that were like the small, and it broke them up into 2 sections, so some of them will still give you logs. The really small ones won't. Yeah, no, this update was nowhere near as substantial so far as the amount of changes as the last one. So it wouldn't surprise me if you see a faster turnaround in this one. Now granted, how fast it will show up, I have no idea. I can't answer that. It literally could be tomorrow. It could be a week from now. I couldn't tell you. They don't tell me. And I honestly wouldn't want to know because they probably wouldn't let me share it. Oh, yeah. So keep in mind with the revision number here, that's everyone has their different ways of handling the version numbers. For those who don't know, the 42 is your big version. Then the 0.1 is your... Usually it's like... Oh man, let me remember the terminology, because it was what? Major, minor... Because usually it's split up into 4. Because there's usually major, minor, and I'm trying to blank on the third one, then there's build as the 4th. And so it's the third one I'm blanking on. But it's one of those things that is not consistent, like anywhere. Okay, so meanwhile, real fast, I want to look. So the advanced kiln is a trowel and 20 clay. Okay, so both of those are trowel and 20 clay. Yeah, the revision's the last one. Oh, no, I think you're right. I think the third one might be revision. Or it could be build... Well, no, because it's usually build in the last place, because every single time you run a build, it usually updates that. What happens if you don't have a trowel? Can you make one? Probably. There's probably a primitive equivalent. We can actually look at it here in a minute. So that's 37. And I know I have a trowel in here somewhere. 1, 2, 3. So that gives me the 40. Oh, I have stuff for making more daggers too. That's good to know. Do I not have a trowel? Oh, is it in my car? Ooh. I also apparently have a whole bunch of knives still. Okay. The good news is the masonry trowel you can find on zombies, and you can forge for them. At least one would be nightly. Well, normally they don't distinct it by... Yeah, so it actually requires specifically the Mason's Trowel. And there's no crafting recipe. So yeah, you gotta find it. But I've seen those in zombies a lot. That's the reason I was shocked when I'm like, oh, I don't have any of these? How'd that happen? Okay, let's go to sleep. Alright. Now, before we get into the next in-game day, it is getting to be about that time that we're going to end up having the ad break here, and this is the break that I welcome my wife home and quickly throw some food in the dinner. Food in the oven. So what's going to happen here is this is about a 5-minute break. This is my big break for the stream. So I'm going to quickly run and do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple. So, see you in a few. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is... Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. There you go. One more. Kidding me? All right, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some like horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is... Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us, or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What?
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of them. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so we gotta figure out where I left my masonry trowel and all of that garbage. Most likely the masonry trowel is probably in the back of the car. Because I know I've had multiple of those, but I don't have it right now. Let's see, can we get Zach's growl back? What? Oh! No, because I was using Blurp, and I don't use Blurp anymore. So it wasn't that I got rid of it because I didn't want that sound in particular. It was using a third-party application and all that. We can go here. And what was I missing to make more of the knives? There's handles, probably. Yeah, so I've got the blades, I've got the rags. Yeah, so it's gonna be handles. So you can carve those out of medium handles and not tree branches. The tree branch is probably what we want to do. What happened to lead up to that? Lead up to... Sorry, I'm missing context. Oh, sorry. That was a funny Rimworld clip where the fire just tanked relation. Oh, yeah. No, that was during the... I can't remember if it was the ending event or the Noctil event. It was one of the two of them. And so... Leading into the Noctil event, I had a siege raid there. So I used an anti-grain warhead to blast the siege raid as the Noctil event started. But what happened was the fire was still burning after the entire raid was over, and a character wandered in from the edge of the map, walked into the fire, and caught themselves on fire. And then it just started tanking my relations because I was harming, you know, a friend or whatever. And it was like, no, that fire was here before they were here. And they just decided they wanted to walk into it. I mentioned the last time, that was one of the only times I went in dev mode. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, if it would have been the one tick of like the -12 or -17 for harming someone who had gone on your tile, or even just like the 20 or whatever for killing someone in general, or whatever it is, I would have been willing to accept that. But minus almost 200 because a person was just taking one tick of damage at a time and slowly dying is like, nah, man. It's like, with all... It's not a huge effort to get someone allied, but just to have it all, like, go away like that's like, nah, man. I'm sorry, that's gonna be a no in my book. Okay. So we want to grab the trowel out of the car today while we're passing through the area. Not gonna worry about a stick. We'll find plenty of those chopping down trees now. Okay, so just looks like we might have some rain or whatever in game here in a minute. I'm kind of just approaching this and I'm just walking down here, and if I happen to see something I want. Because I could discard those for more XP, but we're already pretty high on our foraging. I'm not super worried about that. Do you think you ever use dev mode? I'm pretty close to never use dev mode. It was one of the few times I made an exception because we were doing the home stretch of an anomaly run, and I was like, all right, clearly this is not meant to work this way. Like, clearly that is a bug. So I actually did dev mode that one because it was just a very frustrating thing to have that happen. But yeah, no, generally I just take losses in RimWorld when that kind of stuff happens. Like when we die and all that. Yeah, no, about the only times I've used dev mode in RimWorld is there was 1 or 2 challenges that just to set up the challenge, I had to dev mode to make the challenge work. So I've done that a couple of times for that kind of thing. But those are pretty rare that you have like a weird challenge you can't just use the starting setup to make work. Okay, get this out of here. I lied, I'm gonna open it back up. I'm hoping we find berries or something. So you use the dev mode for the metal horrors because you found out frozen meals even after the whole thing could still be infected. I honestly have never run into the issue with the metal horror spreading in food. Because the moment I get the first notification of gray flesh, I immediately stop everyone from cooking and medical if I can help it. So, like, immediately jump on it, because the way I figure is it's just going to be a stressor on all the food stuff. Because the metal horror will kill you versus the food stuff will just be... You know, it'll be your typical strains where people are going to get a whole lot of fights and all that, and that's just RimWorld. Alright. So I didn't think my actions through here, so let's pause real fast. There's our Mason's Trowel. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the thread in here for right now. Can we move some of this around in a way? Because we got flint I'm going to drop off here. I wanted to keep it, but the Mason's Trowel is probably more immediate. If I left the clay at home, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Alright. So I've got all that. And after I break a couple of weapons, I'll be able to grab stuff back out of the car. Okay. So you... right up here by the chain. I thought it was one more hit to kill. The lady in the leather jacket right there, she's got something stuck in her shoulder that I can't quite make out. Okay, end of the driveway by the mailbox. There might be some like a meat cleaver or some other decent weapon. The one downside is this large knife does put more strain on us. Its damage feels a little bit better, but I don't think it makes up for its penalty to encumbrance and muscle strain. But hey, it's a knife I had handy. It's got decent durability. Let's put it to use. It saves me making some more weapons for a little bit. I do need him to die soon because we're getting ready to hit high exertion. We are at high exertion. Alright, let's back off. There's more zombies I don't want to tangle at high exertion. Okay. Axe of some kind? Yeah, like an axe or a meat cleaver. Something like that. I would agree. Like a hatchet. What knife do you prefer? I think the hunting knife is the best in the game still. I haven't got a chance to test everything. Yeah, so you get the idea here that we haven't even gotten back this far in like 9 days fighting the zombies, which is why there's no more zombies up this road. Alright, so just give that a minute. Can read our book while we wait. Still not fully recovered. Yeah, that large knife definitely comes with its negatives. Didn't have more food in here, right? Yeah, that's fine. I'm just waiting for the muscle strain to get rid of. Alright, give it a couple more seconds after that clears. And we've almost finished our animal care book. Which is just what we do when we're resting, and I feel comfortable with that. It was a large knife? Yes. I had looted a large knife. It's basically like the other knives, it's just a little bit heavier. Where the bars in the top left, it is a mod called Minimal Display Bars. It's one of the only mods I'm running right now, is I'm running Minimal Display Bars and Advanced Audio Controls, or whatever it's called. Both of those are for streaming reasons. This one, when people ask me questions about gaining and losing weight in the game, it shows me the numbers behind the scenes. So you'd be like, hey, here's how it works, here's what's happening, that kind of thing. And then the Advanced Audio Enabler, what that lets me do is it lets me go into individual sounds and say, hey, this sound is obnoxious and loud, so I'm gonna make it quieter. So stuff like the whistle, I can turn off, I can like turn down the whistle sound so it's not grating on people's ears. Which means, generally speaking, I turn down the whistle sound, sirens, and car horns. Stuff like that. Okay. Put these up, sneak into the house, grab some water. Yeah, it seems like most of the time that we're getting the zombies that I have to like go way back up the road, it's just when I'm using a weapon that isn't as good from a sustaining standpoint. So like some of the hatchets and axes and nightsticks, some of these weapons that they cost a decent amount of muscle strain or burn a lot of endurance that we can't really fight as many, that I end up getting bullied up the road. Whereas like some of the axes seem pretty okay. That, yeah, they burn through our endurance much faster, but at least we get through the group before we're too spent. Alright. We'll recoup this real fast. Yeah, a bunch of random cigarettes and cigars all over the place. I'm just low-key hoping for like a berry bush or a mushroom. Worst case, we can get our food handled at home pretty easy. But snagging some food out here would be good. Because we're also... Actually, Alright, so we're still technically overweight, but we're about to not be. Okay, it's kind of useless on the road here. There's too many glasses. Was it over here that you was? I think it was over here that we saw the one. Yep, there's a hand axe. I guess it'll just go in my bag for now. And I had seen there was one that had a backpack. I couldn't make out what the backpack is. I don't think we're gonna find him though. Not in all those bodies. I am. And I'll get that right now. There we go. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Buttons.
Love. I mean, it smells good. We had to ad-lib one of the ingredients for the food, so... Alright. Ad-lib? Substitute, replace. Because we usually don't have, like, milk on hand here very often. Not that we particularly avoid it, it's just we don't eat it fast enough, so it just goes bad. So we just don't buy it. But we failed to notice the recipe required milk. It's fine. It's just noodles with a sauce. I think the milk was entirely there just for consistency purposes. Alright. Another wave of zombies going down. It does make me really curious when we start getting like the blacksmithing awakened thing. Why did you hear a watch alarm? Because one of the zombies has a watch with an alarm on it. That happens. The dead zombies. When they're alive, it'll never have an alarm on the living zombie. How many zombies have we killed in a single row? Probably around 5,000-6,000 or whatever we're up to. I would say the bulk of the zombies we have killed have been on this one row. Not all of them. We've certainly killed some here and there in other places. But I would say like a good 80-90% or more of the zombies have been on the one row that we have killed. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so once again, pop in, rest, do the thing. Yep, that's just one thing that's gonna happen. We're gonna strain our exertion, especially where I'm doing these really big pulls where I'm pulling like 20-30 zombies at a time again and again and again. We'll stress our exertion. Wait, how do you still have water? I guess there's not been taking the water out of that bathroom, maybe? Okay. You see a 12-sided dice? Oh yeah, no, I've got 12-sided dice. I've got 12, I've got 20, I got 6-sided dice. I got a whole lot of dice back at the house. I could definitely see that being something that people will collect, is just to get all the dice they can. That is, when people start surviving for a long time, that's the kind of nonsense you start seeing people do, is they will find some random thing that, like, that's the thing that they collect. Stuff like dolls, or plushies, or dice, or... we had one run where I was collecting the friendship bracelets that went from seeming kind of endearing to, oh no, our person is definitely a serial killer. That one was just wild because we started in the prison. We had started in the prison and worked our way out because I was using Pillow's random spawn mod. And that was a cryogenic winter run. And we got to Louisville, and I found a friendship bracelet, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna keep this, you know, and do that, because that's just something I usually do. Is the first friendship bracelet we find, I put it on, because everyone needs a friend. But I noticed I was by the university and I was finding a bunch of friendship bracelets. I'm like, you know what? Let's collect these. And so I started having at the nightstand, I started collecting these friendship bracelets and dropping them off because, you know, the weight adds up even as light as they are. And I came to the realization I had, you know, it was well over 100 friendship bracelets in this nightstand, you know, next to where our character was sleeping. I'm like, oh, this went from kind of this wholesome, you know, like everyone needs a friend thing to we're in that prison for a very good reason. There was definitely something not wired up right in our character's head. That we're just on this campaign to collect all these friendship bracelets. We then started writing friend on the driveway in front of our house in friendship bracelets. I didn't quite finish. I think we got to like the end when I Superman complexed with a katana and got punished for my hubris. Alright, well, we need to back off, because... Is it just the 5? No, it's a bunch of you. Yep, Hatchet gonna go ahead and just eat up all our endurance. Hatchet gonna hatch it. Yeah, garden gnomes is another one. Flamingos is another one that a lot of people collect. You once found a room that had 3 pouches of dice sets on the floor? Yeah, that's actually where we got our wizard hat, was a room like that. That it was like, you know, D&D game night kind of house. I'm gonna back off so I can rest for a minute. You want to collecting the posters? Yeah. But you get the idea. For people who you've played this game like early on, it's just not die. That's kind of your goal, your benchmark, your effort is make character not die. And that's your early thing. Like usually one of the other pretty early things that people aim for is surviving through the winter. Cuz like that's kind of the hardest season, as it were. It's not really that hard. A lot of people greatly overestimate how dangerous winter is in this game. It's not like a lot of other games that feature winter that it's like, oh no, you don't understand, food is so scarce, it's so challenging and all that. Winter in Project Zomboid is fairly mild. The hardest thing is keeping your weight up, because you typically have to lean on trapping or just lots of looting. But even then, either or of those is entirely viable. And even honestly, you can fatten yourself up a lot before winter and just kind of ride out winter on that extra weight. So are the zombies nearby here? I would like to kill them so they don't come home. I was hoping to get rid of the muscle strain first, but that's not happening. So I'll grab these like 2 or 3 that did follow us this far up the road, and we'll just have to deal with whatever stragglers we left behind. That's fine. Yeah, that's too dark. But I did grab the spade. So I should be able to make the kiln and all that. Let's see, did you see if the meat got better calories? I haven't done it myself. I've been told that it's better by other people who've been doing it. That it's pretty good now. Now granted, I again haven't done it myself yet. I haven't had the opportunity because of the challenge run. But I do know for a fact the animals have more calories than they did when Build 42 first dropped. Let's see, fatten up before winter and ride it out so the in real life strat works. Yeah, you fatten your character up. You can definitely do that. Fish while the fishing's good, and then when it starts dropping off, you can, you know, do that. Honestly, with the winter and how long you can keep stuff in your freezer, it's not forever. They do have stuff goes bad in your freezer in this game. You can honestly take like a bunch of fish, get yourself nice and fattened up before the winter, chuck a whole bunch of fish in the freezer, and just eat them for like the first month or so. Out of your freezer till they either you start running out or they start going bad. And then again, like, you probably won't even drop to underweight by the time you get to the other side. And I'm assuming it'll be too dark to build the kiln and everything, because I'm thinking we put our crafting stuff right over here. Yeah, so it's too dark. That's why we don't have any of these, because I have all the stuff there. That's fine. I figured that's probably going to be the case, but I'll put the two kilns over here. The advanced and the simple one. Okay, I don't feel like putting a lot of effort into stuff, so I'm going to just grab a couple cans of food. I'm using sheet metal snips to open the can. You know what? That works. You could do that. Like, that's not a thing. Okay. I'd be leery of a competition about who can survive longest in the wilderness. I understand it basically go till someone quits, like, you know, till everyone else quits. But it's like, how do you actually determine survival? Like, did they die? It's like, Like I said, I understand it'd be one of those things that, like, you'd have the show host or whatever would be like, okay, this person, you know, we have deemed them no longer surviving well or whatever. You know, bring them out. Probably a bunch of arbitrary rules and a bunch of random competitions they have to do to stay in. It sounds like a typical reality TV show kind of thing. Yeah, they do medical checks on people. If they're too messed up, they pull them out. Yeah. They do checkups every couple of weeks, so people who are too underweight get disqualified. Gotcha. I know, with a lot of those shows, I've just gotten so jaded with so many of them. Because, like, a lot of the reality TV shows are 100% staged, the whole thing. I shouldn't say staged, that's not the right word, that's not fair. They're very scripted, very, very much into that kind of thing. Have my cans. Okay. So, primitive kiln. You think the show is really legit? The only thing they do that's cheesy is editing so they can make mini stories, or not to show how far ahead someone is. Let's remove the bush. Gotcha. Well, that's good. Because like I said, I've gotten pretty jaded with a lot of shows that... So, especially in the survival stuff, they're like these shows like, this is this person, they're gonna survive in the harshest environments. You're like, man, that camera crew's feeding them. It's like, no, man, it's legit. But yeah. No, that one's good. I haven't seen that one, so I don't have anything with that. But there's been a number of, like, survival shows that very, very much have gotten into that whole thing where, like, they're legit like, man, that dude is doing entirely too well as far as, like, maintaining their weight and everything to supposedly be on this microscopic island. And the worst thing is they'll be on this, like, tiny little remote island. It's like, and this day, they found a boar. I'm like, dude, this island is, like, less than a square mile. How did a boar get there? How did the boar live being there? Alright, so we can fire limestone, which makes quicklime. We can make bricks, we can make clay tiles. I don't really know what I need these things for yet, so that doesn't help me. We can make crucible. We can make a bowl, we can make jars. We can make pipe segments. We can make clay sheet molds. Clay shingles, fire glass blowing pipes, make a mortar and pestle. And then primitive kiln has all the same options, except for the smoking pipe looks like it's an addition one here. Make a gun? You can't do that. Make a clay gun, even Magneto can't beat you? Magneto can certainly beat you by just watching as your gun falls apart, because clay is not going to remotely support the amount of forces you're dealing with there. Like, you can make a clay, like, blowpipe or something like that in real life. You'd probably be better served just making it not out of clay, though. There was an old episode where Reed beat Magneto with a wooden gun. Keep in mind that is television. And not reality. Try ceramic instead. I think ceramic would be terrifying because when it fails, you get shrapnel of ceramic in your face. You can't make a simple blowgun? No, generally speaking, like ranged weapons-wise, there's just, in current Zomboid, there's just the guns. They are going to be adding bows and arrows eventually, but they're not in yet. That's actually part of what all the crafting updates is preparing for, is stuff like that. That they're not... Alright, I'm curious. That they are working their way up to being able to do all that. Is it just an empty bag? I'm assuming it's an empty bag. That just pulled the item off the list. I also realized I didn't grab more weapons. I'll probably run out of weapons on this trip. Oh, good. We managed to find ourselves a fresh mango in the middle of rural Kentucky in November when it's below freezing outside. On the tree. I believe that is a thing. Happens all the time. Yeah, you didn't realize it? Like, Kentucky's actually the mango capital of the world? No, it's not. Don't. It's very not. Oh, good. Dryerland. Oh, I come back. Alright, a dead bird, I guess. I play RimWorld on and off. Yeah, so you didn't actually get the dead bird. Yeah, no, I play RimWorld on and off. I'm a variety streamer, so I don't just play one game all the time. Like, I'm going a little hard on Project Zomboid right now, but I've actually talked about there's a very likely I'll end up be playing some more RimWorld here in not too long. Like, not today too long, but in the next week or so. Yeah, no, I bounce around a lot. I just never want to be kind of stuck into one category. It can be very limiting as a content creator, and then you ride or die by that category. And while RimWorld's definitely a category that's stuck around for a while, it definitely has its times where it's in rough shape numbers-wise. Last I looked, it was doing pretty okay. I know there was a little while after Anomaly, the numbers were getting pretty grim of where, like, for the entire day it was averaging only, like, 300 viewers. Which isn't terrible. That's still entirely sustainable for a bunch of people. But then the question is, with that average number of viewers, how many people are streaming it, that kind of thing. No problem. But yeah, I'll probably be back to RimWorld in some capacity soon. I've been waffling, like, what game I'm going to be bringing on the schedule, because I'm planning on doing a bunch more Project Zomboid, but we've been going pretty hard on Project Zomboid almost exclusively. We've been doing this content for about 2 weeks, and that's because I had 2 weeks that I was off because of travels, and then the update was 4 weeks ago, do the math. But, pretty soon we're going to definitely want to switch it up. Like, just get more on the schedule is all. It's not just one game day in, day out. Because otherwise what ends up happening is you end up chasing away your viewers who are looking for actual variety. And then you slowly become a whatever the game is streamer. Okay. I'm also trying to decide what I want to do for my next RimWorld run. We started the pollution challenge, and that was going alright. But at this point, that's been like 5 weeks ago or whatever. So I'm not, like, I would start a new run is what I would do. I wouldn't pick up where we left off, I don't think, because I don't remember any of what's going on. I don't think we were super far. I think we were only like 1 or 2 streams into that run. Okay. Oh, right. I wanted to toss that on a body, but at the time I had it. I was in the middle of a fight and overburned, and I had to get on my inventory, so just chucked it on the ground so to deal with it later. And now it's later, and now it's dealt with. It's just cleaning up all the zombies we dumped when I pulled too many with the hatchet. So kill the ones going up to this house. We can rest. I'll check the sharpness on the hatchet, make sure it doesn't need to be sharpened again. Well, I will say, we are a character who is 4 months and 10 days on default settings. So, while I can't say 100%, I do think it is most likely not my game. Oh, the head condition. Yeah, so our head condition, the head is as sharp as it's going to be. So unfortunately, that does mean your power is the one that failed. Rip. Our power failed a long time ago. Yeah, so we're at 7,600 zombie kills. Alright, the X just got flagged as worn and dull, so it's probably gonna break any time now, which I am here for. There, freedom. That said, a little bit more axe skill, so future axes will be a little bit better. Just 2 more? That's fine. Where's that broken axe? It's probably heavy. There we go. Not 2 more? Oh, way more than 2 more. Okay, let's back off. I pushed pretty hard with the axe, or pretty spent. We're on day 2 of week 1. Yeah, so for those who don't know, on the default settings with product Zomboid, your power and water can go out anywhere from day 0 to day 30. You meant the week 1 mod? Oh, I can't answer anything with the week 1 mod. Who even knows what's going to go on with that? Generally expect all sorts of mods, especially really big sweeping ones like week 1, to just have weird stuff. Man, I didn't have the power out sound here, and we've had our power out for a long time, so it definitely wasn't on my end. More than likely, it's just a bug. Well, let's finish out this book here. And we are done. We have finished our first book of animal care. We chill for a moment. Hopefully this muscle strain goes away quickly. Alright. That axe muscle strain is brutal. Oh, so there's like a bug in the mod where like the power can go out because of like the RNG on when it goes, but like the mod turns it back on. That's pretty funny. That doesn't surprise me. That's kind of the weird funky stuff you get with those overhaul mods is they kind of have to fight the way the game is coded sometimes. It gets especially wild if you're dealing with something that has to replace Java code. So not just the Lua, but like actually go into the code and make significant changes. That's where there be demons. Because what'll happen is they'll get the mod working, it'll be all good and all that, and then an update will happen to the game, and then everything breaks. It's why most of the time when I grab mods for the game that are like challenge mods or whatever, it'll be stuff like Cryogenic Winter and all that, where really it's just like, okay, what do? We made it cold. What else do we do? Look, man, we made it cold. What do you want from us? Weird I didn't have a handle left behind. The toxic fog was an interesting one. Yeah, like I had not the 1 week later mod. That one's certainly come up a lot lately because that's like, for the record, that's a cool mod. I really like what they've done with it. But there's been a lot of people. There was the old NPCs that I got asked to play that a number of times. I never did because I saw like how really broke. Gotcha, it broke and lodged at the same time. That makes sense. I've had a lot of times when it did that, but it would still give me the handle, which I don't really care. I'm going to throw the handle on the body anyways because it's broken, but I was just looking to clean out my inventory and not finding it. Maybe what we do is for our character, just as like a gimmick to like have me split up the stuff we're working on. We'll have like certain days of the week, well, certain day of the week or something that we do, you know, at the home stuff or whatever else. It's junk is what that is. Like we'll have certain days we do like profession crafting, all that. Did you make a new character for the update? Build 42, yes, but not... Like, this isn't a new one for the current update or anything. Like, we made a new character when Build 42 dropped, and we had a couple of runs that we've done, but I haven't deliberately made a new character each one. This character's been alive for 4 months in-game. Monday, Kills Day, Walls Day, Skills Day. Yeah, something like that. Like have a day of the week that we focus on doing the at base stuff. Yeah, stones were nerfed. I would say honestly, butter wasn't like I've heard people go, "Oh god, butter's dead. No one is going to ever butter again." It's not that bad. It's not the ridiculous nonsense where you had one cow and you spat out like 20 butter in a day or two. But you still, between like 2 or 3 cows, can sustain yourself on it okay. It just means one cow is not enough anymore, is what it really boils down to. Yeah, it's 10 times less effective and still good. Exactly. So that is a nerf that it really needed. The stone's nerf is also pretty harsh. My understanding is it's still actually a pretty good weapon. It's just you get no stats from it, and it gets no bonuses from any stats, which hurts it pretty bad. And that, I think its durability took a hit as well. Okay, bad meta event. Let's go ahead and I'm going to stab the zombie to kill it. And we're going to back off because it's the zombies moving north. So I'm going to back off, see what shakes out, and then fight. Because that's just, anytime you have a meta event where you see a lot of zombies go mobile, it's usually, if you have the opportunity, just back off for a minute. Kind of see what you're looking at. Yeah, an ammo or muscle strain. Yeah, I think that's fair because the stone was just kind of silly. That was one of the reasons why on these runs I kept having people like, oh, you should use the stone. The stone is really strong. And I was making the comment, I'm not going to use the stone because to me it was very clearly going to be nerfed in some capacity. And I didn't want to get in the habit of just like, let me go grab the stone and use it. So for me, the nerf, it's like, yeah, that made sense. Alright, that doesn't look like it's that bad though. I was worried we were gonna have like the wave of zombies overtake me. Looks like we just had a couple move north. Yeah, there's been a lot of that kind of stuff when something has been ridiculously overpowered. That's like, no, just don't get in the habit of using it. Or, not even overpowered. If something's working in a way that's advantageous, that's not meant to, I'll usually try to not do that thing. Just because you know it's going to get nerfed. It depends also on the game, I guess. There's definitely some games where I really don't care about the balance kind of stuff that much. As long as it's not, like, game-breakingly overpowered. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, and I've been very happy with the changes. I think they've done a really good job. Like, yeah, when the Unstable branch first dropped, there was some genuinely pretty rough edges. But considering how much they've been changing, expecting anything less than that would be an outlier. Okay, we can go rest for a minute in here. And hunger, we'll wait. Let's see, Mace says finally. You wouldn't go for that, but considering they were unlimited. Let's see, yeah, it was a better weapon than the axe that you could make out of stone. Well, yeah, that was where you start getting to the real problems with it. The real problems were you got a stone, and then you could make weapons using the stone, but that was a downgrade. The only exception is you couldn't get maintenance from the stone, so, you know, there was a leveling up thing that using the stone kind of harmed. But even then, like, stones are still not bad. You can still go thwack a zombie. That's still a major upgrade when we consider everything, because it used to be, if you didn't have a weapon, your only choice is push and stomp. Or, you know, go over a fence and stomp. Basically stomp. But now that we have stones, even if they're not great, you can pick up a stone, and that gives you something you can fight when you have too many zombies to be able to, like, push and stomp without being a huge headache. So it does give you an option. Alright, bear with me for a second, chat. We just hit an ad break, and I'm going to quickly eat my food, so I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment.
I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It
I'm in the
moving.
garage.
Oh,
Yeah,
you are
just,
too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It sounds like we're by
nothing.
ourselves.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Alright. Yeah, and that's I like that we have a lot of early game weapons. I like that now in Product Zomboid you can have a more meaningful living in the middle of nowhere. Do the animal sound again, please? Nah, man. There's gotta be a cost to that. That was for Dare Drop. That for one of the Dare Drops for Story of Seasons, I had to make a barn animal sound, and I was going for a rooster. And that was the result. I will let you judge accordingly. Nah, that clip where you see me get a bit emotional on that was just off stream. I had a lot of not great things going on that I didn't really bring up on stream at all, and I don't need to. But it's just kind of one of those things that chat was going above and beyond being super supportive when it just been a really rough week. So it's kind of one of those things that I was already
Thank
you,
Lad Avenger 3223 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Plaid Avenger, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You can only use that sub on one place of all of Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So thank you so much for that. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thanks for that. But yeah, so it's just been a really, really kind of tough week with family not doing well and all that kind of stuff. And then just unrelated to any of that, chat being ridiculously generous and, you know, the things were just getting at me more. So that was that was a good being all worked up kind of thing. Because chat is good beans sometimes. Nah, most people in the community are pretty awesome. We have the occasional person who pops in here and causes trouble, and then the door hits them, and otherwise things are usually pretty awesome here. Even if you all troll me sometimes. You cause trouble and stay? Yeah, there's definitely good fun trouble. And then there's the people who pop in and they just cause trouble. They come into the chat with the intention of getting themselves timed out or banned. Alright. To say, dang, man. I know we're a bit exerted, but... is it just the 4s or more after that? Okay. I believe it's these last 4. There was the 3 there, and I think there was 1 ducked behind the tree in the back. We'll see. Oh, right, because we're at high exertion, muscle strain. Yeah, so probably go to the red level of muscle strain. He's going to probably break 2 knives just in these 3, just because we're doing so little damage. Like, this is the point I should be backing off the fight and just being like, hey, this is a later problem. Okay, so sit down for a minute. Let's see, you're really bad at this game, and starting to get into it again because of you. Do you just kill zombies that spot you at the beginning? You can't get away from them. Yeah, normally it's, normally what I will do is I will try and be... Like, so if I'm doing 16 times pop, I have to just leave the area. Like, you start the game, you just have to leave the area. But on normal populations, usually what I'll do is I'll loot whatever's in my starting house, and then from there, it will be a thing that I'll just gradually work, you know, kill the one zombie nearby and all that, and do the slow thing. It is a thing that sometimes you will have where you fight a zombie and it pulls a whole bunch of zombies, and knowing when it's time to say, hey, I'm going to cut my losses and just nope out of the area is an important skill and all that. But yeah, generally I find for survival, the best thing is to just go in the area around you, whether you're on respawns, high or low pop, wherever you decide to start getting yourself set up. Kill the zombies in the area around you as you go. Like, don't necessarily exclusively kill. It's fine to loot. But, like, when you go into buildings, kill the zombies around the outside of the building first. We're already at 6:30 p.m. and we're at home. Let's just go back. But it is worth taking the time to try and deal with all that kind of stuff. Because genuinely, very little loot is important. Like, very, very genuinely, you can start the game, walk into the woods, and be perfectly fine. Loot is just not that important. But you need to work on being able to fight the zombies. And the key thing to take away, though, is every day your character survives that you're doing stuff makes it easier for you to survive another day. Because, like, every zombie you fight, you get a little bit of strength, a little bit of fitness, a little bit of whatever weapon skill you're using, a little bit of maintenance, all that kind of stuff. Little, you know, and all that. Just, you know, you get a point in your weapon, now you're that much better at killing the zombies. So then the next group of zombies shows up, and you're just a little bit better at dealing with them. And you get the idea. But it is a very much a thing that you gotta be ready to drop what you're doing and get out of dodge. One of the things that's hard to get yourself to do that you really do have to get yourself willing to do is knowing when it's time to cut your losses, even on, like, your home base, that your home base gets overrun, said, hey, this isn't a problem I can deal with right now. Like, you know, it's 9 p.m., it's dark, your character is exerted and getting kind of sleepy, and you've got, like, 50 zombies roll into the area. It's time to be like, hey, this is not a today me problem. Today me is time to go. Tomorrow me can clean up this mess. And as much as I meme on the channel about, like, tomorrow me hates today me, that's just genuinely for surviving long run in the game. You are going to have a lot of times that it is the right answer to back off, do what you need to do to stay alive, and then worry about it. Like, worry about what's next tomorrow. So. Start working on the weapons here. Is that a kill now out front? Yes, it is. Okay, it's officially too dark for me to do anymore. Didn't get any progress there before it got too dark. Yeah, no, the zombies just tore up the area. It wasn't a choice. It's just what happens. Is the water shut off and you're about to have the power shut off? You're scared of dealing with cooking food and having reliable lighting at night? Well, you're not going to have reliable lighting at night, so that is, that's just what it is. Sorry. You're not going to have reliable lighting at night. It's fine. There's a reason why you notice I will technically have, like, I'll typically have my character, turn in around 7 p.m. Okay. I figured this had a little bit of time, but knock down our tree or two while we wait. I just want to be out fighting in the dark. The really interesting thing is later on what we're going to do about getting ourselves a bunch of light bulbs and all that as the light bulbs start popping on these things. But once we reach the gas station, I'll be able to actually put a generator here so we're not sitting in the dark every night. We'll be able to actually work on stuff. Does the stove make a little light? Yeah, so the fire oven, I believe, makes a little light as well. I think you can cook, or sorry, I think you can work with stuff at that. But to me, it's like, that little hallway down there is a dangerous place, and I'm not really looking to mess with it. Oh no, the game is darker. They redid the lighting. So if it seems darker to you, that's because it's darker. So grab me the welding book. We'll start reading that. Okay, so what I wanted to check here is for the primitive forge. Yeah, for the primitive forge, I need 10 stone, a stone anvil, and a bucket of clay cement. Alright. So the bucket of clay cement is clay, a sack of sand, and water. I do have everything I need to make that. And the stone anvil is a stone chisel, or a mason's chisel, which I don't have either of those. A stone chisel or a mason's chisel and a large stone. And a stone chisel is literally just... Okay. Yeah, so we can actually make that here in not too long. So I need 10 stones, though. Just checking to see what kind of stones I have put away here. I got 3. Alright, so we need to be on the lookout for stones. Because then with that, I can get my next thing set up here. I also haven't done a lap around the house in a little while. Let's just do a quick little circle around the house. Make sure I got no zombies moving in the area. I'm not expecting anything. We haven't had zombies over here in a little bit of any meaningful capacity. Should be foraging while we're doing this. Oh, that's all trees I cut down. Yeah, let's not worry about that. Oh, it was zombies. Yep, so home's looking fine. We've got a lot of work to do here. That's okay. All right. How far does yelling reach? Usually it's around the edge of your screen. Somewhere about there. People have like the actual tile distance, but when you zoom out all the way, it's usually pretty close to the edge, not quite, for a yell. I guess technically worse if you're dealing with the pinpoint hearing on the default settings, because pinpoint zombies just here farther. Would be cool, a cool trailer, a medium small excavator diesel to like dig up an area. I mean, that's probably more mod stuff, but yeah. Oh, do I have the weapons before I go anywhere? I do not. Let's back off. Let's go check on our stuff. So I might have to have a weapon day. I just don't have the knife for a fight. Dig a trench. It's not that kind of game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, to give you an idea, every strategy that people have come up where the zombies cannot reach you, they have nerfed, disabled, whatever. You are intended to have to fight the game. You are like intended to have to fight the zombies. Like there's a reason why we don't have access to a whole lot of traps and a whole lot of other stuff. It's just not that kind of game. They'll fill a trench, but it's an option. But like I said, it's just literally Project Zomboid by design is intended that you cannot make, you know, a wall or a trench that you can really prevent stuff from coming through. Like the walls are all destructible, all the furniture is destructible, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, a trench. I don't really want to have to get into all that kind of stuff in the game, like, meaningfully. Like, I don't know. Because I know also once we got the trench, people are like, why can't I put pointy sticks in it? And then we have to have that whole thing. It's like, well, you're not supposed to have the pointy sticks in the trench as an option. Like, you're not supposed to just trap the zombies on it. The only trap to a zombie is you, the player. Yeah. Technically, there's like noise traps, but that's not really the same thing. I'd say we all know why, but it'd be neat. But then end up a chore. Yeah, no, because it'd be just one of those things that you'd have to, like, every base, you'd kind of dig up the entire area around you and all that stuff. Alright. So make this knife. And go to our radio. Turn it off. Put it away. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, making ourselves some more thing. As I was saying, you need an army of an excavator to do it. Okay, I mean, generally speaking, every time we've had anything that has allowed us to completely control zombie mobility, like all those types of mechanics, they've always nerfed it. You're just not meant to do it. Like, there is things you can do where you can find a location that only has one opening on one side that naturally has a bottleneck, but you can never get rid of the bottleneck. But it's just a thing. Like, there have been ways over the years that people have been able to do it as well. But yeah, I was gonna say there's like there's the sledgehammering, the stairs, and all that. So it's not that they've not existed, but generally speaking, they don't let those things stay long. So there's the stone chisel I will need later to make the anvil. Make stone block from stone. Cool, I don't know what to use those for. Stone block required. So nothing here. It'll be under the art thing. So welding sheets, how strong are they? You mean like making a metal wall? I can't say about now, but it was always one of those things. There's a little bit of a meme that the effort you go into in order to make the metal walls was never really worth it. Like, they were technically stronger, but it didn't really matter. Like, over your windows? Yeah, no, if you got the spares, they're fine. They are stronger than putting the wood planks on them. No, you can still remove the stairs. Like, that's still a thing you can do and put the rope ladder down. That's what that's the counter they tried to do for that one, is they made it so that the zombies could tear down your rope ladder. So if you were to go down and then leave, and then what happens is the zombies can come by and destroy your rope ladder, and now you don't have a means of getting up either. Just not cost effective, basically. Oh, I need the pickaxe. Right. I was sitting there, like, what is I working on? Yeah, so I need to get the pickaxe. We don't have enough flint right now. So I can, it is the flint I'm out of, right? I need more shelves. Yeah, so I'm straight up out of flint. So let's grab that pickaxe. That's how you make a ton. You only had a safe room in case of events. Yeah. No, that's always been, like, there's always been ways. Like, there'll also be people who make bases that they go out on the water that you have to go and use a rope ladder to get into. So there's always been ways, but like in the past, people have figured out that if you build a small fence, and then you put a box, and then you put a wall behind it, the zombies can't attack it because like it just can't figure out how. And the devs went out of their way to be like, okay, well, we're just going to make it so that doesn't work anymore. There's been a cat and mouse with people on that for a long time. And people go, well, let the players do what they want. And you can. You just go into the game files and say, there's like a setting in your sandbox that say player structures are not destructible. And then you've got that. But yeah, being able to build a trench that the zombies can't cross. I don't know, it's just not, like... I wouldn't have a problem if they added that to the game. I'd rather they work on other things, though. We make a mode, have people bet on the zombie to clear it. Or make a gigantic maid and have people... I don't know what you're trying to say there, sorry. A maze? I mean, the zombie will just go up against the first wall and start banging on it because they'll attack player-owned structures. You could do it, but you'd have to do something to keep aggroing the zombie And if the zombie can't see you, they'll keep doing like the flip back and forth thing. Alright, that's some flint way up there on the right. Let's see, are we going for Shaun of the Dead zombie sports? I mean, I'm not planning to. Or like, people have tried to keep a quote-unquote pet zombie. And a lot of times the ways people could accomplish that, and it wasn't to disable that functionality. It was just to make it so, again, you couldn't just cheese the zombies. That a lot of times, whatever people use, they've restricted that from working.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure I saw a flint note up here. I think that's another one over there, too. Okay.
Thank you Nasco_Zomboid for gifting 10 subscriptions to the channel.
Hype train is go.
Is
Choo choo.
Is that one of the Zomboid devs just dropping in here and dropping in a bunch of gifty subs? Is that what is occurring here? Thank you so much, Nasco, for dropping in the 10 subs and all that. I really do appreciate that. Just an FYI, 42.1.1 unstable just released. Oh, is that the one we had as the internal one that you announced earlier is now unstable? That's pretty cool. But also, thank you so much for those 10 subs. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. So just clarifying to make sure, because I don't have the Slack open right now, or sorry, I don't have the communication means open right now, but thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. So what you're saying is I can switch over to the unstable branch and I'll be up to date. So you can stay on this. The only change you'll be getting, you're getting is the spawning pistol again. Gotcha. You can't confirm you just boot up Product Zomboid update. Cool. So what I'll do is probably the end of this in-game day, we'll do a reload and all that stuff. Yep, the version number going up. We actually had, so I was like, wait, the revision number changed and I was blanking on the third spot with like build numbers where you go major, minor, build, and then in my mind it was major, minor, revision, and build, but it doesn't matter. I've talked about the inconsistency in how people structure build stuff in software dev for ages. That no two companies do it the same. But yeah, so thank you so much for that. For those who don't know Nasco, one of the devs behind Product Zomboid, absolutely fantastic, 100%. Again, thank you so much for that support, kicking us directly into a level 3 hype train. So making all the numbers go up, making the build number go up, making the revision number go up, making the hype train go up. Just make number go up. But yeah, so thank you. So let's see. Yeah, you didn't like the existing 1,500 naming conventions, so you started another one. That's the classic of we have all these different standards, so I'm gonna make a standard so that we can consolidate all these standards. That classic one. Oh no, streaming. I would not want to stream as a developer behind a popular game. I would not want to do that. Because I feel like what your stream would be in that case is just an endless series about people arguing about what you should change about your game. And it would be no fun. Because a lot of people would not be civil about it. Especially every single update. Every single update for any game would be awful. You also don't need even more people coming in and going, why aren't you working on the game? Yeah. 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 It's like, already put in like 9, 10, 12 hours. Look, man, I just need a break. That's, that's one of the ones that impresses me. There's another creator, I'm going to be plugging another creator. There's a creator called Smashly, who's absolutely fantastic, is also a game dev as well. And it is one of those things that is a human being who has more energy than I probably ever want. Being successful as a content creator and being successful as a game dev and then doing stuff on top of that, just like, please. Please. Happens whenever you have a game update in Discord. Oh yeah, like even providing feedback. Like, you'll have people complaining on Reddit, and, you know, Nazca will sit there and be like, here's what's going on and all that. And someone's like, why are you typing this and not working on your game? It's like, come on, man. Communication matters. And hey, maybe someone is updating a dev tool or something. I mean, I actually don't remember Java with the compiling side, but at least for me, I do sort of low-key miss working dev 10 years ago when I was working on like large applications, and it'd be like, oh, it's time to compile the build. Well, I'm doing nothing for the next half hour while this whole thing churns through. Oh darn. That was the excuse of when you're having a very non-productive day. That just like, oh, gotta test this update. Did the build. Can't work. Computer's all tied up. Listen to that CPU hum. Not gonna be able to do anything for a while. You hate when you hear those comments and you like, product Zomboid been launched? Yeah, no, it's always a thing. Communication equals 90% of data nowadays, and it's... What? Communication equals 90% of data nowadays. Huh? I don't agree that communication's useless at all if that's going. I feel like you're missing a word there, or I'm missing reading a word. But again, thank you so much for that support. It means a whole lot. Thank you for letting us know that the unstable branch is updated. So for those who are like, I've been saying, it's like, hey, we've noticed some things. Some things are kind of nicer. You now have those things. So enjoy having those things. But thank you again, Nazca. That's very, very generous of you. It's good to have you and all that. We're just out here collecting flint because I make good decisions when I play games, and I go into the unstable branch where we will almost certainly have at some point a breaking change, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to commit to a long playthrough, fully knowing that's not going to work out for me at some point. But, you know, it is what it is. And I need flint because I like my stabby bits. And I need more stabby bits. Okay. Do I see any more flint in visual range? I think that might be a spot, and that might be a spot. And there's one over there as well. Yeah, so I got at least like 3 spots up here. So that's good. And pretty soon I'll need to back off. But yeah, so thanks so much for everything you do on the game and all that. I really do appreciate it. And I understand you might be popping between a couple different creators being like, yo, get your stuff updated. You know, or lurking. I know I've seen devs from different games lurk in my chat before, and I do not call them out or let people know that they're here. Now, when they do, that's their choice. Because it's always appreciated having the devs for games they're playing in our chats. But I also understand people don't want to answer questions about what they're doing the entire time they're here. Alright, so I'm probably going to go breaking my my kneecaps level of overburned, because I do not want to have to drag all this back out here again. Okay, so we are... Ooh, how much do we want to ruin our knees? I'm going to go with Not enough painkillers in the world. Not really, you don't actually get a lot of pain from it, but that'll save me having to wander all the way up here in the near future. Alright, very overloaded. Not even extremely. That's not even that bad. I'm assuming the commonplace would be the forums. That's actually, like, for most of your communications that you end up having with Indie Stone, that their forums end up being, like, the big things. Like, when you go to report bugs, that's a good place to do it. Not Reddit. Reddit's the wrong place. Like, we can argue about maybe okay like secondary places, but I will assure you Reddit is the wrong place to report things. Because even if something starts being a relatively positive thing, being like, hey, I have experienced this thing, can someone get me more information? It usually derails pretty bad after that. And that's not even a Project Zomboid situation, that's just Reddit. There are some subreddits that are pretty good, but it takes people basically managing it full time, and that's not something very many people want to do. Okay, so we got this zombie down here. Oh, sorry. If you send that link to either me directly or to one of my mods, I will paste that on. We do have, like, links filtered. It's a shame I can't, like, click on it and make it show anyways. But yeah, no, if you DM me that link, Nasco, I'll drop it. Yeah, or Luxray, either or. Yeah, it's always a trick. Let's see, the only subreddit you think is good is Ask Historian. Slide that up here so I can see when that pops in. Okay. Let's keep walking in the meantime. Alright, for just a minute, since we're getting our burn, I'm going to drop the extras here. Alright, thank you for getting that. I'll get this out of my way. And I'll get you the patch notes and all that. Cool. We'll play it nice and safely. We're going to recover ourselves, and then we're going to move on. Let's see, the only subreddit you think is good to ask because we call, like, anything that is 100% non-topic. Yeah, that's kind of what I've seen you have to do with a lot of subreddits to manage them. Is, like, if you want a subreddit that isn't just an absolute disaster, you gotta be pretty extremely aggressive. So it must look like you curse you out. No, that's just people have been around here that they see that enough. It's like, ah, very clearly someone dropped the link. Now, if you curse me out, it'll be like Automod has automodded Nasco for bullying or whatever the thing. And no one else will see it but me and the mods. And they'll go, how dare. And a lot of times they'll trigger stuff that is not bullying at all. What was the other one we had the other day? There was one we had the other day that was like, it was fellow. It triggered on fellow for bullying. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Don't call me fellow, friend. Automod tries. I certainly wouldn't want to run without it, but there's definitely some puzzlers in there. My favorite is still the. Just by itself. Just the. Maybe something in a different language? It could be. Or sometimes you run into situations where it is a perfectly normal word, but like there is some subgroup or whatever who is doing some stuff Like, you know, they're co-opting the word for a negative thing and you're just blissfully unaware of it. That kind of garbage happens. The one I don't know. I think because so behind the scenes, machine learning is what feeds AutoMod. So it does look for patterns, being like, hey, this person reported bullying, and it tries to figure it out and all that. And I don't know the in and outs of specifically how they're handling it, but it does mean sometimes AutoMod just makes some really weird connections. The one, that's been like a year and a half ago that happened. Somewhere in that ballpark. But it was one of those things you're starting to like, what? Like, how can I words without that? Which all you do is, like, as a content creator, all I do is I say, hey, the word does fine. Don't worry about it. Let's see, so Matt, let's see. So most people who do nasty things in the world use the. I see the trend. I mean, to a certain logic, that does happen. Common words are used commonly for both legitimate and illegitimate reasons. They are common. Yeah, usually it does better than that. That was clearly some kind of a miss. But any system you have that's doing stuff like that is going to have false positives and false negatives and all that. We've had the whole spiel here, you know, many times about false positives and negatives and all that. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I thought those got. I'm probably like thinking the other thing. It's fine. All right, let's drag all this flint home. Our knees love us. Our torso loves us. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Because this is a make new weapons day, because stabbing lots of zombies goes through lots of weapons. And then we can work on trying to continue to fix up this place. Now we're actually doing a little bit of maintenance since I'm not being overwhelmed by the zombies nearby. That's, the changes to migration at 16 times pop are scary. They're fun, but they're scary. Where they just roll in and say, hey, here's 200 zombies. How do you feel about that? And it's like, I'll leave. I understand. I understand. I don't live here anymore. I get it. I'll be back. Okay. So we can drop all this in our complete chaos of organization we got going on here.
Thank you Sir SC_the_mage for gifting a sub to Nasco_Zomboid.
And thank you, Sarisa Mage, for gifting a sub to Nasco. So Nasco, you got some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes whether you wanted them or not. So thank you so much for that, Sarisa Mage. Passing that gifty sub forward, it does mean a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I very much appreciate, even if it has absolutely been a kick to the nuts a number of times in this run, where I'm like, everything is going swell, we're making good progress, and then you see the zombies arrive and you're like, oh, I understand. I'll be going now. But the tug of war has calmed down after many, many murders. I don't expect it to stay calm. Sooner or later they will be back. But at least we've had a breather where it's just been our push into Irvington that's been the difficulty. Which is the thing we expect to be difficult. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and break up all the flint we can. And I'm pretty sure I don't have enough handles made, but I've got a big pile of branches outside. How long ago was the last helicopter? I started stream, and it was like 6:10 in the morning in game, and I had a helicopter like 2 or 3 in-game hours into like cause, you know, the 9 a.m. start point. We had a helicopter the very first day is where I'm going with this. I loaded the game, I was like, cool, let's get this process started. And then a helicopter show. I'm like, thanks. But it went fine. It got a little spicy. We found that the south side of Irvington has got very few zombies right now because of what we've been doing. Holy crap, I didn't realize I got that many. It doesn't have that many zombies in it right now, but that's because of how many helicopters and meta events and kills and all that we've got. It's just... No, I shouldn't say. It's not the south end of Irvington. There was like these really big houses, mansions, like, you know, that they had the privacy fences around the outside that we strolled in, and that area was almost devoid of zombies. You know, up until I brought the helicopter over there, then not so much. But it was very encouraging that while I am still fighting this wall of zombies here, that it seems like we're depleting kind of the back line of the town. So I think the new migration settings is kind of making it so I'm kind of gradually depleting the entire town's population from one angle. You know, versus it used to be very, very formulaic where you go up to the edge of, like, the grid, the cells. You go up to the edge, you'd fight the zombies there, until you depleted the numbers enough that there just wasn't enough zombies to replace them, and then you just, you know, shove into that cell, and that cell was yours. And then, you know, you'd get to the next cell line, and you'd do it again. I do think this is a much more organic, much more interesting thing, where you get up and you start fighting the cell line, and then a migration triggers, and you're like, oh, that's everything coming out of me. Alright, I'm gonna go that way. And then you kind of have to reclaim where you were. So we're having a lot more back and forth, a lot more of a tug-of-war of it than just being able to meat grinder the edge of town until we're able to get in. Alright, so we're gonna eat a bunch of stuff. Because violets, not that filling. But I mean, we're on the high end of the healthy weight, so I'm not going to do more fishing right now. Especially since I don't have gas to run my generator because I can't get to that gas station yet. Pulling up another really large gator gar is not going to do anyone any favors. It's just going to be a whole lot of rotten fish. Yeah, I'll go ahead and knock down a tree while we're at it. Yeah, no, it does give you that feeling of RimWorld, where we don't get like the, you know, the whole buzz, here comes the zombies or anything, but you do have that moment where you're like, oh, here comes the zombies, and you just try and work with it. Probably this tree next. Alright, grab that log. Grab this log. I could drop those over here. I don't remember where the other two logs are right now. It's too dark. I'm gonna plunk those logs over here where the next section of wall we're working on our Forever project that is going to be building this wall. And I don't mean that in the bad way. I mean that in a, I am being unreasonably ambitious on how big of a wall we're building here. That I'm going to be farming this whole area out. But the good news is for those handles I mentioned I don't have, with all the trees I've cut down here, I have got plenty of stuff to make handles out of. There's that axe again. We can pop over here. Take our sip of water. That one's empty. Taking our sip of water. There we go. I look forward to having gas and being able to leave the lights on. Those will be good days. We stare longingly into the world as we will someday have upon us the blessing that is gasoline. I would show you our map situation, but it's too dark inside, and I do have a pen light, I just don't want to waste the batteries. Enchiladas are good. I don't know where that came from, but yes, enchiladas are good. Facts are facts. But as long as this wall is big so you can drive your car and there's a restaurant on it. Oh. No, it's not going to be that big. Alright. Oh, right. So what we're going to do real fast is, before I forget, the unstable branch is updated. I'm going to take 2 seconds. Just kick that over. So we'll go here, betas, and flip to the unstable branch. Did you actually update, or are you lying to me? Like, not you, I'm talking to Steam. I flipped it and I was like, there's nothing to change. I'm like, I don't think that's true. We'll go here and beta. Here we can flip that again and flip it back. Oh, right, because they're the same build. Yeah, it's fine. So we're good. Yeah, so you should be good now. You look forward to having gas? Hey, man. If that means I'm looking forward to a burrito and I'm telling a joke, that's fine too. That's not what it's saying. I'm looking forward to gasoline so that... Because we have an old-timey generator to plunk down near the pumps so we can power the pumps so we can have gas, so I can turn it on and off. And then I know where there's a modern generator that I don't have yet because it's in the middle of like a salvage yard that is overrun by zombies. And I've debated whether or not when I go to grab that generator, if I am going to just go through the forest, kind of yoink it, and then walk back, which is going to be awful carrying a generator by hand doing that. Because the alternative is driving the car there, which means I'm either off-roading it the whole way there after 4 months of tree growth. Yes, I did find the generator magazine. Yep, we've got the generator magazine and all stuff related to the what is it, like the wilderness magazine or whatever they call the replacement. Actually, I don't know if it's the replacement materials, but basically it makes it so I can see the mushrooms and berries. Yeah, those loot pinata zombies, the survivor zombies, good loot, love it. Let's see, modern for home, the old one for the gas station. We say, yeah, that's exactly what the plan is. With the big loud old one that wears out faster at the gas station, because I'm just gonna turn it on, pump the gas, turn it off, and then keep the modern one near the house. Part of me was like, yeah, I should probably go and just grab that generator just because, so I can like tick the box and think that. All right. Cool. So we're back here, and let's go deal with our water. That's the wrong pouch. Okay. So let's see, how are we doing on our weapon situation? I've got 7 knives on me. Do I have a bunch in here? No. I do have enough stuff for 3 more knives, which will handle things for now. Change title? Oh yeah, you're correct. I should change the title because I'm no longer on the internal test branch because there is no difference right now. And there we go. You dismantled 700 watches to be able to turn on your generator. One thing that'll help you is stuff like these televisions and all that, and the hoods over ovens will be a bit more efficient than taking apart watches. Yes, you can find watches everywhere, but you get more XP from this, disassembling bigger things. That is only electrical. A lot of other stuff that you used to get XP for, like carpentry and all that, you no longer get the XP for taking apart pews. There's no more need for going to like the churches and destroying all the pews unless you just, I guess, want to make a very strong statement about your feelings on church. There's no reason to go into hotels and take apart every single bed, or picnic benches, or the old tricks we had to get lots of XP. Which I appreciate, because it's always a bummer in the map to go through and have all the furniture disassembled and everything. Especially multiplayer when people trying to level stuff, where every other server had to have rules saying, hey, don't take apart things in these places, or whatever the individual servers rule were, but you had to kind of restrict who could take apart what where because it just got out of hand so fast. Alright, so we definitely have enough knives for a day's worth fighting, and we're good time for that. Our character does need a little snacky snack for the road. So we're going to go ahead and wander around on their way over in hopes of finding some mushrooms or some berries or honestly anything edible that's worthwhile. Don't have any more, right? Yeah, we just have a pile of ginseng that's useful for like getting a trace amounts of stamina. So like when you're backing off a fight, you can just gobble them down one by one. Ah, good, a fresh mango. So it's one of the ones that flagged as poisons, that's fine. We can ditch him. Mango salad. Termite. It's caterpillar. Black sage I'm not gonna need. Take the clay, I'll probably need that later. Take the oregano. Let's grab those poisonous mushrooms we found and chuck them on one of the bodies over here. That looks like a lemon or a lime or something. No, it's another mango. We have glue down here. Looks like maybe wood glue. $777 kills soon? Yep. Mango, my beloved. Mangoes are pretty swell. Okay. But the point is, those 2 mangoes gave me plenty of food for right now. And we are just grabbing the limestone and all that. I haven't done much with that yet, but I suspect we're going to need plenty of that. One of the things we are on the lookout is always looking out for flint. And right now we also have a need for a bunch of stones. Which honestly, I don't need to forage for. I can just go and pick up the ones in the ground. Which I always keep forgetting because that's a relatively new thing to care about. But we'll want to go and grab those stones because I need 10 stones for starting to make our primitive forge. To start trying to get ourselves some better weapons than what we've been using. Trying to like slowly work our way up. We've been doing really well with the stone knives and all that. Alright, so bear with me, chat. We got ourselves the ad break real fast, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. So, I'll see you in a few.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh, God. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies.
Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Well, here comes a train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time.
I messed it up. Don't be
Okay,
bitten.
and I'm back, so we don't need to see me get bitten in the back again. Hey, let's see. There's is there a way to play build 42 right now? Yeah, so Yep. We just switched to unstable a little bit ago. Nasco popped in and was, let us know. But yeah, to play the unstable build right now, all you got to do, I'm going to drag this onto the screen and I'm going to turn on display capture, is you right click on Project Zomboid and you choose properties. So you got this right here and you go down to betas and you'll be on this to default. You just drop down to unstable. Unstable back up first. That's trying to tell you right there. Back up first. So yeah, so you can get in there and that'll get you in there. And that's just under properties on the game on Steam. Alright, so with that said, I don't remember what we were doing. What's going on? What's this game? How do I play? Alright. Yep, no problem. You walked away for 5 minutes, you forgot to pause, but was fine. Heart still sank when you saw it. Oh yeah, no, that's that is fortunately something I have never had the problem of. To date, I have never walked away from Project Zomboid leaving it unpaused. Alright, that's actually not true. Other than multiplayer when it first dropped in Build 41, because I did play on a server for a little while that I think they were on 3 or 4 hour days and hadn't adjusted the speed of which stuff gets read. And that was not one I was willing to sit there the whole time. So I went to like the main base they had and just sat there in the corner reading books that took like 15, 30 in real life minutes to read. If you make your day lengths longer, adjust how long it takes to read things. Do yourself the favor. Let's see, you accidentally hit mass speed instead of pause once when your wife came up and talked to you. Fast forwarded 3 days and he was very mad and starving. Honestly, I'm surprised the 3 days your character wasn't wasn't dead. But still, yeah, no, it's gotta be careful with that stuff. Worst part is you're middle looting and hadn't cleared nearby. Well, the good news is, honestly, if you're not doing anything, you can actually go quite a while if you've just stopped moving and you don't have anything aggroed before anything happens.
Like, the zombies do move around on their own, but if you're not doing anything to encourage them to come your way, a lot of times you can get away where if you're just chilling in some room, oh, hi. Okay, that's fine. That's not a migration, that's just them hearing me killing stuff. So it's time to get the stab on. Alright. It'll be fun to start getting the blacksmithing up and running. The things I need to do that is I've already got sacks, I've already got a shovel, I just need to grab sand. And that won't be hard because there's sand at the lakes by the house. And that'll let me make the primitive... Why am I moving so fast there a second? Does that walk speed feel way faster to you? Or is this just in my head? I'll check again when I'm not in the fight. Like, it's like we're power walking or whatever. Not quite to a jog, we're giving a nice little hustle. Looks normal? Okay, it just might be in my head. That does happen after a while. That as you're like used to fighting or whatever, you just kind of lose track. You preferred stone knife over stone axe? Yes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's quite a few advantages. One advantage of going with the stone knife over the stone axe is because it has that extra step with the napping, you level up the skill much faster at no additional cost of resources because you know, you nap the stone into a sharp flint and you nap the sharp flint into a blade. And so that means you quickly level napping to get yourself extra flint and all that. The axes I find very, very, very endurance hungry. So you just can't fight nearly as much before your character's just too exhausted. Whereas you can see, I pulled probably like 30 plus zombies there. And we've got a decent level of short blade now. And we're just kind of sawing through them one by one. It's the same thing as like in Build 41. You have the weapons that are much, much higher damage per second that you can kill zombies much faster with lower hits. But you, on the other hand, have the much lighter weapons that may not hit as hard, but are far more endurance efficient. And as such, I can get way more zombies between rests and all that. So like, in Build 41, the spears were the maximum DPS weapon where you could just shred through zombies, but then your character had to like cough up their lung. And you had to build like 1,000 of them. Not really. Usually I had, like, late game, had to have like 8 on your person at all times with how fast you could break them. Okay. And to learn about welding. But yeah, that said, I often get asked what the best weapon in the game is, and my response is typically always whatever weapon I have on hand. That generally speaking in Project Zomboid, most of the time, you don't get to choose what weapon you're, like, you don't get to choose, I like this weapon the most, I'm going to go grab that weapon. You usually don't have that level of determinism on your loot. And it's pretty rare that you run into a situation where it's you pick one weapon or the other. Alright, so we read a little bit of our welding book. Enjoy some mango. Can't get enough of that sugar crisp. It'll be interesting to see when I can make the maul how I feel about it. I'm expecting to find the maul useful as a tool, but probably not a weapon I would ever want to use. Everything I've heard has made me lead to believe it's similar to like the sledgehammer. Where you can hello Kool-Aid someone, but it's just so slow in any type of real number that... Oh yeah, no, for the record, axes are still really good. That's actually one of the things that is really nice about Project Zomboid, is it's pretty rare you'll have a situation where it's like, no, you're using that weapon? Oh, don't do that. That's just incorrect. Outside of, like, grabbing, you know, a kitchen fork and trying to use it. Like, every weapon category has some pretty crap weapons in it. But generally speaking, every weapon category is pretty solid. Gonna read a little on that mango so I don't have to deal with it mid-fight. Umbrellas. There's a number of weapons that are... I don't know why I was searching for it that way. There's a number of weapons that are pretty rough. The fillet knife I've been finding to be among those that it kind of makes you think it's gonna be an okay knife, and then you grab it and go, that's really pretty terrible. Like, it's really good as a tool, like that I've been using the fillet knife for carving, but as an actual weapon, the fillet knife and the steak knife, they're pretty bad. But I think that's fair as well. Yeah, crowbar's a good one. And plenty of flint over here. They'll help make it so I don't have to do another run anytime soon. Wait a tick, is that no longer catching on glasses? What? No, it is. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, it's like, wait a second, do they secretly make it so it doesn't pick up in glasses? Because that'd be amazing. But no, it does. I just apparently had a long run with no one losing glasses. Okay. Now let's get up here. We'll sit down for a minute and rest. A lot of zombies moving around. I'm not sure if they heard me or they were migrating. Probably heard me, even though they are kind of spread pretty wide out. Okay, we're finally getting to that point of not being bullied all the way back. So I think we're catching up to what migrated here. The helicopter before last. So, there's zombies aggroed, we push, so let's finish them. Okay.
For those who haven't seen, that car is my car. It has a generator in it. It's just sitting there. It doesn't have much gas. The reason I'm not driving it around at all is we're just north of a gas station, which is my current goal, is to reach that gas station, you know, and do that whole bit. Probably not the corner I should do this in, but I'm gonna do it anyways. At least I'm only dealing with threats on one side. Water's good, so we'll just... Okay. Because you didn't know you could sleep through an alarm in Zomboid? You have no idea if the helicopter is coming or not? I believe if you're tired enough or drunk or whatever, I think you can. Most of the time you'll just wake up, though. It's pretty rare that happens. Usually gotta do something, like, really bad for your character or whatever. I think I can only think of, like, 2 or 3 cases in Project Zomboid I've had my character sleep through an alarm clock or something like that. And most of those were like me memeing with like alcohol or whatever and getting my character absolutely plastered and like going to sleep and not having them wake up right away. It's been a long time though. The one that really surprised me is a clip from way back on the record run where my character slept through all the boards being destroyed into the gas station they were sleeping in, and then the zombies reaching the tent they were sleeping in and destroying the tent that in theory they were sleeping in. And then I kept sleeping until the character was fully rested. And I did get away from it, but there's just something comical about the fact that the zombies destroyed the tent that, in theory, I was sleeping in, and my character slept through it. That one was just a weird fluke, though. Actually got 6 or so more. 7, 8. It's fine. I just want to avoid pulling more after this set. Okay. Pretty sure we pulled more. It's fine. Pop in here, get a sip of water, rest up, and get back to it. And I don't have to pop in. I'm just being very lazy about how I'm dealing. That's weird. I'm being very lazy about how I'm dealing with water. Because I just don't want to deal with the transfer menu for when I'm drinking. Like filling up my water bottle, sorry. I want to just be able to right-click fill it. So I'm being stubborn about it and just going in and depleting buildings of all their water rather than dealing with it. It's fine, even on these speeds thing. Let's see, short blade's good because of muscle strain. Yeah, so the short blades, the two things that the short blades stand out is a much lower amount of muscle strain because the weapon is very light.
And then on top of that, a much reduced amount of endurance consumption because the weapon is light. It's a weapon that weighs less than 1 encumbrance, so it is a very, very light weapon. Because the weapon weight is a primary factor in both the encumbrance use as well as your muscle strain. Is the weight units in kilograms? Your character's weight is in kilograms. The amount, like the stuff in your inventory, doesn't have a weight to it. It's encumbrance to signify like how easy it is to carry. So like it can be a combination of weight or how cumbersome it is, like the size. So it doesn't define to an actual weight. But your character's weight's in kilograms. It's also good that they flipped it, because there used to be all these things that, balance-wise, they wanted to make stuff lighter or heavier than it is in reality. And then people complain that, like, oh, but in real life that thing's heavier or lighter or whatever. And it was just some back and forth where it's like, yeah, but balance-wise, this really needs to kind of be a heavier thing. Alright, so it's just a fillet knife. Oh, I still have the book here. It's like, man, how am I overburned? There's so many bodies there that every time we go by, a different watch is got its alarm going off. After this group, we need to back off. It's already getting dark. Okay. I was gonna say, heard one from the right somewhere. But I'll catch up with chat in a minute. The classic once I pull a group. We're in the fight for a bit. Man, the speed I'm going through these knives. Back far enough, we're definitely not pulling more, so it's just cleaning up what we did pull. The problem is we're getting pretty close to high exertion. Alright. And get our last knife handy.
Okay. We'll work our way home real fast and be able to do all that. So let's see. You love chucking giant wooden boxes in the duffel bag? Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of stuff that, you know, for practicality things. Like, there was a lot of furniture you can always put in the bags. And sure, they could go and say, well, you're not allowed to do that. You have to hold it in your hands or whatever. But that, in a lot of cases, would probably just get obnoxious. There's definitely some stuff that's exception, like the generator. It's like, okay, the whole gimmick is you can't put in your bag. You just gotta live with it. It's just too big. Yeah, that's the animals of the trailers being stressed out. Yup. Would the screwdriver last longer? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. I haven't sat down and, like, actually checked the numbers or anything, though, so maybe, maybe not. That said, I am gaining maintenance skill crafting these, napping skill crafting these, carving skill crafting these, because that's all fine. So, all of those are contributing to making our character able to do more. Doesn't mean like you're leveling maintenance? Oh, yeah. Let's actually go check that, yeah. So, maintenance is, pretty close to halfway to level 7. Shortblade is about a third of the way to level 6, so that's coming along. Fitness is about 2/3 of the way to level 5, and strength is about halfway to level 6, so that's cool. Nimble's getting pretty close to 2/3 of the way to 4. Okay. We're about to break 8,000 kills, so that's good. Let's see, the screwdriver lasts way longer than the initial knives you can craft. At least so far for you in build 42. Let's see, wonder why you can't smelt small knives to... Wonder why you can't smelt small knives made with blacksmithing? I mean, they probably do want to avoid a situation where you make a thing and then you melt it down to make the thing to melt it down, so you have like an infinite loop kind of thing that have to make it lossy. I haven't done enough with the blacksmithy yet to really know what's going on that end, but I can imagine they want to make sure whatever you are destroying to get materials, you know, is significant enough to be worth it. We'll have to see. Like, I am working on getting what I need for blacksmithing to be set up. The big thing I need right now is the stones, which you can probably make happen relatively easily. All the data from the test builds will probably help balancing all the crafting too. Oh yeah, and I expect I expect a lot of the weapons to see a number of adjustments as times go on. So good, bad, or otherwise, I won't get attached to anything right now. There's some clay. Limestone. Flint. Wood glue. Flint. Regular stone. Alright, so while we wait for it to get light enough for us to be able to work in, I got a bunch of sticks and all that down here. I need to make more handles.
Grab all this to load up this bag as much as we can. All right. Let's see. If you do search mode, you have to visit new areas or you can walk through the circle. So the items do respawn in the area around you, but it's not super fast. So if you just sit there and like walked in a circle in one spot, you're not going to find enough to matter. But it is not like one of those things where you always have to go to a brand new place. Basically, you need kind of a large enough area to make it worth your while. But yeah, generally you're not going to be able to stand in like one spot and just do like a donut and expect to get results. That's actually one of the things they were trying to get away with was the old forging system. You just right-clicked and chose search, and you could like specify a focus and it would just process. Would you say like 10 minutes? I mean, maybe 10 in real life minutes. Generally you're going to want to spread out a little bit, not just stay in one area. Oh no, by all means. Those noob questions make it much easier for me to do the stream because then I have stuff to answer and I'm not just, you know, talking to myself.
Thank you at 12:30 for gifting.
Wait,
100
what?
subscriptions to the channel.
Gave out 100 community subs. AV, that wasn't like a typo or something, was it? That is absolutely absurd, friend. Thank you so much for that. That is ridiculously generous. What did that? Someone needs to put like 100 bits just to trigger a hype train. We may or may not be eligible for a hype train right now, cause geez, that is so we're gonna have to wait for 100 crabs to appear on the screen. Oh, I think it has to be like 100 bits. I don't know if we're up for a hype train because I think it has been exactly 1 hour, so it depends on if it rounded or not. So I don't know if we can doing that. So that's what I changed it so that the for every sub there's just gonna be a crab. Yeah, okay, so hype train's not available. Thank you, Randall Thor. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so we're like maybe seconds to minutes before a hype train can happen. But thank you so much for that. That is incredibly generous, AV. That might be the largest number, or apparently a hype train just happened now. Cool.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
So thank you, Kintaru, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. Aha! It didn't count the 100 community subs. It counted the biddies. So that's just on the 315 biddies. Twitch. Never change, but also kind of change. But thanks so much again, AV. That. What are you?
Thank you at 12:30 for gifting 100 subscriptions.
We beat
to the
our
channel.
all-time hype train record of 11.
Oh, okay. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, man. That's absurd. And yes, you basically pretty much, I mean, don't get me wrong, the 300 bits did contribute. Well, sorry, 315 bits did contribute. But I'm pretty comfortable in feeling that the 100 community sub bits broke the hype train record on the channel pretty much by themselves. That is absurdly generous. And thank you for the Gigantify. That is absolutely a new record. So thank you so much for that. That is... I don't know how I want to process all that. That's... Thank you so much.
1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you,
We beat our all-time hype train record of 11.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 community gifted subs, bouncing us over the level 11 hype train to put us into 12. So we are in our new record. And yeah, the crabs are gonna crab for a while. Because every gifty sub is one little crab bouncing on there. What was the record before tonight? I believe it was a tier 11. I don't remember what the percentage. It was something like 13 or 23 or some percent. It was like 11 and that. So the whole thing. I don't think there's anyone left that isn't subbed at this point. Yeah. So well, actually, yeah, no, definitely because we already have people subbed. So I mean. The way that those get distributed, if it literally went to everyone in chat first, then literally you would have subbed the entirety of everybody here. Instead, you know, it does put some here, it does put stuff on regular and all there. There's someone unsubbed, how dare. But that is, I think, for the record, it's going to end up being so. Yeah, no, gift sub is random. So there is a weighting to it. That it does weight people who are actively watching in the moment, people who are regulars, people who are following but not watching lately. But it will get out to just like, nah, it's someone in the recommending section. So yeah, that went out to a whole ridiculous number of people. Dropping 200 gifted subs is absolutely ridiculous. So thank you so much for that. So maybe a couple of you have advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes now. Can we get some spamming of the Rual tap emote? Some like just right here, this emote right here. I want to see the entire channel.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to at 1230.
Look at Discord. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. I think that's a good call, Luxray. That is not how that command works.
Thank you, Anjiru Sensei, for subscribing for 18 months.
Because we're gonna go ahead and give you a VIP, because that is just ridiculous. I can be bribed. And thank you, Andrew Sensei, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month, and use it here, and I really do appreciate that. And then we also have, what are you doing?
Thank you at 1230 for gifting.
We beat our all-time
subscriptions to
hype
the
train
channel.
record of 11.
Yes, Twitch, we have beaten our all-time record of 11 as we're on level 14. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, level 15. AB dropping another 100 community subs. Make sure you're... I appreciate all the support, but make sure you're actually taking care of yourselves and all that.
You shot me with a VIP. Had to return fire skull shoot.
And thank you, AV, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that as well. That is absurdly generous and all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I've lost track. There was another... Oh, and thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub as well. Them crabs are crabbing all for a really long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thank you, Green LTU, for the 100 biddies as well. But yeah, so just gift subbing like everybody. So thank you so much for that. That is beyond absurd. So thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel in this way. And we got Quesadilla dropping 500 biddies. Really appreciate it. Let's see, even with 300 subs, you're sure you missed a few people in chat. Yeah, not just the way they distribute them. Unfortunately, there'll be like the handful of people in chat who got missed. It's just Dragon Repairman being like, oh man. That's amazing. Wasn't even here. You strolled past a few minutes, didn't even open. Oh no, it's just absolutely a bonkers amount of subs. Setting a new hype train record, and then like we're almost 50% past. So the hype train record was, again, it was like 11 and like 13 or 20 or whatever percent. I don't remember the percent, but it's like tier, like it's level 11 and just kicking us all the way to 15. which is ridiculous. Because it's not just every level in the hype train, it's not just it goes a little higher. They go higher by, like, you have to do more to get the next level. They go up more and more and more, so it's harder and harder to hit the next level higher. So that is beyond tough. No, you're all good, Green. Like, support is never expected. It is entirely appreciated and all that. Let's see, do all the gift subs help with the plus thing? No, so sadly, so we're not doing the plus push right now. The plus push starts in February, but no, unfortunately, gifted subs won't count during the plus push. We haven't begun that yet. But, like, this pays the bills and all that. That is the one complaint about the plus program, is only your own subs count. And primes don't either. Let's see. Time we just blew your sub points gold clear out of the water. Yeah, no, that sub goals point got nuked from orbit. Scorched Earth, nothing left. It's gone. Yeah, we're not on that plus push right now. We're not gonna worry about that at the moment. But that is beyond ridiculous. I wonder if this is... No, this isn't a record for the most subscribers I've had at any time, but it's not far. I don't know what the old goal was, but that was other stuff. But that is probably the most subs I've gotten from one person I can think of. Yeah, like, what sub goal? It's in the rearview mirror. It's gone. It's past. We got one more minute left on the hype train. It would take a lot to push that up another level. So thank you again. That is incredibly generous of you to be dropping the 300 gifted subs you dropped on the channel there. And thank you for everyone else who also tossed in support on that as well. We had, you know, a bunch of other people chip in gifted subs. We had a bunch of prime subs. We had a bunch of biddies dropped. Gigantify, all that good stuff. But that is ridiculously generous. And thank you, Silver 8-Track, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that as well. You got yourself... yeah, that's sorry to hear that, Green. Unfortunately, that stuff does happen. I think AV might have the entire month's...
Thank you, Samurai Ninja Master, for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you, Samurai, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 8 months. Been sub to channel, so we appreciate it. So, Hype Train, level 15 at 46%, which was the all-time record that we shattered. Thank you, AV. Which it's just repeated itself on my UI. Cool. I want to see what the actual numbers were. With 208 subs, 1,180 bits, because the first 100 gifted subs were seconds before the hype train could happen.
Thank you, for subscribing for 30 months. I got missed with the subs, so...
Thank you, Pancararo, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. But sub the channel for 30 months, so it does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that as well. And thank you for the follows and all that stuff. Why level carpentry when metalworking exists? Because metal resources are usually harder to come by. That's basically what it is. Is carving difficult? No, you can pick up any stick and you can carve stuff. So it is a whole thing. So that is beyond absurdly generous. So thank you again. Don't mind me. I'm just having a moment. Typically, you don't have people just drop it and be like, boom, there you go. There's support. So thank you so much for that. That is incredibly generous, and I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you have been enjoying everything.
Thank you, Green LTU, for gifting a sub to Rigger Tyrant.
And thank you, Green LTU, for gifting a sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that as well. So Riggedy Wrecked, you got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. I'm pretty sure Riggedy Wrecked isn't here. I'm pretty sure we're having fun. You've been lurking a bit before you actually interacted. Really chill stream. Well, thank you. Because iron doesn't grow on trees, but you know what does? Leaves. Leaves is what you're going for. Oh! You are here! I'm sorry!
I missed it. I missed that you had said there. I saw the name Riggedy Wrecked and I thought someone was memeing. You know, doing the whole thing where you gifted the sub to troll the streamer. That's like, well, you got gifted the sub, you don't really need to give back. I mean, it's appreciated. Okay, so I'm gonna try to bring myself back into a nice, steady, neutral state again, so I can get back in here and not just feed myself into a zombie. Cause yeah, that was ridiculous, so thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Let me just get that out of my way. Alright, so, what on earth were we doing? Let's do our inventory. Okay, we don't have any weapons on us, so we were dealing with weapons. Oh no, I don't sell mods. No, I don't do that. That's a dangerous thing. You want to get to know someone before you mod them. I gave a VIP, which is a really big thing to do. But yeah, no, you don't just let people buy mod. Do you have a mod for text? No, that's not a Nah, the text is under accessibility, second from the bottom, enable dyslexic font. Yeah, VIP is fine. It doesn't cost you anything like that. VIP is a, you know, nice thing. That's actually the only time I've done that with, like, just for people subbing, but that was, like, a ridiculous level of generosity. Okay. Don't mind me. Okay, right. So... Right, I was making handles. Is what I was doing. That's what I was doing. I was making handles because I needed more handles to make more stabby bits. Give sub plus 100. I don't have a defined thing for like what's required to qualify for VIP, because normally it's people who've been here around a lot that'll end up getting VIP, or like fellow creators who I've built friendships with and all that. A lot of times will get VIP, stuff like that. I don't have any strict rules around VIP. That does suddenly remind me, as I need to circle back and check on the founders thing. For those who don't know, when you hit affiliate, you get different, affiliate and partner have different numbers of them. You get these things called founder. It's a little first badge you see next to some people's names who were like some of the first people to sub to the channel. And so what ends up happening, though, is you'll have people who get banned from the platform, or people who haven't logged in for years and years or whatever. And it is one of those things that, like, if someone hasn't been to the channel in, like, literal years or whatever, you know, I'll clear out a founder or whatever. Or, like, there'll be a lot of ones where I'll be like, founder, account has been deleted. And you'll be like, all right, well, let's just give that. Because you only get, I think it's like 20 for affiliate and 50 for partner. I don't remember the amount. So, yeah. With all those subs, Twitch... Oh, you're increasing the cost of winning Twitch. Yeah. I got you. I was like, what? What do you mean Twitch should cost more? Yeah. Gotta increase the price of winning Twitch. That's just how that works. Alright, so let's get these out of the way. Device options, disable that. This poor radio is gonna need a new battery soon. Put that away. Craft. Keep making our stabbies. Okay, so I need more handles. The good news is those long sticks make a lot of handles. Okay, and you can put these in the other cabinet. You have 120,000 storage stocks? When you're in here every day? Yeah. It takes a while to build up the number you need. Let's raise the stonks, yep. Everyone increasing the cost of winning Twitch. I do appreciate the war for increasing and decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. That has been a war as old as time. And by that I mean a couple of years, because that's all the age of the channel is.
Alright. And I need to... I'm gonna lose most of this in-game day to just making weapons so that I don't need to deal with this later. Give us a couple days where I don't have to... You know, we're doing the thing of just taking care of the base for a little bit. Alright, we can drop this off. And now we need to sharpen those into knife blades. As you'd like to point out, you have the record for winning Twitch 4 times. Yes, you do. Let's see, you have a noob question. Can you repair, for example, the fire axe indefinitely, or is there diminishing returns? There are diminishing returns on repairing weapons in Project Zomboid. Basically, the first sale, you have a weapon can have 100%. The first time you repair it, I believe you can only get to 50%. And then I believe the next time you repair it, it can go down, like, it gets a little bit less. I don't think it's a 50% off, it's maybe a 25%. Basically, each time you have it, its max it can repair to gets lower and lower. And the way I used to deal with it is I wouldn't repair any weapon more than twice. Oh no, but if you look at the cost of winning Twitch, the cost of winning Twitch on the channel is like $1.5 million and some change or something like that. So even if you're here every single day all the time, it's still a very significant point investment. It did start at a much lower rate. I think it started at 100,000 points, but I added the redeems to increase and decrease the price. And, you know, the price has gone up more than it's gone down. The decrease came later. And yeah, and Pank exploited a loophole. The redeems that changed the calculation were broken at one point due to a Twitch update. But like in the tiny little moment that it was broken, Pank managed to get 4 redeems in before I managed to disable it. Was the only one who managed it too. Was just like spamming that button as fast as it could, and I managed to shut it down after only 4. Alright, so there's 10 knives there. And I got 11 knives on me, which is plenty. Okay. So we go to the stone... Oh, it's crude. Go to the crude knives. You are short on blades. Okay. Cool. So we've got ourselves another batch of knives ready. Do I have food on me? I have some oregano, which I will eat raw. For like no calories at all. I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for doing that way. Okay. We'll eat that one as well. We will deal with our water real fast. I'm gonna knock down a tree or two. Because we've lost half of today anyways. Actually, that's not true. I'm not gonna knock down a tree or two. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to the field next to us. I'm gonna forage, but I'm also gonna grab rocks as we're walking around. Because I need 10 rocks to start making my other goodies. Because we're going to try and make ourselves our first anvil and all that. Hey, grape leaves. Do stone knives have a sharpness? No. And I do actually kind of appreciate that about them. Right now, I do feel like the sharpness mechanic is going to really limit some of the other weapons, unfortunately. Well, there's the large rock we need. Not going to lug that on me, but we've got that plunked down in the brush over here. We've got sage. Oh, good. And those are fresh mushrooms, and with fresh mushrooms, I'm good on food for a little bit. I don't know why I started doing that and then moving. Okay, so the big thing I need to do now is I am looking for stones. Because I need 10 to make what I'm looking for. I see 2 or 3 down here. So it shouldn't take long for me to get the stones I'm looking for. Then we can start trying to get ourselves a primitive anvil and all that set up. Primitive forge. And with that, I'll start being able to see, like, what kind of stuff I do need to forge any type of decent weapons. Okay. And that's because we already lost like more than half our day dealing with making the stone knives. So I figure rather than fussing around walking out there just to need to come back or whatever. Okay, there's
Take
these
a
3.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. And that puts us up to what? 5 stones? And that's a large stone down there. We don't want that. Large, you know, smooth flat stone, whatever it's called. We'll want those later, but I can't use them quite yet. We got stretch and all that. Do with that here in just a minute. That'd be in our big stone. Are you concerned? I think those are just more stones. Got more over there. Okay. Got 2 more down here. It'll get the posture check and the stretch and all that here in just a minute. Because there are good news that I'm clearing out zombies that they may not be at my house, but they're in the general area. These are the kind of zombies that when a meta event shows up like a gunshot, then suddenly they're in my yard. Or also ones that are likely to show up while we're trying to cut trees and everything. Oh, that's... I thought that was going to be a rock through there. Alright, so we do definitely have enough stones to make the thing. So let's go back up here, because I think I need the large stone as well that I chucked on the ground. So the problem is that large stone, as you probably assume a large stone would, weighs a crap ton. So we're going to grab that large stone, I'm going to lug it up to the crafting bench, and then I believe I can make the first part I need. Then I'll grab the shovel, and I will grab one of the sacks, and we'll fill up the sack with sand. And that'll give me what I need to make the second part. Where is that rock? Oh, it's down here. Okay, so the problem I have is it's too heavy that I need to drop our weight down by about 1. Okay, so we are holding it right now, and it's got us at extremely overloaded. Because it is 40 encumbrance. And then with that, I should be able to start crafting stuff for our blacksmith. Now we'll go in here, we'll grab our shovel and one of the sacks to get the sand. Our weapons back on. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, nap large stone to stone. Oh, that gives you 10. That's cool to know. I don't need that right now. There we go. So make a stone anvil. Did you do it? No? There we go. That's apparently working. Okay, with that I've got a stone anvil that still wakes at. Used to build a primitive forge, useless on its own. That's fine. So, let's go here to the primitive forge. So primitive forge, I've got the 10 stone, the stone anvil, and then we need the bucket of clay cement. So I can go over here to bucket of clay cement. And that requires a, sack of sand, some water, and all that. So I need the sack of sand. So I go over here real fast. I should have a shovel in one of these. Hey, Doka. Usually sleep at this time? Gotcha. Well, I appreciate you being here. Alright, so let's see here. So I need the shovel. And I should have like 4 or 5 sacks. I only need 1. Let's go get ourselves a sack of sand. Shovel, pick up dung, dig graves. Let's try equipping the shovel. It's been a while since I've done this. Alright, let's try approaching this from the bag side. I did grab the bag, right? I thought it was not dig furrow. The question, can you make sandbags and then spear across sandbags to make zombie attack to climb over? No. And then spear, oh, you mean vault over them? I don't think you can make, like, sandbag walls. I could be wrong. What am I forgetting? Is this area considered sand? I thought this was sand. Yeah, so footstep materials, sand. Oh, isn't it a crafting recipe? Is that what's happened? Is it's moved to a crafting recipe? That could be. No, so we're not seeing it here. Doesn't seem to be a right click on the shovel. Because there was a thing like you could dig up. Yeah, it's not pick up dunk. There was a thing here I thought. Maybe it has to be in my main hand. Let's put the sack in our main hand. Or in our inventory. No, I've got the sack. Let's check to make sure there's nothing in this sack. That's what's going on. That's why we had the problem. Apparently there was a bunch of dead mice in the sack. I didn't put them there, but apparently they were there. So it was just a little unclear that the sack was full of mice. As a sinner, I was like, this feels like the way it used to work. Yeah, take some sand. And for those who don't know, so fantastic content creator, so I definitely recommend check it out. That gotcha. So it's not full yet. So shovel, take some sand. Still not full. Okay, bag is full. We got a worm. So how'd you do that? I had to empty the sack first. The sack had mice in it. And then once I got the mice out of the sack, it worked fine. I just need to have a shovel. I needed to have the sack, and I needed to have the sack empty. So I put the sack in my offhand to empty it out. Okay, so with that, I need water. How much water did I need? Was it 10 liters it said? So that's a lot of water if that is the case. Oh, that's here. A bucket of clay cement. 10 liters of water. Yeah, 10 liters of water is a pretty substantial amount of water. How am I gonna hold all this stuff? Taking near the lake to build it? I don't know if it's going to build it right where I put it, so let's just go ahead and start dropping a bunch of stuff with water in it right here. We're learning. Drop the sack of sand there, drop the 2 pots here. Please don't rain right now. Grab this thing. Wait, before we get to... No, it's a building. We'll be fine. I was like, wait a second, just make sure I don't... need that. Okay, so we got you. So let's see, we're at... about 2 here. About 6 there. So we need even more water than that. You don't need the water to make concrete? Yeah, but this is what... Oh, right, I see what you're saying. The question is, will any water work, or does it have to be clean water? That's the question. Oh, interesting. This is implying I can't get away with it being by itself. I need a bigger container, because that's implying that the possible options are buckets. Okay. Alright, well, that brings to the next question, which is bucket. So we can carve a bucket with 3 carving if we have a medium handle and a log. So we need carving 3. Alright, so with that in mind, give me the water back. And the rest of this could stay out here. So that's where I was going to put it. Yeah. No, I need carving 3, which is one of like still on the to-do list. Okay, so we can destroy the twigs. And how are we doing towards carpentry 3? We did a bit of carving earlier. Okay, so we're 2/3 the way there. I could push for that carpentry 3 and get that built. Or not carpentry, carving 3. I could get that. So drop these, because we're going to need these to build this here. The game had a pretty big update. Yeah, that was earlier today. Unless something new's come out in like the last couple minutes, but... that surprised me. Alright. Then go ahead and drop off the water pails, or the water pots over here. Cool. So, if we were to put a little bit of effort, we could probably go and get our carving up real quick. So maybe instead of doing the fighting push this next in-game day, we take a day of chopping down trees and carving to try and get the get that carving 3 up, because the carving 3 will give me the option to make the maul, it'll give me the option to make the big stone axe, and it will also give me what I need to start getting the forge online. So it almost feels like that was a deliberate decision, because realistically I think you would end up wanting to go through the stone napping and everything to get yourself up to that point. That would really help a lot of that. Let's try and just push through that really quickly. And if it doesn't look like it's gonna be quick, we'll just go back to fighting. Alright. Just go over here real fast, pick up a bunch of these branches, that kind of nonsense. Deal with the logs in a minute. Because we have chopped down a decent number of trees over here recently. So I got a little bit more here and there. I don't think we'll be able to grab them all, will we? Yeah, it's already gonna be able to grab. Cool. That should be a lot of carving right there as is. So we'll start by getting rid of the stuff that I don't want to keep on me. So wood splinters go right in the fire. We'll definitely want to chop down more of the trees in the area as well. And the twigs can go in the fire. Are you giving it fuel? Yep, we are refueling it. And then from here, let's go ahead and carve the long sticks. So each long stick is a little bit over 2 XP. Double those in a box right now. Okay. Take 2 seconds here. And we're going to do multiple layers to this, so I'm going to tell it to go ahead and make the branches into medium handles, and then I'm going to turn around and take the medium handles and turn those into small handles, so I can just basically double dip on carving it to a size and carving that size down more and all that. We're just checking the weather forecast and all that and doing what we can. Okay, we can go here real quick and go device options, turn off, get this out of here, unequip. Put that away. Alright, so we got the medium handles, so these we can go this way. And we can get ourselves a bunch more small handles. Those also seem like they're around 2-3 XP. Do helis eventually stop? On your normal settings, you only ever get 1 heli. On our settings, they will never stop. But that's not the default behavior. The default behavior is it's 1 and done. And just like that, I've got my carving 3. If I remember correctly, I will need 1 log. Which I've got a spare right down here. Cool. It's not attempted rescue. Like, I don't believe it is, like, actually really spelled out. But the implication that a lot of us have is that the helicopter is a news helicopter violating quarantine to basically figure out what the heck is going on. And just unfortunately, in the time between them coming out to check and all that, you know, quarantine gets broken and yada yada. So then the question is, does the tainted water work? Because that's what we're going to be testing here. It's the Rual party house. Yup. An open door. Absolutely. So we got a tainted water. Okay, so you can do clay. It does appear that will count. They just need 1 unit of clay. Let's go ahead and drop the bucket. Get a unit of clay from the house. What's the car on E? Oh no, the car doesn't... So the car still had a 1/4 tank of gas. That's the reason why we're not moving the car. Because if I move the car, I'll run out of gas. Okay, so mix bucket of clay cement. Cool, so we got a bucket of clay cement. So now what I should be able to do is we can go building. Why? What am I missing for the primitive forge? Bucket of clay cement. Ah. Okay. So it's apparently not accepting the carved bucket of clay cement, but it would take a regular bucket. I think that's a bug. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's a bug that unfortunately our bucket of clay cement that is a clay bucket isn't going to qualify, unfortunately. That's probably just an oversight. Yeah, that's clearly a It also duped the bucket? It did dupe the bucket. Okay. So crafting clay cement with bucket on ground duped the bucket, or it's not duped, did not use, didn't use the bucket, and carved bucket of clay cement, didn't work with primitive forge. Yeah, that's just an oversight that it's probably this thing there. Isn't that the bucket can't seem to find? Well, find easily? Yeah, so that's gonna be a problem. So unfortunately, it does appear the carved bucket of clay cement is not working for the purposes of the primitive forge. Because it's registering everything else is here, but that's labeled as not acceptable. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do, interestingly enough, I don't see all 10 rocks. Do I have the last rock in my inventory? Is that what's going on? Yes. Or is it a carry? Well, no, because if it's a carry weight thing... Okay, so that's for the primitive forge. For a simple forge, I would need concrete. And let me guess. The concrete will also require the same bucket. So let's check. Mixed bucket of concrete, yeah. It's interesting, though, that it just says 10, and we get the carved bucket option here. Yeah. Alright, so no forge. That's what that ultimately means. No forge for right now. Unfortunately, I need to find a legitimate bucket. The worst thing is, I'm pretty sure our last character, the one who didn't, you know, who ended up dying, that's how that works, did actually have the proper bucket. Can you transfer cement between buckets? If I had a bucket. They're both carved buckets. That doesn't do us any good. If I remember correctly where I found the bucket, I want to say I found it placed in a farm. Alright, Randall Thor, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in and all that. Utility closets? Yeah. The big problem we have is because we're playing at 16 times population, we don't get anywhere fast, is the big problem. So there's going to be a good chance it's going to depend on randomly foraging for it, which will suck if that's the case. And all that. Because I was actually kind of looking forward to being able to start that blacksmithing process, but looks like we're back to pushing the gas station. There's also a possibility someplace like the gas station might have it in their back closet, utility closet kind of area. We'll have to see. It is what it is. We'll keep the foraging stuff up just in the off chance, because almost everything is on that loot table. Found a bucket of trash can once? Gotcha. Yeah, so we'll just keep pushing. The good news is I got the big pile of stuff there. And so, once you get an actual bucket, I should be able to transfer it. You find literally everything in a trash can? Makes sense. Alright. So hopefully we'll start seeing these numbers die down here. Let me leave the stones alone. They're plenty available. Just get that trickle of XP from just spotting them while foraging. Okay. But besides that, I did get ourselves another like 20-30 knives. So we're good for more fighting. And I'll catch those stream streaks here in just a moment. Pull the next group, so I gotta deal with that. Yeah, so pretty soon what should happen is instead of like big groups like this, we should just get a... I mean, honestly, this isn't that big a group considering I just walked in and pulled. I also look forward to seeing when we can make the long stone blades, what that gets us. Because I think that's the very last, Oh, you know what I should also do? We can make those long sticks into long handles. And that means I can start using the large smooth stones and all that to make stuff as well. And so we can check out to see what, like, the really big axe and the really big maul are like. From my understanding... they're good for use as a tool, and they're good for breaking down doors, but they're kind of like the wood axe and the sledgehammer in that they're so heavy and so slow, they're just never, like, they're, if you have any other option for a weapon, you typically don't want to use them. New ones down here. Okay. And the last handful. Alright, so let's go pop up here. Yeah, so with the large handles, I can pull up the rocks here, the large smooth rocks. And that should let me go and make the big axe. Does he like playing Project Zomboid while watching you, but sometimes you confuse your zombies with being in my game? Yeah, no, that's been one I've talked about a number of times. There's certain games, like, if I'm playing Project Zomboid, I'll watch someone playing a different game, and if I'm watching someone play a different game, maybe I play Project Zomboid. Like, there's just certain games that the sounds throw me off. Path of Exile is one of those ones that if I am playing Path of Exile, I am not watching Path of Exile. Because if I'm watching Path of Exile and I hear like the I forget what it is, the fireball that chases you on the stream, I'm like just running around in circles, just waiting for this thing to like slam into me and just being ready to dodge, and just you have that momentary stress where you're like, okay, it's not arrived. Clearly it's not in my world. It'd be very stressful. Good reason to take the def trait? I've done a def run. That was actually pretty early on that I did the def run. It was fun. I wouldn't do it again streaming. Even then, like, playing the game with it, you just get to a point you're like, please, I'm begging you, any sound at all, literally any sound at all, I just need sound effects. Calories are super low? Yeah, no, the calories are fine, but I'm overweight. Or not overweight, I'm in the healthy range. I'm sure we could come up with a different name for it, but yeah. There's mods that add all sorts of like weird traits to the game. And that's the kind of thing I could see them doing. I mean, I don't think we need to get into those. Right now with the current build, like, there's just some adjustments that probably need to happen with some of the traits. The giving maintenance to a whole lot of the different professions and traits and all that have kind of thrown the balance a little bit out of whack, where there's some of them that are just really strong. Even if, like, thematically it makes sense that a construction worker should probably know basic maintenance, it's just those extra points of like, okay, but now like, that do-it-yourself lumberjack are kind of on a different tier than the other ones. There needs to be some finagling. I just want to see more permanent bonuses for the profession. So like lumberjack has Axeman, which gives you a small attack speed bonus to your axes. We talked about, you know, burger flipper. I was like, oh yeah, no, maybe give them something for short blade. But we had people come up with the idea where, no, instead, maybe the fast food worker, the burger flipper, actually gets a slight improved speed on the rate they can move loot around. Because, you know, in real life, a fast food worker, you are moving very quickly around, like switching, you know, stuff over, flipping stuff over, you're juggling a lot of different things at the same time. And so it's like, I could see that. that you can just kind of move loot around. It doesn't give you like a distinct strength in the game that's like overpowered, but it's a very nice quality of life, convenient kind of perk. You know, have some character get some type of benefit to, like, you know, short blunt weapons. I don't want all the characters to have like a weapon damage or attack speed theme to them, but like have some of those things there. And I want to say there's a couple of the professions have like foraging bonuses that are nice, stuff like that. Because I feel like that would make your profession choice mean more. Let's see. You don't love that the axe is the only one who gets a boost. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's see. It would be fine if they increase the cost of professions, or remove points from other studs, but instead they just got it for free. Yeah, no, and I think it's just literally, I think why it happened was you would choose a character, the do-it-yourself or whatever, or a construction worker, and you're like, cool, this is a character themed around doing X. And then they couldn't do it because there was that one maintenance requirement for like the very basic thing. So they gave them that maintenance so they could at least do their job or whatever. Yeah, no, actually, I don't think many people would use it. That's honestly a fair one. That firefighter could move the bodies like either faster or with less of an endurance penalty, or both, or whatever. I could see that. Or if not them, you could have the isn't there like a nurse or whatever? Or an EMT kind of thing? Like one of the two of them I could see doing that. I could see the firemen instead having a better, like a faster ability to break down a door. That, like, they get a bonus breaking doors or whatever. Yeah, no, I got you, Craze. But I could also say, like, a lot of medical staff do the same kind of things when, you know, they find someone who's incapacitated, they move them around. But I could also see thematically have, like, one of the characters have, like, a bonus damage to doors or, like, whatever. Yeah, like, who gets what, it doesn't really matter. But the idea that your professions, every profession would get some kind of, like, permanent buff, not just, hey, I got an extra point in a skill or whatever. Can you walk on the road and not touch concrete? Not yet on this character. I have certainly had points where in Project Zomboid we had so many bodies in an area that you really couldn't really make out where the road was. This is a lot of bodies, but this is nowhere near as bad as I've done. I still think to date the most extreme I've had for just concentration of bodies on the road was on the record run in March Ridge, because March Ridge is just a small, dense town when it comes to the zombie population. And so, like, all of the kills are kind of happening in 2 blocks for, like, 90% of clearing that town. So as a result, those 2 blocks got pretty wild. That's, I've got, 2 videos on the YouTube channel that they're pretty old videos now. That one was the, one video is called Journey to a Record. That the idea was I just took a whole bunch of clips that Chad had taken over the year, like the year or so that it took me to, like, build up to doing the record or whatever. So it's, you know, like, me dying and, you know, having my personal best be, like, 28 zombies and, like, 80 zombies and that kind of stuff. So, you know, really, like, the small numbers you get early on and just watching it climb. So it's kind of just, you know, to see the progression. And then the other one was like tribute to a record or whatever, which is just a bunch of clips from the record run. So like the close calls I had and everything. That you watch the character that I wasn't going particularly fast fighting, and then you get towards more and more where it's just, you get onto a highway into a town, you just start throwing down. I will definitely say the number of weapons you find on zombies in Build 42 is nothing compared to what it was in Build 41. By this phase in the game in Build 41, I would be basically not having to worry about looting weapons in any capacity anymore. I would probably also be at the rate I wouldn't be picking up every crowbar, because I would be getting crowbars faster than I could break them. And so ultimately what happened is I just get too many crowbars and just have like a closet of crowbars. I don't think I've seen a zombie with like a claw hammer or anything on him. Which you wouldn't see a lot of those in Build 41, but you'd see like the construction workers once in a while walking around with them. I've had 3 or 4 nightsticks, about 4 or 5 machetes, no katanas yet at all. Maybe 8 or 9 hunting knives would be my guess. Maybe less, maybe more. A couple of large knives. We got a couple of the new ones. Ice axes. Yeah, we've probably had 4 or 5, maybe 6 ice axes. I think 2 fire axes, 1 hatchet, and we had 1 just axe. Not specific, just axe. A couple of the newer, smaller hatchets. We've had 2 or 3 scrap hatchets. We had one saw blade hatchet. That thing hits hard. The saw blade hatchet, we were definitely killing zombies at a really fast rate, but my god, did that thing absolutely obliterate your muscle strain and encumbrance. Like that was an interesting weapon, but you'd hit like 2 zombies and your character is just like doing a terrible thing. As you're dying right now, the official box for the 4th generation AirPod says 4th generation. Oh, was it like a typo got through their copywriter? Like just it's misprinted on the box? I mean, it's one of those things I'd be hesitant to believe it, but also at the same time, that crap absolutely happens. Let's see, now we can use animal bones. Do you think you can use zombie bones or stuff? No. Historically, and maybe it changes someday, historically I was under the impression they never wanted you to process the zombies' bodies themselves, like you couldn't butcher them for parts or anything like that. Like, it's different when it's a zombie or whatever. Or sorry, when it's an animal or whatever. But this isn't RimWorld. Heck, even RimWorld, yeah, you can, like, organ harvest people. They don't let you know, pull bones out of people and then turn those bones into clubs to hit people with. Not without mods, at least. I think Project Zomboid's been trying to keep a really fun and interesting, you know, zombie survival game, while also not really engaging with people who want to be really edgy. Oh yeah, and I realize these things are real stuff that you know, people make weapons like, you know, human bone shivs and all that, you know, in ancient times and whatnot, but it's just not that game. Just not that kind of game. There's a reason why when you want to go and violate the zombie bodies, you gotta go into mod territory. Oh yeah, the Rimworld thing, the human leather hats. Yep. And there is a reason why I have a thing on the channel where when people try to refer to stuff like cannibalism, it swaps it out / mutes it kind of thing. Because as much as I play Rimworld, and in the context of Rimworld, that's whatever. It just... As much as I love Rimworld, it does attract a certain crowd sometimes. They're just like, look man, not everything needs to be this edgy. There's a new hotfix for 42.1.1. Oh, so they've already got a hotfix out? Which is honestly fair enough, yeah. Because otherwise you'd have people's like, oh, we can rend soap by boiling fat off of the zombies. Like, no, please. Maybe with the animals you could have it where, like, you could get fat that you could then boil to make soap. Let's see, Penguinophilia. 40k can be the same way. Folks are either some of the most punk cool people or that guy. And it's funny, because when you look at the 40k universe, like, so much of it is absolutely ludicrous. The fact that the orcs as a faction exist because they believe they exist. And that the orcs could win literally everything because the only reason the orcs die is they believe they can die. That the orcs have this amazing power in 40k, whatever they believe is truth. And it's just what it is. But the orcs are unaware that the orcs have this power, because if they did, they would just win. Because, like, the idea that they can, just, like, ride out in space and all that, and it's just totally fine. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. So, don't get me wrong, you get into Warhammer 40k lore, and you've got the Dark Angels, which was the faction I usually played when I did tabletop back in the day. And don't get me wrong, the Dark Angels are one of the edgelords of the Warhammer 40k universe. Like, absolutely one of the edgelords of the Warhammer 40k universe. But when you stop and you look at half of the stuff that Chaos does and half of the stuff that the Orcs do, and you're like, right, but this universe just is silly. And you know, and I say that not in a bad way. Like, I say that it's like, it's a really fun universe. But people who take it seriously, it's like, man, have you seen? Even Games Workshop doesn't take it seriously. That's because the main thing from the orcs is they know about... That's what makes the Quirks terrifying? I don't know the Quirks one. Yeah, I'm not someone who like knows all the ins and outs or anything of that, the lore, but I there's definitely some I familiarize myself with. Like, I know I read a few of the books back in the day, and I did find the Warhammer 40k books were very mixed bag. You had some books that were really good, and you had some books that I'm like, man, this is like, you know, my like 6-year-old nephew wrote this book. Okay. Oh, did I need to restock weapons? I probably should. Okay. Is he pretty sure there's a Venn diagram of people who take it seriously and people who think the human empire ideals is just shy of perfect circle? Aw, man. Well, that's the whole thing. The universe is supposed to depict that, like, the humans in the Warhammer 40k universe are awful. To be fair, there's really not many factions in the Warhammer 40k universe that aren't awful. It's just one of those universes like, y'all suck. Literally all of y'all suck. Y'all suck in different ways, but you pretty much all suck. If you remember correctly, the Korks were created as an army against chaos way back in the lore. Do the giant rocks deplete? These rocks you don't actually mine. There's the flint ones and that once I mine them, they're gone. So you do kind of deplete those resources, but you can still forage for them and all that. And it's probably one of those things that there's so many you probably don't have to worry about. Like, normally at 8,000 kills, I'm willing to bet on normal populations, 8,000 kills, we would normally have probably nearly depleted Irvington. Maybe not fully wiped it out. I don't know what the base population of Irvington is in the game, but we probably want to do that. Yeah, Tyranids just want to eat. Yep. Yeah, we'll say for the tabletop, my favorite army to verse were the Tyranids, because I played Deathwing Drop Dark Angels, which is just super juiced walking tank people against bugs. And so I always found that to be one of the more balanced fights. And so I really enjoyed it because those were games that, you know, it really did feel like the player who played it better won, versus it was one of those things that you would get against an Imperial Guard player. At the time I played, it was when the Imperial Guard Codex was like super overpowered. And you could, like, they could do the thing where they literally had one squad of over 100 people and just put a solid wall across the thing. And most tournaments, it was stuff like, they could be, I think it was like 5 to 7 turns or whatever. And so what happened is they just get you into melee, and even if you landed every single hit successfully and got a kill on every single one, which was statistically impossible, they would still literally tie you up for the entire game and be able to complete anything else going on. It was so absurd. And then they had all these guns that just flat out ignored your armor and put you into invul saves. So I hated fighting Imperial Guard. But that was the cheese of the week. That's honestly my big complaints that I would have with Games Workshop was twofold. Is one, the amount of the prices they charge for that stuff was really not reasonable or okay. And then the other thing is, Warhammer 40k Tabletop is absolutely notorious for the whole, okay, you know, we need to make a little bit more money. Cool, let's shuffle the codex. Alright, that faction that's really good now? Well, they're trash. This faction that was trash? Well, they're good now. Also, that faction that's good that we kept good, you have to buy the new leader to make it good still. They did that crap all the time. It's one of the reasons I was never particularly competitive in the game, is I got the army I wanted, and I played that army. When they came out with the new codex and nerfed me, that's fine, I played that army. Like hell am I dropping $60-$70 on one piece of pewter. Let's see, you only pay one page Warhammer now? Each faction has a page. Front and back, that's rules. Play? Yeah, my understanding is they started trying to do, and I don't know where it got, they were starting to do a rules crunch on Warhammer 40k because of those problems. Then, even when you're trying to play legitimately, every single time you played, not even an argument, you would have a discussion about like, hey, wait, is it supposed to work this way or this way? And someone would have to go and pull up the forums and be like, what is the official word from Games Workshop on how this mechanic is supposed to work? And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. That was, I never really got into it that much, but I played, it was a Star Wars, I think it was like Star Wars Squadron or Star Wars Armada tabletop game, like once or twice, like didn't play it much. That was the one thing I really respected about that game, is they kept the rules down to just 2-3 pages, and you still had tons of strategy that went into it. And they didn't make you, like, bring your own tape measure and all that crap to try and nuance and figure it out and all that. they actually had a thing, so you'd have like the base of your ship or whatever, and the thing would go on the base of your ship that would be like, okay, this, you click it to the side, this, you click it to the side, and that showed like the angle you could turn. So there was no arguing on what on earth, whatever. You'd be like, okay, boop, boop, there it goes. Versus before it's like, all right, well, I'm measuring. No, you need to measure from the barrel of the gun. No, it's from the base of the figurine. And you're like, well, no, the base of the figurine is bigger than the model, and you'd have people argue, it's like, okay, what the hell's the rule? Which usually for shooting is from the barrel of the weapon, and for actual movement is the base of the figurine. But you get the idea, versus this thing, you know, where you click it and you go, cool. It's like, is it in range? Is it in front of me? Cool, it's in range. Or like you have like the little range finder. That again, it goes right up to the base. It's like, if it's at the base and the thing's there, it counts. So I really appreciate that. The only reason I didn't play more is I didn't know anyone who played it. Like, I played it once or twice, and I was like, this is neat. You sent a Discord link to check after stream? Thank you. I assume that's like the front-back page thing you're talking about? I don't even think that's bad, necessarily, that the game is complicated. That part's fine. It's just, unfortunately, it gets needlessly hard to play because of the complexity. And thank you, Strider, for the 220 biddies. I do appreciate that. Like, you can have a complicated game that's not obtuse. I'll keep it faction diversity. Yeah, that's good. I remember the one rule that I legitimately had like a pet peeve over is the army I had, all of my units were known as what is lumbering, which means my units could only move 6 inches. And I think like I could run the at rest. So I had a much slower movement speed. I think it was something like that. And I just remember there's a chaos unit that their whole gimmick is that make your characters dance, but it basically let the other person control moving your people. So if they won their check, then they could move your person and whatever. But that didn't respect the lumbering rule, so I think they could move you up to 18 inches or something like that. And it was infuriating, the idea that these people who physically can't walk fast because their armor is so heavy would suddenly break out and dance and be able to go twice as fast dancing the other direction. And realism or not, I found that an infuriating and unbalanced mechanic. That sounds poorly designed? That sounds like Games Workshop. Games Workshop did that stuff a lot. Like, as the game was fun, but you had so many different, like, weird rules that you'd go to tournaments, or like, okay, you're not allowed to use that general, or you're not allowed to use this thing because, you know, it was just so unbalanced that you ran to these tournaments that everyone would play the same army. You know, Imperial Guard, you're not allowed to have a single squad of over, like, I think it was like 50 they had the cutout of. Because, like, what happens is they'd have a tournament, someone would find that cheese strat of making, like, the 100 troop, you know, unit of Imperial Guard make a solid straight line across the middle of the map on their side for the beginning. And it's like, alright, well, I guess my melee units don't get to participate this game, because the moment I, you know, engage in that, it literally never ends. When it comes to game design, you're glad you're not in charge of balancing any game? You wonder how insanely difficult? Yeah, and that's the thing. Realistically, game balance is a very difficult thing to achieve, and so you're never going to have a game that is truly balanced. Like, there will always be preferable units, there will always be certain ones that in certain circumstances have an edge. And it's not that you can't get it close enough that it's within such a margin of error you don't have to worry. But the more complicated the game and the more different variety and all that, the harder and harder and harder it's going to get to balance. The more variance, variety, and combinations you got to worry about. And so, to their credit, with how absurdly large Warhammer 40k has gotten, I don't think there's a reality they do balance it. Not without just watering everything down to next to nothing. But that's part of the reason why, like I said, when you go to the tournaments, they have like the long list of rules. They're like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Because for the tournaments to keep them interesting, they do have to tackle a lot of that unbalance and be like, okay, this one's an outlier that we're not going to permit. It's the same thing with like when you have like the Magic card game tournaments and all that. Like all that stuff, they'll be like, hey, this card is this is an illegal card for playing in tournament. You're not allowed to. Because they come to realize like, oh yeah, this card, either by itself or in combination with certain other cards, becomes so broken, it's you play that build, you win. Because there's lots of ones that you don't even have a counterplay. It's always really boring when you have a game that's got that many opportunity for variance, but everyone runs the exact same thing, because it's just, the balance is just not a good place, so you do the thing that wins. Especially when there's cash prizes involved, you're gonna do whatever is the most viable strategy, because cash. Alright, so many variables. Do you balance it for low, mid, or high level according to the stats? Do you balance it for fun, realism? Oh, you never balance it for realism. That's the one answer. Balancing around realism, that is not the play. Your game can be realistic, but when the considerations of like balance and gameplay and fun, those come first. If you can do it and be realistic, excellent. But whenever you have to make a decision saying, okay, I can do it this way and it's more fun, or this way and it's more realistic, you chuck realism out the door, and you say, get lost, nerd, you're not welcome here anymore. The classic we talked earlier about games and shotguns in video games, where almost every single video game, the shotgun has a effective range of like 6 feet. Anything longer and it's utterly useless. And that's a balanced decision, because in real life, shotguns are actually pretty menacing at just about anything less than extreme long range. Hey, Wonky Blocks, thank you so much for the raid. Do hope you had yourself a good stream. Oh, goody. That's the hatchet I mentioned earlier that just obliterates your endurance. Cool. I'm gonna try to stick to using the knives. Yeah, it depends on the ammunition. Yeah, no, you got slugs and all that. But even if you're using like buckshot or something at extremely long range, you're gonna hit stuff. It's not gonna be like Call of Duty where you slap someone at maximum range and it just kind of does like the camera like blur thing. What is a broken branch considered? Short blunt? I don't know if it has one. It would be short blunt. But a lot of those ones that you pick up that are just like a random rock and all that, they don't have a weapon category. You've got a problem. Build 42's newest unstable build now works on your Mac. And your problem is you need to do stuff like sleep and get chores done and be a responsible human being. We're sorry for this trying time where you will have great difficulty juggling between your responsibilities and your desires. I'm suddenly, since I mentioned the hunting knives, I'm suddenly finding a whole lot of hunting knives. What is this responsibility you speak of? That boring thing life makes you do. And then if you don't, then you stop getting to do the fun things because they go away. No problem, Wonk. You take it easy. Now start mentioning buckets. Oh yeah, yeah. You don't find buckets very often. Man, it is a real shame that you do not find buckets very often. It would be really nice if we found a bucket. Was that good? Do you think that'll be enough? It does feel like a thing in a lot of games that once you complain about the thing, you know, like not getting a drop or whatever, then you'll get it. It's entirely placebo effect, where it's like you see a pattern that's not really there, which isn't actually what a placebo is, but still, we're gonna go with it anyways. We're gonna pretend that was right. Yeah. Oh yeah, good times. Let's see. Chances the satchel has a bucket, pretty much 0. The different stuff like satchels and that have limited loot tables on what can show in there. So like if you have a student, for example, has a backpack, they can have books in it. They like not the, I actually don't know if they can have the skill books, but historically they could have books in it. They could have pencils, notepads, magazines, like entertainment magazines, like comics or whatever, chocolate. I think they could have a teddy bear. They could have game systems, but you wouldn't find something like a crowbar or a nightstick or something like that. It's not on the loot table. I have no idea. Popish? I don't know what that is. I'm probably just mispronouncing it. If I pronounce it correctly, I'd know what it is. But... Alright. But yeah, so like I said, certain... It's one of the reasons why I get less interested in searching Kopesh. I think that's a food item, am I thinking correctly? Why are you not dying? Seriously. But no, I don't believe I've seen that. It's the Egyptian curved pharaoh sword. Gotcha. It's a curved sword. Yep. Nope. You don't find him in there. You know what, chat? This is thinning out. This is proper thinning out. We're getting to that phase now where I'm able to walk in farther and farther. Barring another migration, we should be able to start moving forward again and reclaim that area. Because I'm noticing I'm getting farther and farther up the road before we even aggro. So we should start being able to get in here. This is going to bully us back more. Because they did pull about 2-3 rally groups worth. So I've overextended a little bit.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? That's more than I want. That just means in one pull we kill 40, 50 zombies there, which is really good for clearing, even though it does... Like, pushing yourself this far when we go to Exerted, it might feel like it's better progress. Usually doing the smaller pulls where you don't get to Exerted is going to equate more for you per day in kills, just because you have to spend less time back and recouping. Let's run up here. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see, Project Zomboid was like 7 Days to Die, where only a few zombies drop loot, but the ones that drop it are good. So it is a thing that you move later on in the day, or sorry, not later on in the day, later on in the run. My understanding is the loot that the zombies don't have is going to be getting less and less as time goes on in your run. And in return for that, you're going to get better loot from the zombies, like the survivor zombies, that is.
Thank you Tar79 meters for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, TA79M. I'm assuming that's going to be pronounced some way, and I'm not seeing it. But, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub, I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you for that. That's an interesting. You like what they did with the Survivor Zombies? Yeah, so the Survivor Zombies kind of operate as a loot pinata for us now, for those who don't know. So if people remember back in Build 41, you have, like, the one zombie by themselves. They would often have, like, a large backpack, and they'd be surrounded by a little cluster of zombies. Those are the Survivor Zombies. So what they did is they really expanded that idea in Build 42, that you got a much larger variance on them. They almost always have, like, some skill books on them and a whole bunch of goodies. So it is definitely... It's definitely a more interesting thing to get off of them. And a lot of times they'll have, like, canned goods and a whole bunch of goodies. So definitely good times with the Survivor Zombies. But the impression I get of what's going to happen is as you get farther and farther in your run, you'll find stuff like that a little bit more often. Now, I don't know how that works and all that, so far as, like, actual balance, like how much more loot. But they have two different mechanics that effectively delete loot from your world. And I'm assuming it deletes loot from your world as in areas you haven't already explored. Like, when you get there, it'll be depleted. But the idea is there's one that roughly half the buildings will be looted. And I could have details wrong about this, by the way, because I haven't lived long enough to really experiment with it. But there's one that pretty early on, about half the buildings end up looted. That loot's just gone. And then there's a separate mechanic that for every day, like, the loot will go down just the tiniest little bit until it's pretty much negligible after 10 years. Now, to my understanding, that won't impact stuff like your house event loot usually is not impacted by anything like that, so, you know, where you go into, like, the murder-suicide house where there's the gun and the couple of bullets or whatever that show up on the ground, that's still going to have that. You go into the Jason house and there'll still be the guy with the machete. Like, that'll all remain the same. But as far as, like, just random house loot and all that, it'll be a lot less. But in turn, you get more of the special stuff. Like, you'll get the survivor vehicle have stuff in it. I also have no idea if any of that impacts car loot or anything like that. That I don't know. But you get the idea that you're going to have fewer sources of loot that you're going to find randomly, just like looting the random houses. But in turn, you're going to find better loot in the fewer places. So stuff like canned goods and that will probably become far more scarce, while stuff like skill books will be, you know, easier to get a hold of just because of those loot pinatas and all that.
So basically, instead of you roll into the local bookstore mid-game to finish off getting your books, instead of that one trip and you're just set, you'll kill a zombie and get a couple books here and there. You might find that vehicle and get a couple more books there, but you'll have a higher tendency to get the really good books as opposed to a lot of the really low-level books. That's the way it sounds like it's going to be on paper. You can jar your crops. That's a thing. The problem is the jars are pretty hard to get a hold of. Alright. But yeah, now right now we don't have canning that I'm aware of, but you do have jarring. It's not a skill, it's just, man, I can't remember how it works in the game. It's a process. I did it once in Build 41, it's like, that's cool, but I can never see myself doing it. It just took too much to get there. But with a lot of the changes, some of that's going to make sense. I mean, the other problem was honestly just getting the jars. You'd have that run where you found, like, the container that, I think it had 8 jars or 12 jars in it. Like, if you found one of those, you actually could do a bunch of jarring. I think one of the other problems, if I remember correctly, I think it consumed the lid. Was one of the problems. They had to keep finding jarring stuff, and they didn't last forever, just massively increased their shelf life. Trying to get some of these zombies along the side of the road that I keep accidentally pulling when I'm doing my big pulls out of here. They're still going to wander around here anyway, so I'm going to have to kill them eventually. Okay. And just bullying right now. Okay, and just casually killing another large group without any real effort. Your murder machine? Yeah, that's us talking about that as we get along in the run. And our damage starts to get higher and higher because of the... I'll drop them in the ground for later. Had a Desert Eagle. Right now, that wouldn't be a good call. It'd undo a lot of my work, but I'm down to drop it on the ground. Because I just happened to see it walking by. That's part of why I keep my loot up all the times. The number of times in this game I have thought like I've looted everything nearby, and then you walk by and you find like a machete or an extra hunting knife or stuff like that has not been a small number. So you can do that. Like, I'll never miss something like a katana because it's so painfully obvious. Like, it just sticks out, grabs your attention. But some of those littler things, like the hunting knife, can easily be overlooked. All right. Yeah, we'll also need to deal with food soon, won't we? Because I'm pretty sure I'm out of stuff there. Yep, that's fine. And our weight's still good? Yep. So we don't need to stop and fish yet. We're doing fine there. I do kind of appreciate with the changes to the fishing. It's not so brutal that like winter shows up and fishing stops. Because that was the way Build 41 worked, is unless you had like really high fishing, fishing during the winter was just kind of a frustrating thing. Like you wouldn't really be able to catch anything spearfishing. But then if you took the time to actually have fishing pole and a lure, you could make it work if you went like in the good hours of the day or whatever. I'm glad they moved away from that. They do have a penalty for being cold, but it seems like you can still have a certain amount of success with it. It's definitely harder to get fish later on. And I'll say it also feels like I had a an easier time early game in Build 41 getting fish. Plus the minigame also means I have to put effort into it, not just right-click, say, fish, and fast forward. Alright. I'm gonna be backing up because it's getting dark. But yeah, so you can see how we went from where I was getting bullied up that road, like, consistently each and every time I pulled. And now I'm not even having to back up to the fence line, let alone, like, both houses up the road. That's what I mean by when you deplete an area, like, it suddenly does a transition where you just kind of walk right in. I thought I used more knives today than I did. That's fine, we only went through like 4 or 5. Imagine the water froze over and you had to dig an ice hole. So when is the helicopter? That is an excellent question. I can check right now. So we're on the 21st. The 10th helicopter is on the 12th. So give me one more day and then it's available. One more day is the earliest it can happen. Imagine how many bone chips you could craft. None. You don't realize, but the zombie disease makes their bones gelatinous, so they're no longer viable for bone chips. Like, you all think that the zombie apocalypse is actually taking over their nervous system, but in reality, it's just a gelatin substance that's using them like a puppet. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and tuning in all that. Alright. It's also very likely we will see snow in the game soon actually accumulate on the ground. Usually that's about the end of November, early December that I start to see it. You'll have like one or two times the snow comes down and then it melts right away. And then usually after that we'll have another one where we actually have a proper snowfall that sticks around for a week or two. And it's not like there's any like predictability behind it. It's just with the temperatures you see in game. You usually have earlier on the snow doesn't stick around very long, and then like late December, I'm gonna grab you. Late December to mid-January and early February even, you'll start to really see a lot of the snow stick around for a while. It never stays around long term though, like for any real length of time. Like maybe a week or so. But considering we're seeing freezing temperatures a lot, we'll probably see that soon. Okay, and the reason I grabbed the flat stone is I can start making axes and all that, like the big axes. Drop you on the ground, you're really heavy. Okay. Friday smithing. We actually got the stuff together to do the smithing. Unfortunately, we found, and I'm thinking it's just like an oversight, that we need an actual bucket to make the primitive forge. And so the issue with that is we made the carved bucket, but it doesn't count. So I've got a carved bucket of clay cement, but I can't use it as clay cement. So I literally have, if we look down at these kilns, I have it right there, the whole pile of stuff. So I gotta find a bucket. Hey, Alice on your 10 stream streak, so I really do appreciate that. Because that was actually, we were setting that up maybe an hour ago, we were trying to get that going. What day is this? We are on month 4, day 15. So our character is about 4.5 months old. And we're just trying to pass time until it is good for us to go to sleep and still wake up during daytime. Yeah, we're 8,200 kills, which is pretty solid. Bet there's a bucket in the gas station. I hope so. That would be honestly very convenient. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And I really do appreciate you tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and run the next ad break. It's pretty early for it, but then we don't have to worry about it for an hour and a half. But I got to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. And it's going good, Alice. I'll catch up with you in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build a bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies.
Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run.
It's always interesting seeing those really, really old clips. And you can tell they're really old because it's using push to talk and my noise canceling wasn't right. So you hear the click, 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 click as I'm going in and out talking. While that was before I had like really much intention of doing anything with any of this. It's just wild, like looking back, it was like, yeah, those were times. Oh wow, we can see like everything for miles. Oh, it's more sticks not. Hey, berries. Oh, right. You know what I was gonna do? Well, first of all, we got something new we can do is these really large branches. Oh, there it is. The large branches now, I can actually carve those into planks. What I was going to say is I can take the long sticks we have here and I can carve those into long handles. And we might be able to do some fun stuff with that. Let's drop you on the ground, because you're heavy. Alright. Gonna eat those berries real fast to deal with our weight. No, not our weight, our hunger. Where did the other berry go? It's fine, whatever. Alright, but let's see here what we can do with some of the stuff. The one I'm worried about is replacing our saws. I believe there is a saw blade you can make that's just kind of like a junk saw blade. A primitive saw blade, whatever the word is. But I gotta look up what's the requirement for it, because we're gonna have to do that. Right now I'm sitting on a whole lot of saws. Because fortunately they're not that rare. But I do envision that being a problem later. Alright, meanwhile... So you can see here, I can take... Oh, I just need a knife to make planks. That's interesting. So that would imply I probably don't even need a saw to do a lot of the basic carpentry anymore. We just take the large thing here and turn it into a plank. Maybe pretty soon I'll start actually going and patching up some of these missing doors and everything. Alright, what I actually wanted to do is make large handle. I have 13 of those. Wait. Small handle? Did I choose the wrong thing? Can I show the stats? Sure, give me just a moment. Yeah, what I can do is I can break out the radio because that's going to happen. So I believe the helicopter can happen today as its first day. That's probably the reason I'm not rushing down the road yet. As far as stats go, we're looking at about axes 4 into 5th, long blunt about 1.5, short blunt we're at about not quite 3.5, long blade we're like just basically 3. Short blade we're at about 5.5, and then maintenance we're at about 6.5. Carving we're at 3, cooking we're at 4, napping we're at 5. Fitness we're getting pretty close to fitness 5. And then strength 6, we're at about strength 5.5, sorry. Nimble we're getting pretty close to 3 2/3 is where we're at right now. Fishing we're at about 3.5, and then foraging we're at 7, because I'm putting like 0 effort into foraging nowadays, just picking up things on occasion. And then once we listen to the radio broadcast, as long as it doesn't say helicopter, I'm going to try and make myself one of the big axes and all that real quick, just because we don't know anything about them for ourselves. So let's tinker. Because what I want to do is I want to just get a feel for its swing speed and that kind of thing. Alright, so carve large handle right there. Well, I can make that out of planks. That's interesting. Or tree branches. Cool, so you got 2 large handles. Ah, they're not very good quality, which is interesting. I'm curious what it'll take. Oh, it's probably have to get better carving skill. Okay, so we've got that. So we can make a large stone axe head or a maul head. I want to make the maul head first. And I'm assuming this will be a two-handed blunt weapon. Or a long blunt weapon. You get the idea. So I've got the maul head. So I should be able to go in here and make a stone maul. Ho 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 ho. You are a big weapon. 6 encumbrance. What is your swing speed? Oh, you are a sledgehammer. Okay. That is clearly not going to be used as a normal weapon. That is our hello Kool-Aid. This door's got to go. Good to know. So if we find like a storage unit or something and we need some doors to be gone, that's what we use it for. We should have... Yeah, no, exactly. That's where we've got like a shed that we need to get into. We come back with that and the shed stands no chance. I'm looking for another large stone. We usually find these everywhere. I've been ignoring them for a long time. I'm assuming the other one will be just like the wood axe like people said it would be. I'll just jog, it's fine. Still dodging the zombies? Yeah. What are you? Oh, it's a large stone. I don't care about that right now. We're looking for the smooth big stone or whatever it's called. There's one right down there. I was kind of hoping that one of these would actually be decent. because if one of these is decent, one of the things I can make with a large smooth stone, that just gives me another resource I can use to make weapons. And it might even be that once I get enough stats and axes, it's at least passable. Because I'm sure it hits hard. But like, the wood axe, if you had axemen and really high levels with axes, could actually be okay. Like, it was strong, but it just was really bad for encumbrance. But outside of that, as well as ones you're like, no, you don't mess with this. Oh, there it is. I was like, where'd I drop it? Oh, move those. Eat some more berries. Alright. The good news as well, if it is like the wood axe, it'll probably be way better for us chopping trees than what we've been using. Which wouldn't surprise me. The crude axe is not exactly a great axe. So I know we're burning a little time dealing with this today, but it's fine. It's stuff I wanted to test for a while, and I keep forgetting I could do it. I'll still want to clear out these trees and all the art trees around here. Okay. Alright, so let's go here. Let's make our large axe head. Let's go here. Make our large stone axe. You cannot be attached to anything. You're just too big. Alright, so yeah, it does have the wood axe swing speed. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's a bug. And so let's see what the stats are. So the damage on these, as you can see, are pretty obscene. That is literally a maxed damage stat, and that's like 80%. By comparison, my knives are at about 20%, and the saw blade thing is just under half. The crude axe is also just ahead. So they got the damage. The damage is there, and then the steel baseball bat, whatever, is not that high. You get the idea. They hit hacking hard. There's no denying that. They hit like a truck, which is true of both the wood axe and the sledgehammer as well. It's just the problem is the swing speed. The swing speed is extremely dangerous in Project Zomboid if it's too slow. Right here, let's take a sip of the water and then we'll run up the road. Because the problem with the slow swing speed is you hit the lead zombie, and by the time you get the next swing up, because of the slower movement speed you get once you start a swing, then you end up just not being able to get the next hit in time. And if you have anything, such as muscle strain, that slows down your swing speed, you just die. So they're really dangerous to use as weapons. They do kill zombies almost every hit, but they're real dangerous. That said, if I'm walking around on my own property and just dealing with like 1 or 2 stragglers, turning and popping a zombie with the wood axe isn't something I'm against. But the moment I'm looking at a group, I'm dropping the wood axe. Alright. So I can still get a good 7-ish in-game hours worth of clearing zombies in. I'm surprised you heard me that far. That's fine, let me kill 1 or 2 zombies and sit down. I don't know if you're seeing me or what you're doing. Once I kill the handful of zombies that are aggroing me here, I'm gonna switch back to our stone knives just so I know I can get like really consistent ones versus mixing up the weapons. It'll just save the axe for whenever I'm pretty much out of weapons. Alright, about 1/4 of the way through. Okay, time to get our kills going. Get rid of that. But yeah, so you see, like, we got these large stones everywhere. Like, there's the one there, there's one up there, there's one back here. So there's a way I can actually get those weapons to be reasonable to use, which I don't think there is. It would really up my weapon availability. To be fair, I could also start making the stone hammers with all these stones around us as well. It wouldn't be the worst. That is one of the things I'm curious about, if there would be an easy way for me to, like... If I got a large backpack, or a military backpack, I could see every once in a while taking a trip back where I take the hiking backpack, and I just load it up with clothes to take back to then, you know, rinse and shred. So I'll make sure I have enough enough materials for crafting, as well as the wall and whatnot. Okay. One of the worst things is when I do reach the gas station, just driving that car in there the very first time is gonna draw a lot of zombies. It's fine. I've been fighting the temptation to just walk ahead to see what I can, because it also will get more zombies active on it. Yeah, no, the melee range is longer. That's just the way it is. It was even longer in the internal test build. But they did shorten it. So there's some adjustment going on with the melee range. I don't know exactly what the intent is. It may just be they want to have like a little bit more wiggle room when you're in melee, for all I know. But it's just kind of one of those things that the melee range is currently longer than it was. What's the kill count? 8,281. And we're at 4 months, 16 days. Okay. Yeah, it's at least 20? Yeah. Because right now what I'm able to do is when a group runs up to me, I'm pretty much able to grab a full group and just go for it now. Wait, did I actually put something in here? Oh, I put the book in the wrong pouch. Alright. You weren't useful, but correct. Yeah, but you're technically correct. The best kind of correct. Alright. Cool, let's go aggro another big group. Start cleaning up. I miss when we were able to see the gas station. Those are good times. Okay. It's good to see the goal in sight. All right. Cool, just cut more stragglers. And they'll be able to sit, rest, do the process all over again. Only this time without going half up a block. Okay, so get back up here. Yeah, so we definitely have reached the point where we've cleared out enough of the zombies, we're able to start bullying our way into the zone. Okay. You're about a third of the way through the book. Yeah, a lot of those bodies will start disappearing back there too. Gonna be bold. I'm gonna grab this one versus the ones that are farther back. Have a big pull. Not a survivor zombie, just a regular boring duffel bag. No pull? Just a pencil in there. What's the font? If you go to your accessibility settings, two from the bottom, it's the dyslexia font. You'll want to turn up your font size a little when you switch to it, though, because it is a smaller font otherwise. Oh, I forgot to stage these. Yeah, which I'm using, I believe the font size was 28 px. Okay. I'll need to be careful to drive the car forward. That's a pretty big heap of zombies directly in front of it. And the physics can get a little wonky when you're driving over really big piles of zombies. There you are. Alright. I know they've got a feature now in the game that on your world save you can actually make it so certain items won't show up on zombies and all that. I don't remember the exact thing, but I was reading about the fact that like if you set to filter certain items like to be deleted from the ground, you could also have them effectively deleted from the zombies too. It would be curious if I took the time to take like all the underwear and stuff that I never loot, add that to the list, if it would make looting the zombies really easy. I'd have to look into that. I wouldn't want to mess with that on I mean, I can't, like, I'd have to edit the save. It'd be interesting to see the implications of that. I wonder why the zombies seem to not be noticing me as much this day. We didn't gain like any levels in like light-footed or stealth that would justify some weirdness. We're not in fog. The temperature isn't like appreciably different, nor do the zombies really react to temperature anyways. Alright, well, let's grab Big. Big group right here. Bring your friends. I don't... Nothing's changed. Because my expectation is I'd get in here, our character would yell and I'd have like 50, 60 zombies on me. But weirdly, all the ones on the side of the road at them are just kind of watching. It's spooking me out just a little bit because I'm like, why are you not aggroing? Don't really get it. I just expect you to pull ways over here and get like the giant group, and I'm okay with that. It'd bully me the whole way back up to the house. But that's kind of fine because like I figured I'd take down 40, 50, all of that. Oh yeah, I meant to check. I know people mentioned there was a hot fix on this update. And I totally forgot about that. You'll see what it was if I need to like pause for a second, like exit out, come back with the hotfix or not. Okay. There we go, we're getting a little bit of a reaction finally. It's not like there's just been this update. We've been fighting this whole time with this update. It was just suddenly like the zombies just lost interest. Okay. Alright. So what I'm tempted to do is this you were you the one who had the duffel bag? I feel like the duffel bag was right up here somewhere. Or I think it's way over here. What I was thinking about doing is just sneaking up, grabbing the duffel bag, and grabbing a bunch of their clothes for bringing back and ripping and doing all that stuff. I don't see the duffel bag anymore. There's one of the ones up here, I thought. It's fine. It was on the crossroad. Okay, so we'll try and be quick. It's getting dark. Because, oh, it was the one here in the bottom. Down here. That's right, in the white. Because I remember he had a white shirt. No, it wasn't. Wait, I do believe it's in the crossroad. Oh, wait, hey, A little bit to the left. Alright, sorry, okay. I think the jig's up anyways. Either way, I need to back out. We can't keep searching for it. Yeah. Too many. Getting too dark. Basically, soon enough, I'm going to need more cloth for more weapons anyways. I've got the giant mountain. So I'm just trying to grab... That's not what I want. You back off. Okay.
Cool. Alright. Top right of the intersection? Gotcha. Yeah, just trying to get it so we can grab a bunch of the cloth. So that I can restock the rags for dealing with the, keeping our weapons going. I got a giant pile of them, so what I could probably do is we just get to sleep when we get home, and then first thing in the morning we wash all those clothes real quick. I mean, actually, I'm not too worried about that, because we can rip them all. And if we rip them all as we go to sleep, I take all the ones that give dirty rags, those become our walls, and I take all the ones that become clean rags, and those become our weapons, so I won't worry about too much. But that's what I was thinking, it'd be very helpful to be able to filter out and be like, give me these clothes, and I'm sure I could do the, I didn't check if the shoes are in their own category or not. I'm sure there'd be some way to categorize them where I could grab a bunch of them quickly, but it is what it is. I shouldn't be getting back this late, because as you can see, it's really hard for me to see. And I could use a flashlight, but it just gives you such a small cone. It's not super useful. Alright. Because yeah, we can go up to our room, and while we wait for it to be time to sleep, we can rip clothes. I was trying to think when we had the next helicopter where I'm taking it. The last one was not a smooth helicopter. Crafting recipe, rip clothing, max go. Okay, and we've ripped them all. And so next morning we can turn around and drop those all on the shelf for making weapons, making walls, all that kind of stuff. How's our weight doing? Okay, we're still at 80 kilograms. Let's see, is there a way to reset the window size crafting window? Not that I am aware of. Surprised the dark didn't stop him? Yeah, and there's some crafting we can still do in the dark, and ripping clothes is one of them. Okay, go here. And now you're empty, grab you. Alright, and what I was going to do as well, we could take this. Give me the dirty rags, have the clean ones. Cool. What I'm going to do, then I'm going to take these dirty rags down here. I have so much cleanup to do over here. And we gotta go where this stuff is for us to build later. We just drop all the dirty rags here.
Your size triangle is off your screen. I get it. So, like, it's off the bottom or whatever. You're trying to find an angle where you can get back at it to use it. Yeah, no, I mean, I could see rebooting the game to reset it. I'm not aware of, like, a shortcut key or something like that. Alright, whatever that is, it's gone. Okay. So we're on our way back out, but I do need to forage because we're not enough food kind of situation. And there's a mango. We got some rose hips. Hot fix? Oh yeah, I probably should, right? Let's go ahead and do that. People mentioned there was a hot fix. So let's quit to Dex. Well, actually, wait a second. The hot fix is probably for all of you on the unstable branch. Yeah, it's fine. We'll check real fast. We'll just check real fast. So we'll exit the game, reload the game just to see if there is a hot fix or anything you gotta worry about here. Yeah, no, it's not detecting an update. I'm assuming you all got the hot fix and it was different between the internal and yours. That's fine. Because they seem to have the fear of the weird stance bug using short blade. Gotcha. So that's all they did is they just separate, because the internal build they already fixed it. They probably just took that separate thing and then moved it over to the unstable branch. That's fine. I'd rather double check and then like have that be sure that's not a problem. Yeah, so a lot of people are just saying you have to close the game and really open the game with that. The range being a little long, I don't know if that's a bug or decision. It's definitely not as long as it was in the first iteration of the test build where we had like twice the range you'd expect. This one it just feels like it's a little bit longer than it's supposed to be. It's just the way it feels. Unless the hotfix added something new, but I'm not experiencing anything that'd be like that dramatic of a range. Like, it's definitely longer than I'd expect. But not like egregiously so. We're finding goodies for food today. Yeah, as far as is it a bug or is it intended, I have no idea. Yeah, no, if it's much longer, that's just not what I'm experiencing. Like, it was really, really long during the internal test at first. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But they resolved that. Now it's just like a little bit longer than I'm used to, but we'll see. Put those in my bag, because I'll always need more knives. Oh, how am I doing on knives? That's probably fine for right now. I do have the axe as well. Alright. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I have been using the paring knife. I do know the shorter weapons, it's way more pronounced. Because, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, it does feel like my range is a little on the long side. But maybe because it was so much longer in the test build, like the very first test build we had after build 42 dropped, that it just adjusted my expectations a lot. Okay. So we'll have some of these because I did drag a bunch of them back. Because we were trying to find the duffel bag just so I had a second bag I could chuck a bunch of clothes in for ripping up, for building wall and all that. Okay. Getting a little bit of stutter. Get a radio out to listen for the broadcast. Probably only be one or two more of these I can listen to till our radio's battery's got to be swapped. Okay. Just watching because we're in range for another helicopter to happen because I do have the helicopter set to sometimes as opposed to just once. Don't. Okay, we're fine. Saw the double buzz and got nervous. Alright. Now, because I didn't grab more knives because I forgot, we'll definitely have to go back to the house at the end of this in-game day, because I definitely don't have enough for 2 days. But that's fine. Okay. Alright, where's the one with the calculator? That was the one with the double bag. And gonna grab your duffel bag. Eat your sunflower seeds just on principle. Because with that now, we can do that. Let's see, what is your go-to food source for staying in one area for such a long time with 16 times pop? If I'm trying to lose weight, it's foraging. If I'm trying to gain weight, it's fishing. Now, between the two of those, I could sustain myself forever. Technically, I could also just go with literally just fishing and nothing else. But weight management would be very difficult. But that said, being overweight in the game is really not that big of a burden. But you can completely effectively cancel out hunger entirely by just foraging. Even if you turn down abundance, it's just if you turn down abundance, you spend more time foraging in your day. And you have to stop to do it more often. Okay, but the plan is end today. Again, grab a bunch of clothes, load them up in the duffel. The reason I'm thinking the duffel is because then if I deal with like a bunch of zombies pop out, I can just drop the duffel easy. I still have all my stuff I need to survive, and we can just retrieve the duffel later. Okay. Pretty soon we'll be able to get all this sort of. Do you eat like bugs? Early on in times I've done that. But no. Usually once you get like a point or two in it, you're gonna find like potatoes, mangoes, rose hip, berries, mushrooms. Before you have like the herbalist trait or magazine or whatever, you can eat the poisonous berries if you're very careful about it. Like you eat a poisonous berry, you wait for Queasy to go away, then you eat another poisonous berry kind of thing. It's not enough to completely counter the hunger. You will, get too much poison, but it's one of those things you can drag out how much time you are like hungry between there. And so it is one of those things that you can like nibble on the poisonous berries. Don't mess with the mushrooms. I know early on in build 42 the poisonous mushrooms have been manageable, but it is one of those things that historically those poisonous mushrooms have been just a death sentence. So I do anticipate that poison will probably get an adjustment, because otherwise it just doesn't matter that much. I don't think that's intentional. I think that's just they changed a lot of stuff and that was just a side effect of it. The thing is, most of the bugs are only 1 or 2 hunger, so you can snack on them to like get, a point or two of hunger here and there, and that's not the worst. It's just very inefficient. But that said, I absolutely do that early in the game when I have no foraging. It just means my character's constantly depressed. But once you get to the point that you're actually getting any reasonable amount of forage, you just don't have to worry about it anymore. Then the big thing after that is making sure you get what you need to be able to make a fishing pole and be able to have a place to fish. Because you can't maintain your weight on foraging alone. Yep, that's exactly. It's like, you can keep your character alive for somewhere in the ballpark of around 3 or 4 months if you start overweight with just foraging, but by then you get to the point that your body weight's just too low and you'll start dying from effectively malnutrition. But like I said, that's when you mix in either fishing, or if you've got cows nearby, you can start putting butter in there, or, if you've got, pigs nearby, you start butchering them. The butchering is supposed to be good enough to survive on nowadays. I haven't tested it. Yeah. Focus on forging? Yeah, that sounds like the plan. That's what I do, because like right now, to me, it's kind of a hard sell for me on the whole new way the farming works. It's just extremely laborious that even if they crank up the output, that's going to be a lot of effort you're going to have to put in to get food out of it. And even if they crank up the amount of food we get out of it per tile or whatever, to try and justify the amount of effort, I can't see doing it because, you know, the cabbage and that won't keep nearly long enough. You'll just end up throwing a lot of away rotting. But I think this is one of the things that they've gone with the realistic number, and reality will kind of dictate that they either bring it down or they find some other way to make it work. I just don't see people surviving long enough for a lot of the farming stuff. And unless they're prepared to absolutely nerf foraging into the ground, which would then force you to do agriculture, I don't know. I feel like farming is not in a great place right now in the unstable branch. The assumption could be that anyone making it that long to harvest would happen to have electricity by then. But even then, even if you're using the freezer doesn't make stuff last indefinitely. You would still be dealing with a lot of your stuff just rotting. Yeah, no, that's the thing, though. If we look at where farming was before, it was strong. And so I do feel like farming could have taken a little bit of a hit. But on the other end, where farming now takes realistic amounts of time to grow stuff, where, like, the fastest growing things are, like, a full month and all that. And then the slowest is, like, 240 days. That's just a really big investment. You know, versus before, it was something like radishes used to be, I think it was 7 days. But then the radishes, as far as nutrition, was pretty garbage. They gave, like, almost no hunger. Yeah, and I could see going for, like, crops, like I mean, honestly, taking all of the existing crops and like just doubling the time would have probably been enough. So 2 weeks for like the radishes and all that. The problem is still radishes, like, we still go back to like the radishes gave so little hunger that even with the old settings, people didn't bother because for the amount of work, you just didn't feel like you got your bang for your buck. They'd rather just do other things to get your hunger. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like 15, 20 days. Well, that's, there was a lot of crops that did take that long. Stuff like the potatoes and all that did have a longer grow time. I think there's a pool cue stuck in that one. Is you right here? Wooden spear. I'll drop it on the ground. It probably won't use it, but that way it doesn't despawn with the zombie. Alright. Two months in the game is like 50, 60 hours? Probably less than that. So the thing to keep in mind is even when you're on 1 hour days, the day average is around 30 to 45 minutes. And that's because you do fast forward a lot, you do sleep through part of it, which is also fast forwarded. It's still a long time. You're still talking 30, 40 hours. I think that's reasonable for a survival thing, though. Like 30, 40 hours. But yeah, in a Project Zomboid, I mean, when you really look at a lot of the stuff does take a lot of real-life time. Because you think about the characters I've survived over a year on, and you're still talking, you know, what? 182 plus hours for that one save? Easily. Like, this save is probably not at 100 hours yet, but it's getting there. Also, should what you harvest last longer in planting cycle? You mean like before it rots? I don't think that's really necessary one way or the other. 'Cause I wanna say most of the crops, they last for a little while before you can harvest them. There are definitely some that do rot. I mean, they all rot. I mean, there's some that do rot pretty quickly. I want to say it was potatoes, that potatoes were notorious for rotting really fast on you when it comes to if you don't harvest them. Like, once you harvest them, they last a long time. But for me, I remember most of the time, the only times I'd have stuff rot on me is when I was traveling around and I'd circle back to where I was and it'd just be gone. Yeah, no, it's definitely a realism versus fun. And I do feel like right now the farming realism, it like doesn't factor in what's realistic for people to commit to the time to play in a save, and then the actual reward for it. Because very genuinely, let's say they absolutely nerfed foraging. That foraging just was no longer a really viable way of doing it. Let's just say that happened. And that you kind of had to farm to be practical. I feel like the amount of effort the farming would take right now, because you'd have to keep watering the crops and, you know, potentially doing the bug spray or whatever and going through all that rigmarole. Even if the output was good, I feel like how laborious that would be. That would be a major detractor. That would probably be the first time I went to the game and just modded the thing to be like, no, really, make this less of just a chore. So not even like, that would definitely be a line where I'd say this is no longer in the range of fun, this is in the range of tedious. Now, if we have, I mean, if we have like sprinklers and everything, I guess it's not as bad. That'd make it a lot less tedious, I guess would be a fair thing. I don't know. It's definitely one of those ones I'm like, I don't feel like the game really needs realistic grow times. I don't know, we'll see. Like, it depends on where they go with it. I just always worry when people get harder and harder and harder on the realism side. There's definitely an invisible line that the realism is the detractor from the game. Yeah, and I'm sure if it ends up being bad, the devs will come around and be like, all right, let's just make this not as realistic, like not worry about it. Yeah. Because for me, I just don't want to deal with that kind of a thing. And it could be that that's just not the gameplay for me, that like it ends up being farming in this game isn't my cup of tea and I just do other things, but that's why we have options. That's why I'd be foraging or, you know, other stuff. Like, I'm curious if they'll add more foraging like we've got now where I can right-click pick up stuff. I could see them leaning into that more and having, like, you could actually see berry bushes and right-click and pick from the berry bushes and all that. So instead of strictly foraging, you would find them and clear them out. Like, the forging would be the renewable way, but then, you know, you can go on the map and find the nodes. Stats check. Give me a couple minutes on that one. We just did one a couple minutes ago. And I want to just deal with the fight I'm in. But, I don't think we've actually gained a level in anything except carpentry today. I could be wrong about that. Oh, sorry, not carpentry, carving. We gained a level in carving, I know that for a fact, but I think this has been, so far, not a big day for finishing out entirely additional levels and skills. We have gained a lot of XP and stuff like the short blade and all that. Maybe, no, not axes. We just haven't finished a full level, but some of these things are getting to like levels 5 and 6, but they're not going to level fast. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure compared to yesterday, carving may be the only skill. That's the only one I could think of that we've actually gained a level in. We've got some that are getting pretty close, though. Okay. Alright, but yeah, so axes 4, long blunt 1.5, short blunt about 1 1/3, long blade basically 3, short blade about 5.5, maintenance about 6.5, carving 3, cooking 4, napping 5, fitness is getting really close to hitting 5, strength is getting pretty close to hitting 6, nimble's getting pretty close to hitting 4, running 2, fishing about 3 2/3, and then forging is at 7. I'm gonna have to drink from our water bottle. Because I'm far enough forward, I'm not getting a sink I can pop into to get a quick sip out of. Alright. We're getting real close to reaching the trailer and all that again. It's a shame that even if I reach this house, it's not worth me sleeping there overnight. Just because I don't have the weapons to fight tomorrow until we go back to the other house. You got an interesting outfit with that blue one. I wonder if you're supposed to be like a postal worker or something like that. Be curious to see what's in that duffel bag. They don't recognize the outfit. Because you'll learn after a while, like, oh, this is the one wearing the varsity jacket, they're gonna have school stuff. Oh, this is the one wearing the, you know, safety vest and the helmet, they're gonna have. Ah, no, they're a police officer, okay. I didn't get a chance to see what was in the duffel bag. I probably could have just paused and peeked, but... eh.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to probably make a rash, not necessarily smart move. And I think I'm going to move the car forward. So I can start rolling the car up. I can get around this corner by the trailer and all that. That'll get away from the bodies. And there's really nothing in this car I need anymore. It's got a little bit of junk in it. Okay, I thought there was a second one over here. Yeah, there you are. All right. Oh, what is that? It's a saw blade hatchet. We looted off a zombie. Cool. Because I figured that agitate all the zombies, draw them back into the road and all that is going to happen sooner or later. So might as well do it now. I've got all that cleared. So I could just clear out this more. Okay. And just like that, the car moves way up the road. I'm gonna run way back here and I'll loot the bodies for clothes way up here. Do you not say I'm busy? Calm down. The denim shirt. Okay. Alright, that'll have to do. We're getting too overburdened. You just stop having our character stay out so late. Closer to the gas station? Yeah, we'll see. We're about due for the helicopter.
And I did just make a bunch of noise that did draw a bunch of zombies into the path. But that was the thing that's gonna have to happen every time I move the car forward. Do you have more weapons? Oh, no, that was the thing. I was kind of thinking that I'm not gonna sit there and want to fight it. So I was like, okay, let me just go ahead and do this right now. I'll pull back. Okay. Bag is full. That honestly, now I think about it, that'll be the thing that drives me to cut down the trees at home. Is when I run out of handles. So when I have to start sitting there chopping down a whole bunch of trees. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I have to start chopping down a bunch of trees. One, for all that, we can get more logs put up. There's probably more than I need right now for cloth. Still, I figured I had the giant mountain of bodies, and I was low on cloth or rags a little bit ago. I was like, you know what? I got this giant mountain of bodies. I might as well load them up. We're not bothering to clean them off because I'll just use all the others for the wall. It's fine. I will need to refill my water bottle though. Because we're nowhere near the other ones, you can do that. Hey Rim, how's it going? Don't they know it's dark, it's time to go home? I know, right? We're definitely getting to the point of after curfew. Don't make their mom call your mom to start driving around town looking for you. They'll do it. And ooh boy, is she gonna be mad. Exactly. The streetlights will be on right now. When the streetlights go on, you go home. Don't get home, you won't be allowed on the Nintendo. It was actually a Sega, but you know, the Nintendo. I actually had a Nintendo, not a Sega, but still. Memes got a meme. Yeah, Sega Genesis, yep. Yeah, no, we had an Atari. That one, the go home thing never worked, because when we had the Atari, like, that wasn't really a thing that we were getting in trouble for much. It wasn't until I was getting to, like, late elementary school, middle school, high school, that I was staying out late. Now, granted, by high school, we didn't really have the curfew thing going on anymore. And it's not that my parents ever had a strict curfew. When we're, like, I don't remember what the rule we had when I was younger, like, elementary school age. But I do remember the big thing when I was in high school is it's like, you know, make sure we know where you are kind of thing. That kind of a thing. But I was a pretty good kid. So they didn't worry too much. Maybe they should have, but they didn't. Nah, I was a relatively good kid. But you need yeah, 1/4 of the berries, you seem to be okay. With the rest of the few hours. Yeah, no, it's, you very genuinely, even a poison berry, you can eat a full poison berry. It's just, eat one full poison berry, and don't touch another full poison berry until your character, like, the queasy goes away. It's It's when your character is already queasy or nauseous and you eat another berry that's poisonous. You're setting yourself up for a bad time. The Atari is good? Yeah, we had the Atari. The Atari was definitely one of those ones that, like, my dad would take the time to set it up, and we'd play it for a while, but then, you know, he'd put it away again. Versus, like, by the time we got, like, the Nintendo, then that was just, like, you know, it was set up on the TV. I remember we had pretty strict rules about, like, how much we could play and all that, but I don't remember any of the specifics around it. Like, it wasn't we just got home and we started playing Nintendo all day. But it was, we definitely were allowed to play a decent amount. I think the big thing is when we got old enough that we saved up our own money to buy a Super Nintendo, and it really kind of limited how much my parents wanted to push back on us playing it. Because, like, it was a big deal that we had saved up our own money with, like, allowance. And it was allowance, but it wasn't much. We had taken the time to save up money between that and, like, birthday and Christmas gifts and that kind of thing. That, you know, if they're, like, really restricted of it, it would kind of undermine the lesson of, you know, personal and financial responsibility and yada yada. Yeah, no, my parents had the Atari, and I don't remember when that became a thing. But like I said, we only played it on the rare occasion. Because also, the Atari was a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with. You almost always had to, like, fuss with stuff to get it to behave right. Your parents are glad you weren't visible. You had no restrictions. I had friends like that. I also had the friends who, you know, be home by 8. By the way, 19 years old. And that's certainly a thing. And to be fair, at the time, a lot of us were making really dumb decisions. So there's a certain fairness there. That said, most of the kids I knew who had that level of strict parents, most of them went pretty wild when they got to, like, college age, whether they went to college or not. Once they were no longer under the thumb of the oh wait, we needed weapons. That was the whole reason we went back. Once they were no longer under their parents' regime, as it were. I shouldn't say it like that. Basically, once they weren't having that heavy-handed of a parenting over top of them, that they could kind of do what they wanted. You know, there's so, like, it was like they almost wanted to make up for lost time. And so they went pretty wild. I also feel like it's one of those things, because you don't have those experiences, that you don't really, you have more difficulty gauging things because someone else is making those decisions for you. And so you gotta kind of feel out the edges of what you are and are not comfortable and okay with. How do you get the Moodles bigger? No problem. So getting the Moodles bigger, if you go under user interface on your options, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Right here is Moodle size. So you can have it scale with your font, or you can set it manually. And I will warn you, the 128 is like big. It's like this big. It is a big Moodle. But you get the idea. So you can scale it with your font or whatever. So you can make it bigger, smaller, and all that. But it get real big. Alright, so I needed knives. I have no knives handy. Do I have the things to make knives, though? I do not have the things to make knives, though. Okay, cool. We're doing good. Let's start breaking up flint, because I know we got some of that. I just don't know how much we have. Generally speaking, I don't want to go out fighting unless I have at least 8 knives. I shouldn't need that many, but sometimes you just get a little unlucky. Now, so turn the radio on. In the meantime, I'm just gonna drop the duffel bag on the floor here. I'm not gonna worry about dragging more clothes home right now. We brought home like 2 loads. Because we're definitely 100% in the helicopter could happen range. Alright, meanwhile, before we go and miss something, I pause the game real quick so I can go to Blades, Max, 16. So it looks like I've already got way more than enough Blint to rearm ourselves. And I know we have enough cloth to rearm ourselves. And we probably have enough sticks, so I probably just have to actually build it. The first word you heard was helicopter, now you're scared. Nah, luckily no helicopter right now. We are in the range the helicopter could happen. We did have a stream that, like, literally I started the stream, and within 15 minutes of starting Project Zomboid, we had a helicopter. Like, so far as, like, the alert, and it's like, alright, let's go. Alright, so it's a weapon day. Hey, Penny, how's it going? Well, I broke my hammer. Do I have the stuff to make a new hammer? Yes, I do. Okay. And then we can go back down here to make more of these. As you woke up, you opened the window and it looked foggy like Zomboid outside? Yup. And meanwhile, I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to do a shout out for Penny. For those who know Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator, been playing a lot of Project Zomboid lately. So if you do enjoy Project Zomboid, you can definitely check them out. Been relatively new to the game, been playing for a couple of weeks, I believe. And definitely good times over there, definitely worth checking out. You know, they're at that point where they're not learning the very, very basics anymore. But, you know, still dying a lot because it's Project Zomboid. It's Project Zomboid. It's Project Zomboid. You're gonna die a lot until, like, there's definitely that, like, how long you survive where it takes forever to get up and then it just skyrockets once you learn enough. With that said, we're about to hit an ad break, so I need to use the restroom in a big way because I have been drinking a lot of water and all that. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be right back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright. Of course. Of course. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh, thanks everyone. Oh, right, and we are back. This clip reminds you of shopping the day before Christmas. Oh, the Zomboid one, like going through the narrow corridor and just like shoving through everything. Yeah. So for people who asked earlier, like what happened leading into the clip where I was in RimWorld, and it's like, you know, the person's on fire, it's like lost reputation, lost reputation, lost reputation. That was the anti-green that started that. Because I like did the explosion, everything went fine, it went into the Noctil event, and then one person walked physically into the fire after it was all done. And I lost all the reputation with their faction because of it. Alright, so we gotta make some weapons, so we're making some weapons. Yeah, no, it's interesting, because I have a tool that just randomly selects clip, and it's really interesting that it's not consistent on the type of clips it goes. There are some Zomboid clips that it pulls up that are not particularly high viewed that keep coming up. And then there's also some ones from like way, way, way back that pop up every once in a while. But then there's some of the clips that were like really popular clips. Like, I want to say one of the most viewed clips on the channel is when I set the world record, and that clip almost never comes up. So I really kind of just scratched my head going, I don't know how your algorithm works, man. You remember that amazing RimWorld game on that map? Yeah, no, that was, because we had really another one broke. I don't actually think I have a spare thing for making another hammer. I do. Cool. Let's make another hammer. But yeah, that was, we did a pretty standard, oh, we want to throw that away. We did a pretty standard, anomaly run when it first came out. Like, just straight up did the anomaly start. Did it in one. At least, did I do it in one? I think I did it in one. I'm second guessing myself. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But either way, did really well on the anomaly, getting a run off the ground and winning right away. Like, just typical stuff. No real mods beyond, like, I think 1 or 2 quality of life mods kind of thing. And that was about it. And then we did the geological landforms, and we did Crater, where it has the one way in. Oh my god, that was a mistake. That was such a difficult one to get going. We had like the wall of flesh literally solidified the entire front of the map that I couldn't get anything in, enemy raids or whatever, because it got out of control and it kind of like boxed it into an area. But because it was such a small space, it had like all 7 of the acid spitters, so anyone who got close just got blasted by just acid. We eventually killed it, but man, that was like literally 2 in-game years of back and forth trying to get that to work, because I'd sit there and, you know, like, get all the machine guns and like slowly chip away and push in. You know, basically have like an animal sacrifice itself to go and draw all this fire from the acid for a couple of seconds. And I basically had to wait till we had like, you know, trade caravan and everything try and come in and just get blasted, just draw their fire for a few seconds. And then fight in. Yeah, no, and that one, like, that was the other one, is we had a raid that was 2 raids showed up on the edge of tile and a 3rd one drop pod in. I didn't see the 3rd one. So they completely outflanked me, and I somehow managed to like dance around the whole base and win it. I think we only lost 1 person in that engagement. I think we did end up winning that one, but man, that was a rough one. What's the current record? The current record for the highest kill count run ever streamed in Product Zomboid, I believe, is 954,000 and some change. I wanted you to put this in the backpack. Yeah, so 954,000. Ooh, that's a lot to try and carry. I'm surprised. I guess I really don't have much in my backpack other than just weapons right now. I mean, I'm cool with that. We'll drop the broken stone in the trash to delete later. We can go here, knife 1. Go here, knife 2. Oh, I guess right now I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, we're not going to be able to get out to where our car is before it's already dark. So let's go ahead and knock down a tree or two. Do I want to use the stone axe for that? It's fine. We'll use the crude axe. I feel like we use the stone axe. We got our big stone axe we made. Let's put it in our hands. Let's knock down a tree and see how it is. As you're wondering if they make a new build for a record once they're done stable version? Yeah, no, like a lot of people have already talked about that. The Lamprey, regardless of anything going on, Lamprey does have the record for build 41. That's just fact. It won't change. Lamprey has the record for build 41. Well, I will say, like the actual wood axe, this thing slaps when it comes to taking down trees. It definitely takes the trees down fast. Yeah, so you'll have usually in a lot of games that's what they'll do is they'll have like, this is the build 41 record. Okay, so one of the things I was going to look at doing... I'm not going to worry about it. I was going to check with the logs if it would be worth my time to grab the duffel bag, to shove them all in the duffel bag to deal with. And it wouldn't be the worst decision. It would definitely lower this. But that's okay. So we're going to run over here. You couldn't beat that if you count your own deaths. I'm just liking that I can't see through that wall. There we go. Weirdly, that was... we can go here. Log wall, do this. There we go. Okay, cut trees. Do you feel getting a lot better? Yeah, no, I'd expect at this point you'll start it's kind of one of those things that like at first just surviving a couple days consistently is a little challenging. And then you reach the point where you're consistently surviving a couple of days. And then you're able to start suddenly lasting, you know, maybe you start getting to a week pretty consistently. And it's around the time that you manage to survive for about a month that it does kind of snowball where like this run you survive a month, next run you survive 3 months, and then you survive 5 months, and you survive like basically until you get bored. And I'm exaggerating, you're gonna have lots of runs that go shorter in between those runs, but you get the idea that you'll start being able to make those last longer. I'm not sure why I'm not having this look at the wall, and it's sketching me out. All right. At this point, you mostly die when you encounter a new situation. Yeah, and that's pretty standard. There's a reason I make the comment about, like, you get good at this game by climbing a mountain of your own corpses. You make a mistake that gets you killed, and then you don't do it again. Hopefully. If you don't learn the lesson the first time, you do it again until you do learn the lesson. And sooner or later, the lesson gets learned. Eventually. Alright. Yeah, no, the one thing I will say is this big axe, it goes through trees. It really goes through trees. Let's drop you here. Pop over here. Grab all this crap. Pop down here. Now, if I remember correctly, there's a log also around here somewhere that's still laying on the ground. There you are. That gives me another wall segment I can build. And little by little, we wall it all in. Oh, I forgot. I had these mangoes. So I was like, man, I need to work on our food soon. I have food. I just need to actually eat said food. Okay. Alright. But little by little, we're going to be walling this place in. The plan is mostly, as these trees grow in, to just keep them under control and use them as the source for building the wall. Okay. And it's also getting us all these areas where we lost line of sight because the tree is growing in. We now have line of sight again. One, two, three, four. Cool. And that's the last time I'm going to be able to do before it's too dark to build. Alright. Okay, yeah. I was going to see if maybe I can cut down a few more, but that's fine. We're at pretty much max muscle strain on everything, so we might actually have problems sleeping tonight. I see. Now that gives me something to work on in the meantime, which is we need to top off our water. Yeah, and I'd say that's pretty good. We more than doubled the wall segment there. Like you can see, that's going to take me a while to build that wall. And my thought is that we just keep hacking down all this stuff as it grows in. That should be a pretty good wood supply so far as our actual logs go. We'll get plenty of saplings and all that as well. It'd be really nice when we can go and set ourselves up like a rain barrel or something like that. We're also getting a little bit of carpentry building those walls. Unfortunately, I think it is only like 1 or 2 XP per segment or something like that, which is really awful. So it's just going to take us time to level that up. Drop you in here. But yeah, that's kind of the reason I usually make the comment about, like, don't grind. Oh, you know what? Here. I took all the rags that we were burning so far as all that to start our fires. There. Grab magazine I've already read and we'll burn the magazine. Light the fire. Not the welding basics. I want to keep that. Cool, and put out the fire. Now get ourselves fresh water, and we are good to go. Yeah. Oh, it's just like a long hang or something like that. Okay. What is happening right now? It was like, weirdly, I wasn't being able to get that to sort it out. So I was like, what is going on? Alright, there we go. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like, generally, like, even if I want Electrical 3 to use a generator, I won't just sit there and do the thing where you pick up the watches and you take apart one after another after another. That kind of grinding a skill gets tedious. It's more like maybe if I'm looting a house, I just make it a habit to take apart the TV while I'm going through the house, or, you know, take apart the overhang. Not that I hit, like, every little thing, but, you know, just make it a point to be like, alright, as we go. Because I just find when you work on one skill and you just hammer on it and hammer on it and hammer on it, unless you're really close or it's really fast, it can get really, really monotonous really, really quickly. And that's not even a product Zomboid. A lot of games have that same issue where when you switch from I'm playing the game and gradually gaining the skills to I am exclusively working on the skill, the enjoyment of the game can very quickly take a pretty serious hit. Alright, so we have way more than enough weapons in our bag. We got a little bit of food to snack on, and we could probably find more on the way out. But we're going to go back to the front lines to fight the zombies. We are 100% in range of potentially having the helicopter. Like, we're getting to that point. I'm more expecting it to happen today than I'm not expecting it. Got ourselves some garlic. Excuse me? The heck do you think you're doing? Private property. Okay. After 3,000 watches, you get to have fun. Yeah, that's exactly kind of the way I think about it. It's the same thing for, like, people who they, I don't see it much anymore. It used to just be a thing that a lot of people would start their run and they'd do, like, a 0 to hero run, but they'd rush to the grocery store, then, like, lock themselves in the closet with all the groceries, and then just do sit-ups and all that for for like the entire first month, just basically have their character slam out exercises as fast as their character would tolerate it, to get themselves like 3, 4 in both their like strength and fitness, and then start their run. And it's just like, oh, come on, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. If you're gonna do that, just go ahead and pop in there and just give yourself the stats. Because spending 30 days to start playing the game is not a good time. Yeah. Well, it's also, how far have you traveled in your 4 months? This'll be fun. So, technically, I've actually traveled all of this, which is actually a decent amount. That's Muldrow there. So, technically traveled all that, but you'll notice that, so you'll see the gap here, there was a crash there. Even got a marked game crashed. So technically, I spawned here, and we worked our way up. I went over this way, there's a bunch of zombies, so we traveled back. Went down here. You know, kept... I think I'm pretty... Oh yeah, no, I picked that flint up. Yeah, so we went and, like, worked our way around, but really about 3-4 of the months has been from about here to about there. And then just running over here to like ditch helicopters and all that. And super fast cargo over place. Yeah. So we haven't been going very far distance-wise, but that's because we're playing on 16 times population. So if you think about it like this, if you were to take the starting zombie population for Apocalypse mode, I have just a little bit shy of 30 times as many zombies. Which might sound weird, because you're like, wait a second, you said 16. Right, Apocalypse is 0.6 times pop now, which makes the math way harder to explain to people. Because it used to be 1 times pop, which is really easy to go like, yeah, for every group I have I have a whole rally group, which is usually 16. I need to not do that, because we get locked in your animation when you pick up stuff foraging. Alright. So it's kind of like I have not quite 2 rally groups for every zombie you see on Apocalypse mode. And it's a shame this axe does slap so well. Because while it slaps so well and does some like significant damage, it's so bad from a muscle strain and endurance side. So it is 100% front-loaded to, I'm gonna slap this zombie into the dirt. Okay, I killed that one zombie, hang on, I need a minute. Because I'm hoping to find some mushrooms or berries back here real quick. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. That berries. That'd be some berries. And they're not even poisoned. Problem solved. I know lady screaming in the distance. They are lovely berries. It's a little weird you're that excited about them, but you know, that's... to each their own, I guess. Okay. Oh yeah, we'll just fish. It used to be during the winter, fishing was utterly useless. But, build 42, there is a penalty for temperature. But unless it's like way, way, way different than the other penalties, it's honestly not seemed like having one thing say it's a bad stat is really that big a deal. Like, it certainly nerfs your your amount of fish you get a little bit. But so far, it's been pretty manageable. This is going smoothly. It's got to be a helicopter day. No. No helicopter today. So go here, device options, turn it off. Once we get below 5%, we put a new battery in. Everything is going too smoothly. Yeah, no, that's legitimately the thing. It's like, alright, the game doesn't have some, like, magic thing in the background, like RimWorld, that is like, oh, hey, the player's not had a bad time in a while. Let's correct that. It doesn't have anything like that. But it certainly feels that way sometimes. I'm not trying to fence cheese you. Well, crap. Because we're already exerted. What's the durability left in this thing? Be mostly gone? We're still in good shape. It sounds weird to be upset about that, but we're gonna just switch and leave the axe for later. Like, it works well. It's a good weapon so far as I want to make that thing dead right now. But it's so bad for trying to kill large groups. I didn't look. I should check to see what its weight is. It's gotta be like 1.75 or 2. I'm gonna guess 2, just for how badly it hits my endurance and all that. You are unattached 2.5. It is a chonker of a weapon. I just want to scare you a little bit. Alright, get over here. Let's do this. There's only got a couple right here to deal with, then we'll switch back to knife when we go in. Like, very genuinely, the damage on the saw hatchet is good. It's just such a heavy weapon. I suspect it's going to be one of those weapons, like the, there was a whole strategy back in the day when it came to using the axes, that early game you wanted to use the fireman's axe because you could get kills and damage reasonably well, decent one-shots and all that. But then when you got later games, you started to get like 5, 6 in your axe skill, you wanted to switch over to the hatchet. I needed you to stop arriving here. My whole plan is there's only 2 or 3 that I wanted to finish off real fast so I could sleep in that house right there. I'm a little spooked that that zombie came out of that house. Stop arriving. I'm solidly into high exertion and I don't like it. We're in tons of pain. Okay, let's get in this place before anything else shows up. Because we're going to have to rest for a long time now. So I should be able to go in this corner, because this feels like it's going to be a rest that's long enough. I should get some book reading in. Alright. Yeah, because unfortunately we badly muscle strained ourselves on that. Oh good, the handle condition is already mostly gone. Perfect. Alright, so we are starting to have the strain drop off. Let's see, what's the next objective? Now carving 3. Oh, right. We need to go here on our objectives. Objectives. Find my bucket. Okay. It's just find a bucket. I need a metal bucket because the carved bucket didn't work. Oh, let's check something real fast. Because we did a what's the word? We did a reload and there was a hot fix maybe. All right. Oh no, that wasn't the problem. That's right. It wasn't this that was a problem. It was here that was a problem. That's right. It was primitive forge and anvil. Okay, so it's still a problem. We made a carved bucket of clay cement, and that recipe for making the anvil, the forge didn't accept it. And so I was hoping the hotfix fixed that, but then I remembered I didn't get the hotfix because the thing they hotfixed was the animations and all that. Alright, so as soon as this strain drops off, we're getting up. On the up plus side, we're getting a lot of welding reading done. Alright, give it a couple more seconds, just because that drops off doesn't mean it's fully recharged. We're not going to get to full, but that's fine. That's good enough. Okay. You assuming the fix will be the next update? Probably. I haven't had a chance to report it because it happened during the stream. But as soon as stream's done, I'll pop onto Slack or... Sorry. I'll pop on to where I'm going to be communicating with them. And just be like, hey, here's something I've observed. Because I'm pretty sure it's just an update because the carved bucket's brand new. So I'm assuming it was just an oversight that you have to have a metal bucket for the forge. Alright. And we did move the car a whole way up. It's by the trailer now. We did that, I think, 2 in-game days ago, just because I moved it and then I needed to thing. Let's see, they mostly fixed the animations and tree chopping jobs. Yeah. Well, the tree dropping the drops that tree chopping was earlier today. They supposedly had a hot fix. Unless it's the same one. Either way. Oh, you know what? I bet you that was the hot fix people mentioned, was the drop earlier today. Because Nasco popped in here for a little while. I was like, hey, you can, like, there's a new update kind of thing on the unstable. And that's when we switched over. Because I had started the stream on the unstable branch before it had dropped. Ah, you're almost broken. I'm basically trying to use the knives unless they say I'm just going to get one or two and then I'll pop out the hatchet to try and break it. Yep, now you're getting logs again, so you continue building your house? Yeah. Well, in the really good trees, the ones that are going to give you 3 and 4 logs and all that, my understanding is some of those won't, like, the tiles you're already on, your trees won't get, like, the better output in some of those till, you know, till, like, basically the trees end up getting refreshed, but, like, you chop them down, replace them, or move to a new area. Which is still fine, because you're going to chop down a bunch of trees, and that'll sort itself out kind of thing. Right, and we did have the one who had the duffel bag that was a police officer with a duffel bag, and I wanted to see what the police officer duffel bag had in it, because it was like a person like dressed like a cadet. They were wearing just, you know, t-shirt and pants, and they had like a black duffel, or they had a blue duffel bag. So I'm curious what we'll find in the duffel bag. Gonna back off and rest for a minute before we pull all that. Okay. It'll be nice when we start getting to, like, 5 nimble and all that. 4 or 5 nimble and just zipping around. That might also have been one of the reasons they gave the range a little nudge. It was an issue that with a little bit faster nimble, some of the short-range weapons got pretty difficult to use. Because if you tried to move towards the zombie, the range was so small, you'd end up just like stepping into the zombie's range trying to get the hit in. Alright, just like 4 or 5, we'll hatchet it up. Ah, thank goodness the hatchet's gone. Okay. Is zombie respawn on? No. So one of the things you'll find is anyone you see playing, for the most part, if they're playing at like more than 4 times pop, they're gonna turn off respawn. You get into the range where you cannot even theoretically keep up with the zombies. I'm just gonna finish the book. Boom! Book done. Welding 1, goodbye. What does the rude letter say? Nothing. That's the one thing. You'll see, like, you know, apology letter, rude letter, nice letter, those kind of things. And right now, if you read them, it'll put the bar over your head like you're reading a magazine or whatever, but you just... Nothing shows at the end of it. Like, it just runs. I'll take a seed packet of basil. Anything else amazing stand out? Because I'm willing to bet with our new crafting menu, our old machete radar strategy doesn't work anymore. Or is probably too much of a hassle to be worth it. We used to take the crafting menu, and there we would look at the attach machete to spear recipe, and walk over the bodies. And if a machete got close enough to us, what would happen is the graphic on it would change from like where you're ineligible to do the recipe to showing it as eligible, and that basically told us that there was a machete, you know, in the meaty, like, around us someplace. But that was a trick we used to use in Build 41. To not have to stare at every single body. There's probably something you can do along the lines, but it's with the new UI, it just covers too much of the screen that I wouldn't feel safe doing it. Ooh, I whiffed. Was swing and a miss. Gotta be careful about that. That guy in the white pants, I am going to potentially take those. I know we've got leather pants, and I know they are objectively better. So no stabby. No stabby. Like, leather pants are really good and really rare in this game. But genuinely, bite and scratch resistance, I don't care about. If we get our resistance checked, that's already a problem. I'll take those for later. Because I'm looking at it from two standpoints. One is I'll be able to see those pants in the dark way easier. So I'll be able to make out my character way easier in dark places. So in that regard, I think white pants would be good. Two, it's a bit funny having your character with the white pants as they get completely disgusting and annihilated and you need to wash them and all that. We'll see. I might just end up ripping them for cloth. Fashion Zoid is very important. You gotta understand. There's no point in surviving if you're not thriving. Yeah, fashion's always meta. And if you're wondering why all this stuff is, generally speaking, when you look at your Moodles in the top right, you do not want to see the Moodle that you are hot. Like, almost at all. You know, with exceptions of, like, if you're chopping down trees. But, like, fighting the zombies, you do not want to see the Moodle saying you are hot. At the same time, you also want to try and avoid the Moodle that says you're cold. So you just need to wear whatever it is to get you between those extremes. So if you see your character and they're regularly going, oh, I'm a little unpleasantly hot, you want to ditch some clothes. And so one of the things that ends up being a little bit of a trap for a lot of people is they'll see like the bite and scratch resistant and all that, and they'll start bundling their character up. They'll put on, you know, the fireman's outfit and all that. And what they don't realize is their poor character is basically getting heat stroke near constantly. And at the extremely high levels, your character will actually have their attack speed slowed down and you just die when that happens. I'm gonna eat that because I didn't mean to push into high exertion. I got a bunch of ginseng anyways that I've been holding on to forever. It doesn't give you much endurance. But something is more than nothing. Okay, fillet knife. We got one more straggler. Two more stragglers. Knife skill is at level 5. Short blade is level 5. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this house. We can duck into whichever room was safe. I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's the back left one. This was the room I was sleeping in, and then we had a zombie smash out the window while I was in there. So we don't sleep in that room anymore. Room's compromised. Something wrong with your Fruity Pebble? You feel like there's too much iron in it? I have no idea. I haven't eaten Fruity Pebbles in a long time. It was one of the cereals I liked, but I just didn't eat much cereal anymore. Not like some like choice of like, oh, gotta eat healthy or anything like that. It was I just generally didn't get up and then pour a bowl and all that. I got into the habit of doing stuff like toasting a bagel and all that. Alright. So I'm gonna rest in here real fast. Wake up in the morning. Start blasting again. As you used to not eat cereal for a long time, but for some reason you got into it, yeah. The cereal smelled a bit odd before you poured it out? Yeah, no, I'd chuck that. Like, if you have food that doesn't smell right or doesn't taste right, it's best not to mess with the food poisoning boogie monster. Done a proper bout of food poisoning. No thank you, not worth, would not do again. I not only have tried Vegemite, I have Vegemite downstairs. Actually, don't care for Vegemite, which is why it's still down there. It's probably super expired. Which says something for how long Vegemite lasts. Yeah, when in doubt, throw it out. Thank you for the Gigantopie AV. I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, I tried it. I know I tried both Vegemite and Marmite, and I remember one of them I found okay, and the other one was like, no. No. This is not for me. And I don't remember which one was which. You're throwing that. Oh yeah, no, that's... Anytime you eat something and it just definitely doesn't taste right, it's not worth it. I did food poisoning, like proper food poisoning one time. It's like, nah, man. If you can afford to chuck it, you chuck it. If you can't afford to chuck it, it's still probably chuck it. Food poisoning is no joke. And if you're like, food poisoning's not that bad, then you didn't have food poisoning. Like when your muscles hurt and your stomach hurts and I won't get into details around the rest of it, but digestive tracts are not functioning as you would like. Vegemite is basically salt, so it has a long shelf life. Yeah. The thing, though, is I'm pretty sure that Vegemite's been in there for like 8, 9, 10 years. It may have already been tossed. To be fair, it may already have been tossed. I just remembered because you mentioned, it's like, oh yeah, we had some. Like, and don't get me wrong, it's not the open package that's in there. We had more than one person got it for us. It's like, cool, I have multiple tubes of Vegemite. I hope I like it. Yeah, I'm avoiding the details on the digestive complications. Because it's all of the gross. For me, honestly, the worst part of it was just like your muscles hurting. Like just your muscle tissue itself aching. And you're just like, I hate this. Went to the doctor like, yep, your body has metabolized it. It's gonna take a couple weeks for that to stop hurting. I'm like, cool, man. I'm having a great time. I like things just being pain. And it wasn't like, you know, some like super acute pain that you're like, all that is just a really rough ache. You're like, yep, till your body gets rid of that stuff, you're just gonna not feel too happy. Drink lots of extra water. It'll help the body, you know, get that out of there. Make sure you keep eating well. Help get it processed. Yeah, it's never fun anytime you're having something that, like, is really not going well. It's like, well, what's the treatment? You wait. Okay, cool, but, like, no, seriously, like, what's the treatment? Yeah, you wait. You're like, I hate this. Let me at least actively feel like I'm doing something to improve my situation, even if it's totally a placebo. It's like when I had Bell's palsy when I was, you know, in my teens. You're like, okay, cool, half my face is paralyzed. What are we gonna do about it? You're just gonna wait. It'll get better. How long? How does month sound? Thanks. I hate it. I'm surprised that didn't mess with my, like, headspace as a teenager, because I was, like, 18, 19 years old. You know, right at the age that, you know, a lot of people are really insecure about a lot of things, and then half your face is paralyzed. I think it was fortunate at the time, like, I had been dating someone who's a pretty decent person. We were definitely not meant for each other in any way. We were not good for each other, but we were both good people. And I think, honestly, having that person, like, you know, if it had been while I was single, I probably would have, like, really been self-conscious about it way more. Because, yeah, after face being paralyzed kind of sucks. Oh, right. We're in the helicopter range. I definitely don't want to forget to deal with this. Yeah, so this will be probably the last radio broadcast before we replace the battery. Like, you could probably get 3 broadcasts out of the charge it's got. But even as rare as the batteries are, just vaguely, it's not that big a deal. Okay. And we are good for another day. No, actually, you know what? One more. Because I said it was when I go under 5%, and we did manage to stop it at 5%. So one more on that battery. Because my fear is I'll push it too far, I'll get to like 3% or whatever and start it slightly too early. And it'll get right to the point it would let me know about the helicopter, and then the battery would die. And it's not that I wouldn't realize it. You know what? Never mind. We're not going to worry about the pants. We got our leather pants. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so we're definitely going to need to be dealing with hunger soon. Weight-wise, we're probably... Yeah, so we're going to need to fish soon. What we'll probably do is... Unless I get, like, right to the point where I'm like, oh yeah, one more day, we can get, you know... We can get the gas station. Unless we're, like, that close. We're We're going to need to fish probably next in-game day to get our weight back up. We're down to 78, so we're still in the healthy range. We're getting on the lower end of it. But that's fine, because, I mean, it's probably been 2-3 in-game weeks since we last fished. All right. The really tricky thing is, as we push farther in here, finding where I want to rest. Because I'm not taking the time to, like, honk the horn, or blow the whistle, or yell to draw the zombies in from the surrounding area. I probably should be, for safety reasons. But I am just kind of trying to push to reach the gas station, because I don't need to secure and hold the gas station. I just need to go there, plunk down and connect the generator, do just the minimum to move a little bit of gas into the generator. The car has a rubber hose in it. I should be able to, you know, grab like a water bottle or something, and once I do that, I can totally fill up the car. Yeah, no, your stone knives, I think, will be made less than full quality. My guess is as we get more carving skill and all that, we'll get better handles and whatnot, and then you'll get better quality. That's a mechanic that's been in the game with a lot of the stuff. Is at lower levels you get a lower quality version, like lower condition version. And so as you level stuff up, the spear was the one I remember that standing out the most, is your early spears, not only do spears break easily, but on top of that, the spears you got at the beginning were even worse. So they break easily, and you'd be more likely to break them just because you got like lower condition rolls on them. Okay. Kitchen knife I'll leave. Real bodies? Yep. And that's the one I think was the police cadet that I was curious what's in their duffel bag. I didn't get a chance to check. It might be nothing. It might be that they have, like, a pistol or some ammo in it. It might be something like they have, like, a clipboard in their badge. Alright, so it looks like we got a big pull. That's fine, as low as the density is in the cell now, a big pull like that wipes out an entire area. Okay. Oh, it's only 11 in the game day. I was about to say, it's like, man, it must be getting late. Nope, just slaying. Still on the road to gas? Yeah, but we're getting pretty close now. We're just about to get back to the trailer park. We've killed literally thousands more zombies. Oh man, we already killed like almost 2,000 zombies today? That can't be right, right? No, I know we've killed over 1,000. Was it 7,600 that we started the stream with? I know someone even took the time to comment on it. It's fine. Because basically each stream we're getting a little bit more kills. So I was saying there's a mod to see all the items around you in one tab, useful for sure. Yeah, keep in mind that specific mod you're talking about does have some very significant performance implications. When you start to get to situations like this, walking over there with a tab open really makes your computer chug. So you gotta be careful with that one. I am familiar with the mod. It's a good mod, but it is one you gotta be careful on how much loot you have nearby. It can make your game start running not so hot. Are you running any mods? I'm only running 2 mods. These bars up here are a mod. They just kind of show what's going on behind the moodles. They're the actual numbers that feed those moodles. And I mostly keep that there, one, because I like having that versus arbitrarily suddenly my character goes from everything is fine to, wait, suddenly I'm not fine. But I also keep them there primarily as well for when people ask me mechanics like, how do you gain or lose weight? And versus just, you know, the short answer is eat fatty food to gain weight, eat not fatty food to lose weight. Okay, so the police duffel bag, literally just a duffel bag, nothing in it. Ooh, what do you got there, friend? A shotgun and a nightstick. But then the second mod I'm running is with a mod called, I believe it's Advanced Volume Enabler. And basically what it does is it lets you go to each and every individual sound in the game and change its volume. And I just use it for like a handful of particularly annoying sounds when you're like listening to them a lot to turn them down. So for example, the whistle is really loud, so I turn that one down a lot. Right now the zombies volumes have been turned down a bit. Because they were really loud before. I could probably adjust them back. That's probably okay. And then the car sirens I turned down, the horn I turned down. Stuff like that you know, people who listen to the stream just having the sirens blast, you know, for 15-20 minutes solid gets pretty old. So I turn it down a lot. Because generally, late game, as I start driving to and from places to get zombies, on my return trips, if I have a car with a siren, I'll usually run the siren. And the idea is I want to draw the zombies out of the areas surrounding the paths that I go to and from to draw them into the road so I kill them there. Because the wider area I clear around a path, the less often I have to worry about zombies from that direction causing me grief. That's a pretty big group of zombies. I also don't like that we've had multiple zombies in the middle of the road behind me. It happens though, they move around. That's okay, we'll just go into this house, get her sippy sip of water, rest up a minute. Okay. How's your low maintenance and short blade? So my short blade is at 5 and my maintenance is at 6. Alright. Yeah, and I'll have to see if I can get back to that real quick. Hi, friend. You're waiting for your moment. You've been hiding that tree. Are they fixing the long range for the knife? I don't know that it's broken. I think that might be an intentional change. It is longer range than it was, but it's not the way it was when we first had the internal build where it was like I would hit a zombie and I could hit like the zombie over there. You know, now it's around here. So I definitely feel like, you know, they made the range longer, but it also doesn't feel so far out of range. I'm like, okay, it's just silly. I'm wondering if they did that to deal with, like, the nimble seems to be a little bit faster than it used to be, which I think will help with the early game nimble. And I think maybe it was a thing to compensate, because it used to be a problem that once you got to higher levels, it was much harder to use knives because you would zip around so fast with nimble that you'd actually shove yourself directly into the zombies trying to get up to range to hit them. Because your play control is not quite as fine-tuned just because you'd move so fast. And it's not like you're really, really fast. I'm just saying fast compared to your normal nimble. No reasons why short blades are a little trickier to use once you start getting to like 5, 6, 7 nimble. I know that body down there on the south side of the road has the shotgun and the nightstick. I would like to take those, but those are a lower priority than keeping myself alive. And see what you had. That zombie had something stuck in him. I couldn't make out what it was. Alright. So pretty soon we're gonna have to back off because I'm running low on weapons. Alright, get over here. Get over here if you're gonna do it. I need to rest. I don't want to back off the whole way, but I don't want to aggro more if I don't have to. Cool. I can rest right there. Alright, so that one to the south is probably making their way up here. But I should be able to get a little bit of rest in before he arrives. Yeah, you'll be the closest. Alright. Oh, you're worried using knives before build 41? Just click. Let's see. Okay, I was worried for using the knives on build 41 for misclick and, you know, seems Nimble was so OP now. He moves so fast. Keep in mind, we are already at, I believe, is it 4 Nimble we're already at? Or was it 3? I think it was 3 and we were just about to hit 4. Yeah, so we're at 3. I don't know, like, so a lot of these stats, we don't really know where they're going to be landing. This is the unstable branch. So don't be surprised if your Nimble is 1 speed one day, and then a little bit different the next. That kind of stuff is going to happen. Yeah, so that one had a fork. You're the one with the nightstick down here. For right now, I'm going to chuck the shotgun on the ground for later. Ah, so it was a trowel. I don't care about trowel. Cool. But as you can see, this place is getting quiet down here. Okay, so we got a rally group over there, roughly a rally group down here. One thing I like is this is a really open spot on the side of the road here. I can kill a lot of zombies here and feel perfectly comfortable. No trees or bushes or anything to get snagged on nearby. Oh, hi. That's fine, we're gonna have to fight him anyways. Big question is I'm running out of knives and I'm hoping we have enough. If not, we ditch it here, we go back. We get more weapons, we repeat. Hello, Fireman's Axe. Fall down real fast, lady. We definitely don't want to use that right now. I do not have the endurance for it. But that means if I run out of knives, I'm not spent for the day. Because I got a nightstick and an axe that... The nightstick I found not to be very good for fighting a group. The axe at least can kind of burst through a group. And then I have to back off real fast. The nightstick for endurance fighting I found to be pretty underwhelming. So you probably have both muscle fatigue or muscle strain, as well as exertion. All right. Getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to just back off, back off. Okay, well, that's that, because we definitely don't have enough endurance to just throw down with the axe. Yeah, and I see the shotgun on him. Right now I just gotta back off, because we're almost at high exertion, and I just broke my last knife. I'm gonna move up the road a little way so we de-aggro some of them. I'll rest, turn around. We'll keep slaying for a little bit, but we'll be pretty backed off pretty soon.
I need you to die. And thank you for the matches. Okay. Let's get in the house, rest up. Food is going to start being an issue for you soon. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to have to go back. We'll see. I'm hoping I can do one more push. Because the next in-game day, we're probably not going to get much in the way of a kill count. Just by the fact that I'm probably going to need to put some emphasis on doing some fishing because we're getting low weight again. Close to 1,500 today? Gotcha. Thank you. Oh, good. There's food. Not super filling food, but it is food. So I'll buy us a little bit more time. It's already 7. I want to push, but by the time I engage, it's going to be 8. It's just going to be dark. I don't have spare weapons, really. It is what it is. You can probably identify what we're missing to make ourselves more knives. Which I suspect is probably flint at this point. So we can fish. Basically tomorrow will end up being an in-game day of where we get our weapons stocked up, we get our fish sorted, or we get food sorted. And I'm just gonna run up here. No more bodies along this entire area. All clear now. We only see a couple of zombies come from the southeast from time to time. Basically not a whole lot else. Alright. Yeah, so stuff like overheating a little bit when you're running constantly, that's fine. It's a big thing is when you're in just like a regular fight like the zombies we are, you don't want to see overheating. I don't think I get away with like a really sneaky, yes, it's already dark. Oh, we can do it this way. Go here. And go crude. Stone blades. Yep. And then we go flint. Yep, so we just need flint. Alright, so that means for the next in-game day, we're going to be doing hunting for flint. Grab the pickaxe now. I could drop off the basil over here. Drop off the clay over there. Drop off the hemp. Alright. That gives me what I need to deal with that.
The other thing we'll want to deal with is the fish. Okay. So yeah, so basically where we're at is I'm going to need to be dealing with our food situation in the next in-game day, and I'm going to need dealing with the weapon situation, which isn't that big a deal. We just need to go out, throw a line down for a little while, grab a fish, food solved, and then we need to go find flint. And the problem is we don't have anything nearby where I know there's a bunch of flint. Like where we were clearing way down the way, I do know there's some flint nodes down there, but I really don't want to travel that far into where the zombies are to try and snag the flint. There's definitely going to be more out in the woods, but it'll be a thing of like locating them. But with all that said, chat, it is unfortunately getting to be about that time. So if you have been enjoying tonight's stream, if you're over here on Twitch, don't forget to follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're over on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I cannot raid out over on the YouTube side. I don't have enough subscribers yet, so get to that. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to YouTube. But don't go anywhere if you're here on Twitch, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to be going ahead and putting up